Seo Jin was a man who spent his entire life's effort climbing to the position of a prosecutor. Yet before he could even settle in, he paid the price with his own life. However, it seems the heavens could not bear to watch him die so miserably. So they granted Jin a chance to live his life over again. But ironically, his new identity is Kim Seo Jin, the nephew of the very man who pushed him into the abyss. Jin is like someone walking on thin ice, having to adapt to a new life while simultaneously finding a way to avenge his past life. Will he succeed in his goal, or will he waste this God-given opportunity and bury his ideals of justice and fairness forever? Join Life Manhwa as we follow this captivating series. The story begins with the image of a man falling freely toward the ground. Born alone, I grew up in an orphanage. The man in freefall is none other than Seo Jin, his face filled with fear and a hint of regret, having worked as a factory laborer while studying his life away to become a prosecutor. I finally topped the judicial exam and barely managed to climb to this position, thinking I would give my all to enforce justice, but I never expected this. A different scenario unfolds, one more arduous than he imagined. Reality turned out to be far more cruel. Kim Jun, with a scowling angry face, slammed the table and pointed straight at his face, screaming, "Hey, you crazy bastard. Do you have to taste shit to know it is foul?" Jun slowly walked toward Jin, saying as he moved, "Listen carefully, Prosecutor Seo Jin." He leaned in close to Jin with that same scowl and began to berate him. "Who do you think pays your salary with their taxes? Your master is not those lowly poor commoners." Jun looked at the pitiful Jin with a cold gaze and threatened him. "Even a dog knows not to bite the hand that feeds it. So, cover this case up, you bastard." As he turned to leave, Jin watched Jun's back, his heart full of resentment as he clenched his fists and wondered, is committing a crime allowed just because you pay a lot of taxes? Who made that law? Hearing this, Kim Jun shouted, "You idiot." Even at this point before he could finish, Jin, with a face full of rage, cut him off. "Tell me. I will haul in the bastard who made that law myself." Jun showed not a shred of regret. With that same devious and wicked face, he spoke with contempt. "Ha, you arrogant brat." Only a second later, Jin was suspended in the sky, falling freely as Jun's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't do anything that will make you regret it." In that rain, while still in freefall, Jin stared intently at the group of people dressed in black, his heart boiling with resentment. Regret? I certainly do have regrets. Despite his body falling, he maintained a heart of steel and a powerful will fueled by rage. "I regret having to die before I could catch sons of bitches like you." Then, a loud impact rang out as everything shattered and flew in all directions. Finally, Jin hit the ground and lay motionless in a pool of blood, feeling helpless as he passed away in regret. Damn it, is this really how I end? So pointlessly. By this time, the ambulance had arrived. Paramedics and rescuers acted quickly to bring his soul back from the underworld as Jin felt a deep longing. "If only I had a little more time." Seo Jin slowly opened his eyes. He looked around at his hand, hooked to an IV drip, and Jin gradually realized where he was, a hospital. Jin tried to sit up slowly, looking around and thinking to himself, could it be?
Am I still alive? I fell from that height and survived.
Jin let out a sly smile with a hint of excitement. Haha, he thought, heaven gave me more time to deal with them. Perhaps I am no longer a prosecutor, but a suspect who assaulted an office worker, since they pinned that crime on me. Then Jin stood up and slowly walked out of the hospital room, thinking as he went, but whatever. The fact that I am alive will be your worst nightmare. He walked slowly and began to calculate his next moves. There is no time to lie around here. First, I need to get out of the hospital. At this moment, Jin stepped in front of a mirror, and the unfamiliar face reflected there left him utterly stunned.
Huh.
Startled by a face that was not his own, Jin became extremely panicked and yelled, "Who the hell is this?" Jin did not understand what was happening, terrified by this face and this voice. "What? Why does my voice sound like this?" Startled and anxious, he kept slapping his face to confirm the truth. Is this a dream? His face turned red, but it was not a dream, leaving Jin in shock as he collapsed to the floor. "Ah, it hurts. Why does this dream feel so real?" With a tense expression, Jin thought seriously. If this is a dream, I need to wake up fast because my real self is probably dying. He thought deeply, trying to find a way to escape this reality. Slapping myself did not work, so there is only one way left. Just then, a middle-aged couple entered the room with tears streaming down their faces, crying out in joy and happiness, "Seo Jin, you are awake." At that moment, Jin and Seo Jin's body was about to jump out the window when the couple, Jun Man and Mi Jong, walked in, causing him to turn his head in shock. Seeing them, Jin asked, "Who are you?" On the other side, Jun Man and Mi Jeong, seeing him about to jump, screamed in panic, Seo Jin." As for Jin, he was beyond shocked. Something so illogical it was impossible to explain had happened to him. Jin in Seo Jin's body, was taken to the doctor for a diagnosis, and when they heard the result, Jun Man and Mi Jeong were stunned. Amnesia. Meanwhile, he just sat there helplessly watching everything unfold. Kim Seo Jin. This name is my new life. Hearing this, Mi Jong was extremely worried about her son, and asked the doctor, "Amnesia, then why did my son try to jump? Could it be that this fall was also seeing her panic?" The doctor spoke to reassure her. "Madam, we should not jump to conclusions yet." The doctor continued, "It is likely due to the shock, so it might be temporary. Jun Kyung just sat silently watching and thought. In the beginning, everything was pure chaos. Then Jun Kyung was taken by Mi Jong to a sacred place of the Buddha, while he continued to think, because I made a scene saying I was not Kim Seo Jin, I even got dragged to a fortune teller. A female shaman with a somewhat devious face sat there, arrogantly, holding a fan as she prophesied. There is a restless spirit of one who died young lurking inside. Hearing the shaman's words, both Jun Kyung and Mi Jong could not hide their surprise. As expected, can a medium really see it? The shaman continued. It is a female ghost possessing and tormenting him. This ghost is very malicious. We must perform a ritual immediately. Hearing this, the shock on Jun Kyung's face vanished, replaced by indifference. Turns out, she is just a fraud. After a long period of careful consideration, Jun Kyung gradually accepted everything, including this body and the identity of Seo Jin. But they say humans are adaptable creatures, right? After a period of confusion about being reborn as Kim Seo Jin was packing his things and thinking thoroughly. About 3 weeks later, I gradually got used to this body. While he was packing, a news report about his former self, Jun Kyung, was playing on the TV. In the next news, Prosecutor Seo Jun Kyung, who was on the run following allegations of assaulting an office worker. The news continued. The report was found to have committed suicide by jumping from a redevelopment apartment in Songpa district. After being brain dead for some time, he has passed away. Hearing this, Seo Jin, who is Jun Kyung, felt a wave of sadness which was clear on his face at that moment. That is right. The fact that I actually died. I have to accept it now. Seo Jin slowly walked out of the room, thinking as he went, from now on, I must live as Kim Seo Jin. At the dining table, someone was setting out the dishes. Seo Jin approached the table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and greeted politely, Dad, you are awake. Hearing this, Jun Man replied gently, Oh, Seo Jin, you're up. Looking at Seo Jin's father, he could not help but feel admiration mixed with a bit of envy. Unlike the orphaned Seo Jun Kyung, Kim Seo Jin has a complete family. Jun Man was happily enjoying breakfast. If you want to get over a hangover, dried pollock soup is number one. Looking at that kind and cheerful father right in front of him, he could not help but think, my father, Kim Jun Man. Actually, he is the type of person I hate the most. He reflected, the representative of Jaejong Construction, a man who disregards the law and specializes in bribing prosecutors. The image of a powerful man appeared, but with a cunning and devious expression. I'm counting on you, Mr. Deputy Chief Prosecutor. Though he felt resentment and dislike, he still felt a bit of respect for his father. What can I do? Even if I do not like him, he is still my father. But he takes very good care of his family. It seems his core nature is not evil. Then a woman walked over, pulled out a chair to sit, and complained, Ugh, the smell of alcohol is overwhelming. You went out drinking again yesterday, did not you? Seo Jin was still thinking, my mother, Oh Mi Jiang. The complaining woman was none other than Oh Mi Jiang, who stood there and said, Madam, give me a croissant, please. Seo Jin continued thinking about his mother, an elegant woman who has never had to dip her hands in cold water, always believing that if it is from France, it is the best. A young man with a sleepy face walked over and sat next to him. Good morning, big brother. Seo Jin continued to think internally, and the younger brother who dreams of being a chef, Kim Jin Young, Jun Kyung, in this new body of Seo Jin with countless new things and many unspoken thoughts, picked up some food. Suddenly having 3 relatives. I'm still not quite used to it. Of course, the most awkward thing is still this body. Jun Kyung ate while reflecting on the original owner of this body, Seo Jin. Finally, there is me, Kim Seo Jin. Coincidentally, I am still a prosecutor, this time more precisely, a trainee prosecutor. After graduating from Hankook University, while interning at a branch in Gangwon-do, for some reason, I fell from the 5th floor of an apartment. Jun Kyung continued to ponder about himself, and this new persona, Kim Seo Jin. Is this a joke from the gods? After that, I woke up in Kim Seo Jin's body, but since I do not have his memories, I have no idea why he fell. Though it was hard to believe, he eventually accepted reality and this new host. Whether it is a joke from the gods or whatever, I have been given a second chance. I absolutely won't let things end as pointlessly as my past life, because in this life I have everything I ever dreamed of in my hands. He stared intently at the bowl of soup and made a resolution. If I make full use of everything I have, then a goal for revenge formed deep within his heart. Then I can take revenge on Chief Prosecutor Kim Young-jun. A voice rang out, interrupting Seo Jin's thoughts and startling him a bit. So, Seo Jin, are you planning to go back to work tomorrow? Seo Jin politely replied, Yes sir. It turned out Mr. Jun Man was asking about Seo Jin's situation, and he followed up, Won't you rest a bit more? Hearing this, Seo Jin obediently replied, I have rested enough. I need to study and learn diligently to make up for the time I was absent. Then Mr. Jun Man said something that made the younger brother, Jin Young, look surprised and fearful. Is that so? Then, before you go to work, how about we invite your uncle over for a meal? Hearing this, Seo Jin could not help but be curious about this uncle and asked, Uncle. After breakfast, Jin Young proactively sought out Seo Jin.
Big brother.
Hearing Jin Young's call, Seo Jin was curious and the boy approached his brother. Seo Jin said, I just came to wish you a safe trip to Gangwon-do. Then Jin Young answered nonchalantly with a hint of disgust. I hate eating with that uncle, so I am making an excuse about an appointment to slip away early even if dad scolds me for it. Seeing this, Seo Jin asked curiously, why is that? Kim Jin Young recounted to Seo Jin with an expression of both contempt and hatred. Oh right, you do not remember anything, do you? Just see for yourself today how obnoxious he is. He acts like a king from the Joseon era, probably thinks he is some kind of royalty. Then he continued to speak with frustration and indignation. He looks down on our family at every turn, yet when he needs money, he sticks his hand out like he is withdrawing from his own bank account. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me mad. Seeing Jin Young's angry attitude, Seo Jin was surprised and curious. Exactly how unpleasant is he for the kid to react like that? Despite his curiosity, he eventually let it go and thought calmly, well, I will be meeting him soon anyway. Seo Jin was leisurely sitting in his room reading a book when a voice called out to him, Seo Jin, your uncle is here. Hearing this, Seo Jin calmly placed the book on the table. Uncle, huh, I finally get to see his face. He calmly walked downstairs while thinking, well, even if he acts like a king or a general, can he really be worse than Kim Young-jun? And when he arrived downstairs, he spoke politely to greet his uncle. You are here. The current Seo Jun-kyung, now Kim Seo Jin, was incredibly shocked when he saw this uncle of his. Then the uncle spoke as he slowly turned his head towards Seo Jin. How are you? A familiar figure flashed right before Seo Jin's eyes. At that moment, the image of the devious Kim Young-jun appeared, speaking his final words to the former Jun-kyung. Don't do anything that will make you regret it. That same devious man was now standing before him in the role of Seo Jin's uncle, asking calmly, is your health okay now? Seo Jin was still in shock and could not believe his eyes. Kim Young-jun is my biological uncle. Sitting at the dining table, the uncle Young-jun did not hesitate to ask after Seo Jin with concern. I was so worried when I heard what happened to you. Falling from an apartment. Just hearing about it gives me the chills. He tried to act worried and sounded relieved that Seo Jin had woken up. At least now that I hear your body is fine, I can be somewhat at peace. Ignoring the presence of Seo Jin's parents, the uncle Young-jun asked further, but you say you do not remember anything. Seo Jin replied politely. Yes. The two sat opposite each other. Young-jun, still with that cunning and devious face, asked next, do you think you can handle your work? Looking at his devious uncle, Seo Jin thought, to think that Kim Young-jun is my uncle. Jun-kyung, in his current identity as Seo Jin, still could not accept this demonic uncle. A bastard who would do anything for money. Just sitting across from him makes my blood boil, as if it is about to spray out. But for now, I have to endure. Then he politely replied, yes, there is no problem. Despite being full of resentment and hatred, Seo Jin still tried to suppress it all and forced a smile. Aside from my personal memories, everything else about me is normal. But deep down he had already begun planning his revenge. So that I can carry out a perfect act of vengeance. Kim Young-jun spoke again. You are at the Dongnam branch, right, after your training is over. Do you want to come up to Seoul at the very least? I have enough authority to bring my own nephew back to Seoul. Hearing this, Mr. Junman, Seo Jin's father, was a bit happy and excited. Seoul, if possible, please use your connections, uncle. You know our Seo Jin never liked the countryside. Young-jun calmly cut a piece of steak on his plate. He put it in his mouth to eat, then turned back to ask Seo Jin, what do you think? Seo Jin tried to give a fake smile, and answered Young-jun haha, whatever works. But in his heart he calculated carefully. Don't even dream that I will return to be your prey again. That will never happen. Hearing this, he slowly set his knife down on the table and said, by the way, Kim Young-jun asked once more, do you really not remember anything about when the accident happened? Hearing this, Seo Jin also replied politely, no, I do not. Catching his eye at that moment was Young-jun's familiar devious smile, which could not help but scare him as he said, is that so? I see. Then Seo Jin went back to his room to pack his things when a voice suddenly asked, so, are you done packing everything? Recalling Young-jun's devious smile from earlier, Seo Jin could not help but feel restless and worried. By the way, what was with that strange smile just now? Seo Jin tried to adjust his mood and calm down, thinking, or did I just see it wrong? Then a voice rang out asking him, finished packing? The one who asked was none other than Kim Hoon-hwan. Seo Jin looked at him and reflected, Kim Hoon-hwan, the son of Kim Young-jun. He is also a prosecutor, currently working at the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office. Seo Jin ignored Yoon-hwan's presence and brushed past where Young-jun was sitting enjoying his wine. I just forgot a few things. Yoon-hwan took it upon himself to grab something from Seo Jin's box and asked, what is this? A case you're studying? He casually opened Seo Jin's documents to look at them as if they were his own, and spoke in a condescending tone, let us see. It turned out this was a case file that Yoon-hwan had once handled. Seeing this he said arrogantly, what on earth is this? This was my case. Want me to explain it to you? Seo Jin immediately spoke up to decline. No need, but Yoon-hwan did not listen, and still wore that arrogant face towards Seo Jin. The current issue is the lack of decisive evidence to prove it was coerced. Looking at that arrogant face, Seo Jin thought wearily, I do not need this. Then he began to lecture and analyze while everyone else watched helplessly. The victim's parents claim he gave the girl alcohol and then assaulted her. Therefore, we are also handling this case mainly as a rape charge. Seeing his son's arrogance, young Jun spoke up. Tisk, who does this fool think he is teaching? He held his wineglass, savoring it slowly, and said smugly, if Seo Jin works in this field for a few more years, he will probably be more experienced. Hearing Yoon Hwan's judgments about the case, Seo Jin put his hand to his chin and gave his own observation with a serious face. But if you go with a rape charge, this case will be quite difficult. Yoon Hwan continued to act arrogant, this time asking Seo Jin with a bit of scorn, and what do you understand? Hearing Yoon Hwan ask that, Seo Jin also began to present his arguments about the case. Even if he gave the girl alcohol, it won't be easy to prove that she was completely intoxicated at the time. Furthermore, these two have met many times. Seo Jin continued, and they even sent each other messages like I love you on KakaoTalk. Yoon Hwan heard Seo Jin's reasoning and showed contempt, saying, yeah, the defense is saying exactly what you just said. But in this case, hearing this, Seo Jin only smiled slightly and said nothing. Seo Jin said fiercely and firmly, if it were me, I would prosecute him under Article 302 of the Criminal Code. Article 302 of the Criminal Code, sexual intercourse, etc. with a minor. Any person who by means of deception or by taking advantage of his influence has sexual intercourse or commits an indecent act with a minor or a person lacking the capacity to recognize right from wrong shall be punished by imprisonment or detention in a juvenile reformatory. What Seo Jin said next left Yoon Hwan stunned and nearly unable to argue back. In this case, that man in his 40s deceived a minor into believing he would be her boyfriend, yet he has a wife and never had any serious or long-term intentions with a child. Seo Jin spoke as he approached Yoon Hwan. Under Seo Jin's pressure, Yoon Hwan could not help but feel afraid. That fact alone is enough basis to charge him under Article 302. Why choose the hard way when there is an easier path? Hearing this, young Jun's expression darkened, and he was speechless. Mr. Jun Man looked confused and asked young Jun, so in the end, which one of them is right? Young Jun just sat there silently and replied, that is how the law is. It can change depending on how you look at it. Both sides are saying things that are correct. Young Jun put down the wine glass he was holding and said politely, well, I should probably be going. You are going back to work tomorrow, so you must be busy. Hearing this, Seo Jin's parents, Mr. Jun Man and Mrs. Mi Jong were a bit surprised, and then they both looked at each other and giggled. At this time, Seo Jin was driving on the road while talking on the phone with Mr. Jun Man, who said gleefully, Seo Jin, you should have seen young Jun's face at that moment. I have never seen him so flustered before. Seo Jin only smiled slightly and replied to his father, haha dad, you already told me this yesterday. Mr. Jun Man said delightedly and with a bit of pride, my son really is the best, the greatest of all son, work hard, okay, remember to eat well. Then Seo Jin replied awkwardly, yes, I will call you back later. After the call ended, Seo Jin's mood felt a bit melancholy. Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for the owner of this body. Finally, Seo Jin arrived at his destination and began to park the car. Dongnam Branch, Gangwon District Prosecutor's Office. I walked inside, thinking to myself, I had anticipated this, but Seo Jin looked at the bleak atmosphere around him and felt a slight surprise. The atmosphere here was even gloomier than I imagined. This Dongnam Branch is like a prison for prosecutors, both dark and terrifying. Although it is not a small branch, prosecutors avoid it because it is a place where those who lose in battles against the powerful are exiled. A place that wears an ordinary cloak but makes every prosecutor want to stay away at the mere mention of its name, the exile land of Dongnam Gun. Then he arrived in front of a room, opened the door and looked around. This was the very place where Kim Seo Jin had been training as a junior prosecutor. Looking at everything around him, he reminisced. I never thought there would be a day when I would wear the prosecutor's robes again. Myung-soo approached from behind Seo Jin and spoke with a somewhat irritated attitude. If you are not going in, why are you just standing there like a statue? Seo Jin calmly turned his head to look at the man, thinking, he is Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo. Myung-soo looked at him and said as he walked, now that you have rested, I assume you are ready for your debut match, right? Seo Jin politely replied, yes sir. Myung-soo continued, don't make me look bad. If you embarrass me, I will throw that annoying prosecutor's robe of yours straight into the trash. With that, he tossed a stack of documents to Seo Jin. Seo Jin picked them up and flipped through the pages as Myung-soo commanded. Read it over. Seo Jin focused on reading the details of the case. A woman in her 40s, while intoxicated and on her way home, died in a traffic accident. He continued reading the case. The accident occurred at 1:40 a.m. The driver was operating an SUV and traveling at the legal speed limit of 80 km per hour. Myung-soo, with a look of annoyance and contempt, stared at Seo Jin and said, sounds like a simple case, does not it? You were not just lying in bed for 3 weeks doing nothing, were you? Seo Jin just calmly looked at the documents in his hand and replied. The prosecution has indicted the driver, claiming he failed to fulfill his duty of care, while the driver maintains it was an unavoidable accident. Seo Jin continued, in a case like this, the prosecution must reasonably prove that this was not an unavoidable accident. Hearing this, Myung-soo asked, what about the expected sentence? To his question, Seo Jin maintained his calm and professional demeanor, replying, if both parties have settled on compensation, it would typically be a 1-year prison sentence with a 2-year suspended sentence. But since the victim's family is demanding a severe punishment, I believe the defendant will get about 1 year of actual imprisonment. Hearing Seo Jin's sharp reasoning, Myung-soo could not help but exclaim, "Did your uncle give you private tutoring for 3 weeks or something?" He thought with some resentment, "I do not like this. For a rookie, he is talking way too smoothly." It seemed Myung-soo still did not accept Seo Jin. Damn it, there is nothing even to nitpick like this. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, that is right. Have you been to the scene yet?" Seeing Myung-soo ask that, Seo Jin was a bit confused but still replied politely. "Pardon," Myung-soo asked again, "you have not been there, have you?" Seo Jin replied, "No, not yet." Upon hearing his answer, Myung-soo immediately put on an attitude and shouted, "If your analysis is that immature, go out and check it yourself. Do you think things are that easy? Do you think the court is a joke?" He yelled loudly, "Get to the crime scene right now." Seo Jin helplessly followed Myung-soo's orders. On his very first day back, he was kicked out to the scene after only an hour. But it seemed, Seo Jin was actually quite excited to be out like this, as his body was itching for some action anyway. He looked around and pondered. The driver was in an SUV and kept to the limit of 80 kilometers per hour. The scene is a section of the right shoulder with a very sharp curve. Seo Jin stared intently at the stretch of road where the accident happened. He said he was going 80 kilometers per hour through this section and then steered. He carefully searched for remaining evidence on the road and picked up a piece of glass to examine. A curve this sharp. Usually one would have to slow down. Then, a gloomy and cold voice echoed in Seo Jin's mind. "Please." Seo Jin held the glass shard and looked at it carefully, observing it intently. In that cold black and white space, a woman's voice rang out. "You are the only person I can ask." Then another voice spoke up. "Please, this is business. So you plan to pay me 200 million won?" Another person there spoke. "That is right." A thin but firm hand, likely a man's, was raised as that person continued. 220 is a bit low. Let us round it up to 300 million, including the lawyer's fees. The woman clenched her fists and willingly agreed. "Fine." The other person continued. "Good. Doing manual labor only earns about 100,000 won a day. 300 million is a huge bargain." At this point, Seo Jin felt a bit uneasy, as if he had just experienced something terrible. Phew. So it is over. Seo Jin reflected on what just happened. Since I was reborn, every time I touch certain objects, a black and white world opens up before my eyes. It is a phenomenon with an unknown cause that I can't control, he thought. But one thing is for sure, what I see are things that truly happened in the past. It feels like I am reading the memories of objects.
Like psychometry.
Seo Jin stared intently at the broken glass shard in his hand. Perhaps this is related to the case I am handling now. If only I could have seen his face back then. Seo Jin's face turned serious as he looked at the glass, turning it over. "Please. 300 million won." At that moment, a flash of realization hit him. Could it be that this was not just a simple accident? Seo Jin sat there alone, muttering, "Another memory. I can feel it, but I can't see it." From behind, a voice called his name, surprising him and making him turn around. "Hey, Kim Seo Jin." It turned out to be Jong Seung, who was walking with Sohee. He asked, "What are you doing?" Jong Seung's call startled Seo Jin, forcing him to turn and look. "Hey, Kim Seo Jin." Seo Jin slowly stood up and looked at the two of them, answering awkwardly. "I have to be careful about how others see me," he thought. "If I do anything even slightly unusual, they will treat me like a crazy person." Jong Seung, looking quite listless, took a cigarette from the pack and asked, "Anyway, it has been a while. What exactly happened to you? Even Yoon Hwan said he was worried about you." Hearing this, Seo Jin replied, "Yeah, well, all sorts of things happened because of the appearance of Jong Seung and Sohee." Seo Jin asked curiously, "But why are you two here?" Jong Seung replied, "We heard you were coming to the scene, so we were kicked out too. You know how it is, the people at this branch have never liked us." Seo Jin helplessly recalled the image of Myung-soo shouting at him. "Damn it, why do we have to come to someone else's debut match scene?" Seo Jin thought to himself. Well, that is true. To these prosecutors who were exiled for defying their superiors, silver spoon kids like us are a thorn in their side. Then Jong Seung spoke up. "Let us just go through the motions and go back. It just looks like a normal traffic accident, right?" Seo Jin turned and waved his hand, ignoring his words. "If you are cold, you should at least wait at the nearby coffee shop. When I am done and heading back, I will call you." Hearing this, Jong Seung was annoyed but asked back, "You're going back?" Seo Jin's words inadvertently drove Jong Seung mad. He gritted his teeth as Seo Jin said, "I have to go check a few things." With that, he placed a hand on Seo Jin's shoulder to stop him.
"Hey."
Jong Seung, with a scowling unpleasant face and a threatening tone, stared at Seo Jin and said, "Didn't you hear me? I said, let us go back." "Got it." Seeing this, Seo Jin turned his head slightly in surprise and thought, why is he suddenly getting angry? Jong Seung glanced over. It turned out he was glancing at Sohee. It seemed Seo Jin realized something, as he just chuckled. "Oh boy." Then he raised his head and brushed Jong Seung's hand off, thinking, is he putting on a show for no reason just because the girl he likes is here? Then Seo Jin calmly answered Jong Seung, "Didn't you hear me? This is my case. If you're not interested, go back first." He thought to himself, it seems the old Seo Jin always obediently followed this guy. "Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that." Jong Sung gritted his teeth in rage and asked, "What? Go back first, I guess you won't snap out of it until you ruin your debut match." Then Jong Sung spoke loudly, "You know the defense lawyer for your debut is my father's friend, right? After how many times I have bowed and asked him to go easy on you." Hearing this, Seo Jin just whispered, "Ah, he has truly gone crazy." It turned out Seo Jin was laughing so hard, he almost teared up. Then he looked at Jong Sung and said mockingly, "A man over 30 years old, and a prosecutor no less, threatening me by dragging out his father's friend. That is absolutely pathetic." Hearing Seo Jin's words, Jong Sung was beyond furious.
You
little brat." Seo Jin stepped closer to Jong Sung and patted his shoulder, saying, "Jong Sung, remember to tell your father when you get home." He leaned in close to Jong Sung and continued, making him even angrier, "Tell him to discipline this bastard Kim Seo Jin properly." At this point, Jong Sung could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed his collar and screamed, "Kid, who do you think you are?" This time, So Hee finally spoke up. "Fine." With that she turned to leave. "I will be at the coffee shop ahead. Call me when you are leaving." Seeing So Hee leave, Jong Sung called her name in panic. So Hee. He turned back to glare at Seo Jin. "Just you wait and see," before turning to chase after her. "Wait for me." So Hee. Both got into the car, and So Hee said coldly, "Let us go." Jong Sung, sitting next to her, said, "Wait, let me call Yoon Hwan first." So Hee, you remember him, right? The prosecutor general's son. So Hee glanced at Jong Sung and thought, why is he suddenly working so hard? It is not like him at all. On the other side, Jong Sung was on the phone with Seo Jin's cousin, Yoon Hwan. "Hey Yoon Hwan, it is me. Did Kim Seo Jin hit his head or something? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" Jong Sung continued, "I do not know." Just now ignoring Jong Sung's phone call, she looked at Seo Jin's back and thought, I thought he was just the type to be arrogant because his parents have money. Could I have been wrong? So Hee closed her eyes and thought, well, it is probably just a temporary phase. Seo Jin stood alone in the middle of the road where the accident occurred. He just thought silently, but why would Kim Seo Jin hang out with a guy like that? Come to think of it, I heard they were quite close to Kim Yoon Hwan. The image of Yoon Hwan diligently reading a book, looking both romantic and elegant, appeared. Based on what I have observed over the past 3 weeks, the previous Seo Jin was a dry, stiff person, but someone who knew right from wrong. He did not seem like the type to be close to Shin Jong Seung or Kim Yoon Hwan at all, but according to his brother Jin Young, they were closer than imagined. Then Seo Jin stood there talking to himself, not noticing someone approaching from behind. I am not sure. For now, I must continue examining the surroundings. It turned out to be an elderly woman. She approached Seo Jin and asked, "What are you doing standing in such a dangerous place, young man?" Seo Jin politely greeted her and replied, "Hello madam. I am investigating a crime scene." The old woman asked, "Are you the police? Is there still something to investigate?" Then she said, "Tisk tisk, poor Soo Jeong. She is the only one who suffered." Hearing this, Seo Jin was a bit surprised and asked, "It seems you knew the deceased." The two stood talking for a while before the old woman began to tell the story. "Of course I knew her. I run the convenience store around here. I have known Soo Jeong since she was a student. Naturally I knew her well. She was kind and beautiful, and a good mother to her children." The old woman's face looked sad as she continued regretfully, "That Jang Dong-ik fellow moved away a long time ago and was nowhere to be seen. I do not know when he came back to cause such trouble." Seo Jin listened to her story and thought curiously, Jang Dong-ik. So she is talking about the driver. He recalled the man with thin but firm hands from earlier, and speculated, the man in the psychometric image is likely Jang Dong-ik. If so, then that woman is. To verify his suspicions, Seo Jin asked the old woman, "Madam, let me ask, was Jang Dong-ik close with the victim's family?" The old woman looked at him and answered, "Well, I suppose so. They are all from this neighborhood." Then she said something that made Seo Jin pause to think. Thinking back, Soo Jeong's older sister was in the same elementary school class as him. Then Seo Jin said goodbye to the old woman, returned to his car, and made a call. "Officer, please investigate the financial status of both the victim's family and the perpetrator." Seo Jin continued specifically their debts, the call history of the victim's sister, and Seo Jin drove alone through a tunnel as the scattered puzzle pieces gradually began to fit together. In a document containing all the necessary details of the victim, the deceased is named Woo Soo-gyang, 41 years old. She had been separated from her husband for 7 years and was essentially considered divorced. Then the image of Soo-gyang's past appeared. She worked day and night to raise her 2 sons alone. Everything related to her was recorded clearly and in detail. A few days before the incident, there was a company dinner at the raw seafood restaurant where she worked. The sequence of Soo Jeong's past activities was recorded in great detail. After the party, she was walking home alone when the accident occurred. Seo Jin arrived at a location, sat down, and asked, "Was that company dinner an impromptu event?" It turned out he went to the raw seafood restaurant and was talking to the owner, Kim Oh-sung. The man replied, "No, because everyone has families. It is not easy to gather randomly. Whenever there is a dinner, we always announce it a few days in advance. This time was no exception." Then Seo Jin took out a notebook, opened it, and asked, "You gave Woo Soo-jeong separate taxi fare on the day of the incident, right, Mr. Oh Soung replied, "Yes, that is right." Seo Jin asked further, "How much did you give?" Oh Soung replied, 100,000 won. Hearing this, Seo Jin was surprised. Isn't that a bit much for taxi fare? It is within walking distance from here, Mr. Oh, So-eung replied cheerfully. Oh, I knew for sure she would not take a taxi. Soo-jong hardly even took the bus. She was stubborn and walked everywhere, saying that with that money she could buy snacks for the kids. I knew that, so I gave it to her as pocket money for the children. He remembered the last night he saw her and recounted, but that night was too late, so I forced her into a taxi. Then he discovered that Soo-jeong had secretly gotten out. And yet, as soon as she passed the corner, she got out immediately. With that, the seafood restaurant owner sighed and continued. If she had just stayed in the taxi that night, she would still be working here now, smiling. After hearing everything the owner said, Seo Jin thought silently. I will summarize this briefly. He picked up the file and pondered. The party was announced in advance. The victim had a habit of walking even late at night. In other words, if someone planned a murder, determining the time and place would not be difficult at all. Seo Jin opened the file and read intently. The victim's older sister, Woo Soo-jin, 45 years old, unmarried. Seo Jin was also provided with information about Soo-jeong's sister. She ran a small pork belly restaurant in the market alone. Business was not going well, and she recently got involved with loan sharks. Her confirmed debts amounted to 120 million won. Next was the man suspected of being the primary perpetrator, Jang Dong-ik. Next, the perpetrator Jang Dong-ik. He attended the same elementary school as the victim's sister. It was a very small school with only about 120 students total, so there is a high probability they knew each other. Seo Jin looked at the files of the two intently. After graduating from middle school, he moved to Gyeonggi-do and has 2 prior convictions for violence. He was recently released from prison and is carrying a debt of about 30 million won, and he moved back to this area last August. Then Seo Jin flipped through the pages to look for more clues. There is no evidence that Jang Dong-ik and Woo Soo-jin communicated separately. This is a small town. It is very likely they crossed paths during their daily lives. And then, a piece of information startled Seo Jin. This information seemed to provide Seo Jin with a breakthrough to solve the case. For the sake of her 2 sons, the victim purchased life insurance 1 year and 3 months ago. The insurance payout amounts to 1 billion won. Then he tossed the file aside, rested his chin on his hand, and thought, the beneficiary is the victim's older sister, Woo Soo-jin. At the branch, a phone call rang. The voice on the other end spoke in a mocking tone. Hey, Myung-soo. I heard the kid I am up against this time is under your wing. He is not embarrassing you. Is he train him properly? Do not let him make a fool of himself. Hearing this, Myung-soo replied without any anger. Stop worrying about other people's business and hang up. The other end continued. I will make sure he does not end up like you. Do you want me to turn him into a carbon copy of you? Anyway, if you are free, let us grab a meal later. Good luck. Seo Jin walked in, and Myung-soo asked coldly, Kim Seo Jin, are you well prepared for the first summon investigation? Seo Jin calmly replied, yes. I have confirmed 12 types of gross negligence and violations of the duty to look ahead. Then Myung-soo continued, don't feel pressured just because the opposing lawyer is a senior who used to be a prosecutor. You must maintain the initiative firmly. Myung-soo added, go on. Looking at how Myung-soo spoke today, Seo Jin could not help but be curious. He is acting strange today. As Seo Jin was about to leave, Myung-soo spoke up. Ah, wait. Seo Jin stopped and replied, yes sir. Is there anything else you want to say? Myung-soo, full of intense determination and a hint of killing intent, reminded him. Absolutely. Do not let any mistakes
happen.
Do it well. Seeing his killing intent and passion, Seo Jin replied with a bit of fear. Yes sir. He thought, don't mess this up. Then Myung-soo looked out the window and slowly pulled the blinds down. Myung-soo looked out with sharp eyes. Koo, sang Jin. Down in the parking lot, Jong Sung was walking toward a car parked there. He ran up excitedly and asked happily, Uncle, you are here. Gu Sang Jin stepped out of the car and answered him. Yeah, long time no see. Myung-soo looked at him with determination. I can't lose. Especially not to you. A voice rang out asking him, are you here? Then Jong Sung approached and both Jong Sung and Sang Jin talked as they walked. Long time no see. The air here must be quite nice, right? You look healthier. Jong Sung replied, not at all. I just want to go back to Seoul right away. Sang Jin turned to look at Jong Sung and asked, so, what kind of prosecutor am I facing this time? Give me some information. Jong Sung just laughed and said, he is just an unknown trainee prosecutor. Jong Sung continued, oh, he is a bit arrogant, so please bear with him. His father is the CEO of Jaesung Construction. Hearing this, Sang Jin immediately put on an air of superiority. He needs to be crushed once to learn to fear the law. Jong Sung, walking beside him, added, but go easy on him. Okay. Then he left, waving goodbye as he walked. Let us grab a meal when you are done. Jong Sung bowed politely. Sure, see you then. Then Jong Sung flashed a devious smile and thought craftily, Kim Seo Jin, a kid like you dares to insult me. Let us see how miserably you lose face. At room 302, interrogation room number 3, Sang Jin walked into the room while Seo Jin was busy with the interrogation. His opponent came from a top-tier Korean law firm, famous for an overwhelming win rate and extensive connections in politics and the business world. Seo Jin looked at him and thought, veteran lawyer Gu Sang-jin. The man had a devious face but still politely offered his business card and introduced himself. I am Gu Sang-jin. He looked at the young Seo Jin and felt smug. Go ahead and struggle all you want. It is useless. Your debut match will become your end. Then he chuckled and asked Seo Jin, Prosecutor, if you do not mind me asking, how old are you? He only replied coldly, seemingly not caring about the man at all. If you knew that was an impolite question, then you should not have asked. The man kept the smile on his face and replied with a sigh. Oh, my apologies if I offended you. I was just a bit curious. Alright then, let us get straight to the point. Then Sang Jin went directly to the matter at hand and said, a person suddenly darting out from an alley, a bicycle going against traffic on a curve, those are all situations where a driver does not have enough time to avoid them. Sang Jin sat next to Jang Dong-ik and continued, this case is similar. Instead of trying to apply an excessive indictment, we should approach the matter rationally. Then Seo Jin raised his hand to interrupt Sang Jin. Please stop for a moment. Seo Jin turned his head to look at Dong-ik and said politely, first of all, there is one thing I want to ask Mr. Jang Dong-ik. The man nervously and with some panic turned to look at Sang Jin and asked, lawyer, what should we do? Sang Jin, arrogant and confident, said calmly, let us just hear what our young prosecutor is curious about. Then Sang Jin looked at Seo Jin and said, go ahead and ask. Seo Jin, with a cold and serious face, said, Mr.
Jang Dong-ik, I heard you are in debt.
Seo Jin then asked, but lawyer Gu, your fees are very expensive, are not they? Where did you get the money to hire him? Hearing Seo Jin's question, Mr. Sang Jin angrily slammed the table and stood up. Mr. Prosecutor. Then Seo Jin smiled it off and said, sorry for the offense. I was just curious. The man was furious but tried to sit down calmly. That insolent brat, how dare he say that in front of a senior like me? Seo Jin remained calm, looking at him and chuckling softly. Let us see how long you can keep that arrogant attitude. Then Seo Jin asked, Mr. Jang Dong-ik, you attended Dongnam Elementary School, did not you? Dong-ik, still nervous and confused, replied, sorry, oh yes. He thought anxiously, what is he planning to ask? Seo Jin's next words left Jang Dong-ik frozen, unable to hide his mounting terror. Are you acquainted with someone named Woo Soo-jin? She is the victim's older sister. Sang Jin stepped in to prevent Dong-ik from answering. Mr. Jang, do not answer that. But in his state of panic, he blurted out, yes. Seo Jin continued to press on, overpowering Sang Jin. Did you know that the insurance beneficiary is the victim's sister? Hearing this, Sang Jin could no longer hide his rage. He slammed the table and stood up. Prosecutor, what do you think you are doing? What does that have to do with a traffic accident? Seo Jin's face darkened as he spoke with gravity. I believe there is a possibility that this is not just a simple traffic accident. Hearing this, Jang Dong-ik became utterly terrified, his fear becoming increasingly visible. Mr. Sang Jin grew even more furious and stood up abruptly shouting, don't talk about possibilities, present clear evidence. Seo Jin chuckled confidently and said, of course. Seo Jin turned his computer screen toward them and said, I have the evidence. Upon seeing the video on the computer, Jang Dong-ik began to tremble violently in fear. The screen showed Dong-ik wearing a black hat, sitting in a coffee shop. Seo Jin continued, Mr. Jang, on the day of the incident, you were sitting in a cafe near the sashimi restaurant where the victim worked, were not you? Seeing the video, Sang Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said, if that is what you call your evidence, you have simply tracked his route for that day. Does that mean everyone present in that cafe is a suspect? Sang Jin confidently countered Seo Jin. Prosecutor, I have been in this business for 15 years. I can see right through what you are thinking. He stood up and spoke grandly. You suspect that the victim's sister conspired with my client to arrange a contract killing, do not you? Sang Jin's face was full of cunning and threat. I advise you to stop tearing apart an already miserable bereaved family, unless you want to see your name dragged across the front pages of the newspapers. Having said that, Sang Jin leisurely and calmly sat back down. Instead, use that time to bring out real, solid evidence. If you do not have any, then we should quietly return to discussing a traffic accident. He looked at Seo Jin with a smug expression and laughed inwardly. No matter how much he dances, he is just a lowly trainee prosecutor. But Seo Jin's next words cut through Sang Jin's thoughts. Lawyer, I think you are misunderstanding something. Hearing this, the man froze in surprise. Seo Jin looked at Sang Jin with a calm yet dangerous and intimidating gaze, his voice carrying a threat. I am the one who decides whether to prosecute or not. Furthermore, I do not need your permission. The lawyer was startled and anxious. He felt a surge of helpless anger as he clenched his fists. This kid. Is he really just an intern? Sang Jin stared at Seo Jin restlessly, unable to believe his eyes. How could a newcomer be as composed as a seasoned veteran? He nervously turned to Jang Dong-ik and whispered, keep your mouth shut. We can't let a single opening slip in front of this guy today. Just stay on the defensive. Seo Jin remained unwavering and spoke firmly. 200 million is a bit low. He raised his hand, mimicking the gesture of the killer he had seen in the memory from the glass shard. Raise it to 300 million, including the lawyer's fees, and then I will help you. Hearing this, Jang Dong-ik trembled so hard he could not speak. How How do you? Seo Jin's gaze was as sharp as if he had seen right through Dong-ik's mind. Have you never heard those words somewhere before? Faced with Seo Jin's overwhelming presence and cold aura, Jang Dong-ik panicked, jumping to his feet to deny it. I did not kill her. I told you, I did not kill her. Seo Jin remained calm and typed on his computer, asking, really? Seo Jin played another video, looked up at him and asked, then who did you call after the accident? Jang Dong-ik panicked and gave a frantic, inconsistent statement. The police. No, the insurance company. It was 119. Sang Jin, sitting beside him, impatiently answered for Dong-ik after hitting someone. Do you think you could think clearly? According to the records, he called 119 immediately. Looking at the video, Seo Jin continued, the black box shows you made the call at 1:04 a.m. He continued calmly and then asked, but the fire department records show the call was received at 1:46 a.m. Did the phone ring for 6 whole minutes? Sang Jin still tried to counter Seo Jin. Many people do not set the time correctly on their black boxes. This argument is too forced. Hearing this, Seo Jin calmly asked back, is that so? Then Seo Jin presented another video of Jang Dong-ik and asked, then what about this? 6 minutes after the first call, you made another call. Jang Dong-ik protested, it is just a coincidence. But Seo Jin was firm. Nope. Seo Jin sat there with a serious, almost terrifying expression and sharp reasoning. At 1:40 a.m., you called the victim's sister, Woo Soo-jin. Seo Jin's words and sharp logic made Jang Dong-ik tremble more and more, his body drenched in sweat. While waiting for the victim to stop breathing, Myung-soo, standing outside, observing everything with his arms crossed, muttered, You are a real madman. So this is a murder case. Then Myung-soo took out his phone and called Kim Gwon-young. Myung-soo spoke into the phone with a smug tone. Chief, this is Lee Myung-soo. I think you should come over here for a moment. A surprised and astonished voice rang out. What? A contract killing hired by the victim's own sister. The world is truly going to hell. But how did that kid dig all this up? Isn't he just a trainee prosecutor? Then the two men stood outside looking in, and a voice full of respect said, Kim Seo Jin. Not bad at all. It looks like Gu Sang-jin has finally met his match. Myung-soo, standing beside him, spoke politely to Gwon-young. So, based on that, allow me to draft a little
script, shall we?
He continued, our branch has been quiet for too long. A little noise won't hurt, right? Kim Gwon-young smiled and asked back, is that all? Myung-soo gave a faint smile and replied, Gu Sang-jin is an old classmate of mine. Inside the interrogation room, Sang-jin was utterly flustered, but could do nothing. Myung-soo continued, I want to put a scratch on that arrogant man's reputation. Jong-seung, walking with So-hee, asked her, did you know that today is Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin's first summons interrogation? Hearing this, So-hee was a bit surprised and replied, I did not know it was today. Jong-seung sighed and added, but this time Seo Jin is going to have a hard time. His opponent is lawyer Gu Sang-jin himself. Then he spoke arrogantly and smugly, how can a rookie win against lawyer Gu? He will probably be publicly humiliated right there in the interrogation room. In the distance, a voice rang out asking, what is Gu Sang-jin doing here? The voice turned out to be from someone among a group of reporters discussing the matter. He must be getting paid a lot. Haven't you heard the rumors? Gu Sang-jin is the type of person who would defend the devil himself if the money was right. Jong-seung and So-hee walked closer to the reporters as he continued. It seems the reporters have caught wind of something. With that, he covered his mouth and chuckled with glee and satisfaction, saying, I wonder how our poor Seo Jin will handle this. He will definitely end up in the papers, and his debut will become a permanent stain on his career. Jong-seung thought smugly, serves him right. Kim Seo Jin should not have dared to climb over my head. The reporters continued to gossip, their conversation growing more heated. What? Gu Sang-jin is being overwhelmed. Yeah, I heard that trainee prosecutor is no joke. They say from the beginning until now, he has not lost a single exchange to Gu Sang-jin. He is the one controlling the rhythm. No way, it is true. My source is not the type to talk nonsense. Hearing the reporters say that, Jong-seung's expression changed to one of panic and worry. What are they talking about? In the end, who is losing to whom? From inside the interrogation room, an annoyed scream rang out. Damn it, let go of me. I said let go. Jang Dong-ik was being held back and screamed frantically. If you took my money, you have to defend me properly. I am innocent. I did not do anything. Seo Jin stood there with his arms crossed, looking at Sang-jin and asking, is my senior planning to leave already? Seo Jin remained calm as he looked at him and continued, or are you planning to continue? Hearing Seo Jin say that, the old Sang-jin quickly said in a panic, no, I am withdrawing from this case. I only took this on because I thought it was a traffic accident. He added hurriedly, but this is... Seo Jin stood there and replied calmly, well then, why do not you just go? Sang-jin was extremely angry and could not accept losing to a trainee prosecutor like Seo Jin. He spoke with resentment. Kim Seo Jin, watch your mouth. I have seen plenty of people act like you, only to end up having their badges stripped. With that, he turned and left in a state of ultimate fury. Seo Jin stood there pensively, recalling his past as Jun Kyung. Prosecutor Seo Jun-young, why did you try so hard? It turned out it was the same old Sang-jin. He had always looked down on and mocked others like that. Don't you know that the harder you try, the more people target you, the more they make a fool of you. If you want to get ahead, then crawl.
Bow your head and scream.
Despite Seo Jun Kyung's disdain, he still said, I love you, Congressman. Just like that. Returning to the present, Seo Jin smiled faintly and thought, that face of yours is just as annoying as it was back then. Seo Jin opened the door of interrogation room 3 and walked in. Gu Sang Jin, I will be taking you down soon too. In the quiet hallway, only the sound of Seo Jin's door clicking shut remained. Jong Sung, and so he hid to one side and observed him. He felt a bit of resentment. That bastard. So he, standing beside him, spoke gently. He is different than before, is not he? Hearing So he say that, Jong Sung was stunned. She continued, even to you, does not Prosecutor Kim look different? Jong Sung was unwilling to accept it and could only stand there silently cursing Seo Jin in his heart. Damn it, what the hell is going on? On the other side, Seo Jin's phone rang. It turned out to be Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo calling. Seo Jin picked up the phone and answered, yes, Prosecutor. On the other end, Myung-soo's voice was full of pride. Well done. Let us go out and eat. Outside, at a restaurant called 30-Year Original Gukbap, Myung-soo poured him a glass of water and asked, why did not you tell me the case had been overturned? To Myung-soo's question, Seo Jin bowed his head slightly in embarrassment. I am sorry. Myung-soo had no intention of blaming him. Never mind. I think I know why. Myung-soo picked up his glass, looked at Seo Jin and asked, but how did you pull a murder charge out of a simple traffic accident? Seo Jin smiled happily and answered Myung-soo nonchalantly. I discovered it through psychometry. He thought with a bit of anxious confusion, I should say that if I want to be considered a madman. Then Seo Jin continued to Myung-soo, when I put the clues together, I saw a few things did not add up, so I dug deeper. And, hearing this, Myung-soo was happy and even a bit proud as he praised Seo Jin. Good. Keep it up. Don't just look at the individual trees. Look at the whole forest. Seo Jin noticed his brother's changed attitude and thought, as expected, his attitude has completely shifted now. Seo Jin continued thinking, perhaps because he witnessed Gu Sang Jin being completely humiliated after the interrogation. He clearly has more sympathy for me. The waiter brought out a bowl of food that startled him, and Myung-soo said happily, here is your bean sprout soup with rice. He continued generously and happily, to celebrate your first summons interrogation, I ordered you an extra large portion. Don't be shy, eat up. Seo Jin looked at the massive portion and felt helpless. Is he trying to feed me to death? Then Myung-soo, showing concern for Seo Jin, asked him, so, do you want to follow this case to the end? If it is too much for you, just say so. I can transfer it to the trial prosecutor. But Seo Jin politely declined. No, I can do it. Seo Jin thought about it. I did not expect him to actually let a rookie like me handle the entire trial phase.
Myung-soo continued, Gu Sang Jin will go all out against you.
Do you think you can win? Hearing him say that, Seo Jin asked curiously. Pardon, but lawyer Gu said he was dropping the case. Myung-soo spoke as if he had already anticipated Sang Jin's every move. No, he will be back. Myung-soo's face was cunning and full of a bit of gleeful satisfaction as he continued. I have been sprinkling red pepper powder all over his life lately. He must be suffering quite a bit right now. On the other side, Sang Jin received a call and stood up in shock. What? Hey, reporter, who on earth told you that? Sang Jin and Jong Sung were sitting and eating together. The reporter on the other end replied, I am a reporter, you know I can't reveal my sources. You of all people should understand that. Anyway, I heard you were, pushed into a corner by a brand new prosecutor to the point of coming up empty-handed. The reporter on the other end continued, and you are planning to decline this case because you think you will lose. Hearing this, Sang Jin was so angry his hands shook as he gripped the phone. Listen to me carefully. He shouted angrily into the phone at the reporter on the other end. Don't you dare publish a single word of what you just said. Understand, if you do, neither you nor your newsroom will be safe. The reporter on the other end stammered in response. Well, the thing is. Hearing this, Sang Jin was so terrified his face turned pale, and he asked stutteringly, You have not published it yet, right? The reporter replied politely, I am sorry. I did not write that you lost to a new prosecutor. I only heard that you took on this murder case, so I only published that. Sang Jin immediately opened his phone to see the latest news about himself. Star lawyer Gu Sang Jin takes on murder case in Dongnam district, suspecting contract killing between two sisters. High probability of a courtroom showdown with a rookie prosecutor. Famous TV lawyer Gu Sang Jin has taken a murder case in Dongnam, Gangwon province, drawing massive public attention. In contrast to his reputation, the prosecutor in charge is Kim Seo Jin, a rookie appointed only last year. He read the comments about him. Is Mr. Greeley going all the way to Gangwon-do? If the opponent is just a rookie, it will be a walk in the park. Panic and anxiety set in. What? The news is out already? That was too fast. He clenched his sweaty hands in worry and thought, is it because the topic is too sensational that it spread so fast? Or did someone intentionally leak the news? Fearing the judgment and ridicule of everyone, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. As expected of a top-tier lawyer, he is different. Taking a case like this. Man, I am jealous. This will only make his reputation grow. He thought, now there is no turning back. He clenched his fists in anger and slammed them on the table. Damn it. Online, this information was spreading rapidly. Lawyer Gu Sang Jin takes over the defense for the woman accused of murdering her own sister. A voice rang out. It has caused quite a stir, has not it? Sang Jin could only bow his head and admit his fault. I am sorry. The man turned to look at the city and calmly continued. There is no need to apologize. I do not care if you are defending a stray dog from the edge of town. That man was none other than managing partner Jang Taek-jun of JTJ law firm. He turned to look at Sang Jin with a terrifying expression and said, but losing is something I absolutely will not tolerate. Then he stepped closer to Sang Jin and continued, make the eldest sister look absolutely pitiful. With an expressionless face, he laid out a new plan for Mr. Sang Jin. Tak-jun placed a hand on Sang Jin's shoulder and said, turn the deceased younger sister into someone people think deserved to die, and paint the prosecutor in charge as a monster. Jang Taek-jun continued, if you can do that, public opinion will start to shift. And once the public changes its mind, the judge will feel the pressure. Only then will the legal arguments start to matter. He patted Sang Jin's shoulder lightly and continued, remember this well, clients do not care about our sense of right or wrong, good or evil. The only thing they care about is whether we are capable or useless. Then Taek-jun brushed past Sang Jin and said in a threatening tone, you have to win. If you can't even win a trivial match like this. Having said that, he spoke words that made Sang Jin begin to tremble with fear. Then there is no place for you here anymore. Sang Jin was speechless with rage and could only endure it by clenching his fists. At this time, in front of the building where Sang Jin was standing, reporters had arrived and crowded the exit, constantly taking photos. Seeing Sang Jin come out, the reporters rushed over to interview him. Lawyer Gu Sang Jin, do you feel pressure taking on this case? What do you think of the rumors that you will take any case as long as there is money? Did she really hire someone to kill her sister just for the insurance money? Gu Sang Jin calmly began to counter, steering public opinion as he intended. With such evidence, are you turning a grieving relative into a killer? Hearing this, the reporters present began to waver, and one of them asked, are you saying she is innocent? On what grounds? He stood there confidently answering the press. Until now, everything has been mere allegations and speculation from the prosecution. In this entire murder case, there is not a single fingerprint. A sister who just lost her sibling and has not even had time to heal has been branded a murderer and arrested. He tried to portray himself as the righteous one and led the reporters step by step. Reporters, please remember the principle of innocent until proven guilty. Amidst the camera lenses and the surrounding reporters, Sang Jin continued, even before the first trial has concluded, a woman who lost her sister has been crucified as a killer. The prosecution did that, and you are all complicit. He tried to act innocent and gradually gained everyone's trust. Please, show some restraint. I beg of you. Thanks to this interview, related articles and information once again flooded social media. The headline this time was, Lawyer Gu Sang Jin says he took the case to prevent another victim from being wrongfully convicted. He went to the victim Soo Jeong's older sister, putting on a fake innocent face with that same artificial smile and saying, I will win an innocent verdict. His purpose was all too clear as he spoke to the suspect, Woo Soo Jin. Hearing his words, she trembled with fear. In return, give me half of the insurance money. Then Sang Jin's expression changed, and he asked seriously, now, why did you kill your sister? How did you do it? I am on your side, so tell me the truth. Sang Jin continued, only then can I help you be declared innocent. Woo Soo Jin trembled with fear and sobbed, then finally began to speak, I had to pay my debts. Every day, the pile of debt made me feel like I was standing on the edge of a cliff. I just wanted to live like a normal person again. She recalled the past between herself and her sister, and continued, then my sister said she had bought life insurance and told me that the beneficiary was me. Sister, if anything happens to me, please help me. The children are so young. Soo Jin held the insurance papers in her hand, and her greed was awakened. She began to plan her sister's death. I started to go crazy. Having said that, Woo Soo Jin clutched her head and trembled, her whole body breaking into tears, but I really intended to raise my nephews. My sister always felt guilty for not being able to send them to good academies, so I thought I would send them to better places. Then she clutched her head and sobbed like a child filled with regret. Soo Gyeong, I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Looking at Soo Jin full of suffering and regret, Sang Jin did not feel a shred of sympathy. Then Woo Soo Jin calmed down and spoke. It turned out she did not truly regret her actions. She looked up with a wicked scheming face and asked, can I really be declared innocent? Gu Sang Jin flashed that fake smile once more and replied, yes, of course. Don't worry. Hands were holding a phone, reading news from various articles. He stood sipping his coffee, intently watching his phone and reflecting. As expected, JTJ's style for turning the tide is fast. He set the glass down on the table with his sinewy hands. But you can't cover up the truth with a few cheap tricks. He put on his suit jacket and hurried out looking serious. At the trial today, I will crush your lies. The elevator floor numbers were descending one by one. Oh, Jin Young. He stood in the elevator, taking out his phone to call someone and ask, are you at work? Did you see Jong Woo? Jong Woo. He listened to the phone while focused on what he wanted to say. Don't you remember? I told you before. Isn't Lee Jong-woo Seo Jin's high school classmate? I heard he is working in the major crimes unit at Dongnam-gun police station. Seo Jin stood in the elevator and replied solemnly to the questions from the other side. Yeah, I remember, but why? Receiving his answer, the other party continued without hesitation. Oh, I happened to run into him yesterday after a long time. We talked about everything, and then he told me about your accident. The scene of a construction site high up appeared, where two people were, one was yawning while the other was observing intently. And then, guess what? He even dragged me around the accident scene until 2 in the morning, and then drove back to Gangwon-do that very night just to see him. Stepping out onto the floor, he was still focused on the phone call, but suddenly noticed someone in the distance. He must be exhausted. Just as he saw the person, the voice on the other end gave the reason for his appearance. Anyway, do not be surprised if Jiang Woo suddenly shows up. Jiang Woo saw him, raised his hand to wave, and called him over. Kim Seo Jin. Just as he saw him, the phone call ended and he turned his eyes to look. Lee Jiang-woo. Before he could be surprised for long, the man stepped closer to him. Wait, you have amnesia, but you still remember me. Seeing his questioning look, Seo Jin did not hide it. Well, I only vaguely remember your face. He thought. Please do not tell me this guy is the same type as Shin Jong-sung. He flared his nostrils and grabbed my shoulders, looking deeply moved. I will find the bastard who pushed you from the 5th floor. Faced with Jiang Woo's protectiveness, Seo Jin only replied calmly, though his words were suspicious. How can you be so sure I was pushed and did not just fall? Seeing his friend like that, Jiang Woo flared up and gave his own reasoning, the instinct of a violent crimes detective. That spot was too perfect for pushing someone off. His eyes wavered as he thought about the truth in Jiang Woo's words. There was definitely something suspicious, no CCTV cameras around and no record of who called 119. With that, they both walked to the parking garage, and he told his friend to get in so they could continue talking. Get in the car first. I will have to investigate this further later. Once they were settled in and had buckled their seatbelts, Jiang Woo spoke first.
Why are you so serious? Don't you joke around anymore?
He had been rambling non-stop since getting in. You won't even play those girl group songs I used to like. Do you really not remember anything? He only replied dismissively. He looked over at him with a smile that could not have been more devious. So that means you do not remember borrowing 300,000 won from me either. To the teasing, he just drove calmly and replied gently. Ah, I remember that. I never borrowed any. The car started and began to drive out of the garage. As for you saying you would give me a bicycle, I also remember saying I would not. After testing the waters, he sat back and rested his chin on his hand. What the? So you remember everything after all. Seeing his friend's actions and concern, he could not help but feel a sense of appreciation. Kim Seo Jin, at least you once had a good friend. While sitting quietly, the sound of a modern pop song suddenly played from somewhere. Why are you stepping out from inside there? It was Jiang Woo's phone, and he answered immediately. What is it? The other side hurriedly reported the news. Ah, Detective Park, you are working hard. Yes, I asked you to let me know as soon as there was news about the Woo Soo Jin case. What? The Woo Soo Jin case. The news hit him like a bolt from the blue, causing him to break out in a cold sweat even while driving. What? You found victim Woo Soo Jiang's phone. Behind the wheel, his vision suddenly went pitch black as he lost control. Why is my psychometry triggering so suddenly now? The car seemed to lose steering and was about to crash into the bushes ahead. Kim Seo Jin. At the prosecutor's office, many people from various sides of the case were present. Is the prosecution really just putting on a show, just like lawyer Gu said? Sang Jin sat straight in his seat below, crossing his arms pensively. Most likely. Besides, this is his first trial. The person next to him added fuel to the fire. Yeah, it is hard for a rookie to win against Gu Sang Jin. Since it is his debut case, he has gone too far. Seeing the person next to him agree, he continued his analysis and evaluation. A traffic accident that should have ended cleanly, yet he puffed it up into a big deal like he is Sherlock Holmes. Elegant dress shoes strode across the tiled floor with a rhythmic clicking sound. He turned his head to see who it was. He might just end up being humiliated. Dressed in his legal robes, he carried a box into the lobby with a serious expression. He continued to watch him intently, as if he possessed an overwhelming aura. Is that man Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin? He looks quite seasoned. It is hard to believe he was just an intern not long ago. He sat stroking his chin with a vile expression. If things go south, the one being disgraced might be Gu Sang Jin. He calmly lifted the neat stacks of documents from the box. Below, there was the rustle of people chatting with each other. It seems it has not started yet. Though he looked formidable on the outside, he was no less anxious deep within his heart. After all, I never expected to be sitting in this position once again. He tapped his hand lightly on the table as a promise to himself. My second life as a prosecutor. The courtroom was crowded with judges, lawyers, and prosecutors, each busy with their tasks. Everyone, please be seated. The criminal trial at the Dongnam District Court will now begin. Defendant Woo Soo Jin, please state your date of birth and address. I won't just endure it like in my past life. In the past, he had been kicked from a high place straight into the abyss, in total confusion about his impending death. Below were dozens of masked men in black, their identities indistinguishable and looking very sinister. Just wait. This time I will definitely crush you all. Soo Jin sat timidly next to him, trembling and keeping her head bowed. Very well, defendant, please be seated. Prosecutor, please present the main contents of the indictment. He stood up boldly, looking devious as if he held a much greater chance of winning than the opposing side. Then let the second act of my career as a prosecutor officially begin. He walked boldly to the center of the court where both sides confronted each other, speaking clearly and solemnly. The defendant, Woo Soo-jin, conspired with her elementary school classmate, Jang Dong-ik, to murder her biological younger sister, Woo Soo-jeong. The two communicated using burner phones registered under other people's names and devised a detailed murder plan. Her face turned dark and her lawyer's expression also grew somewhat unpleasant. Arrogant kid. Let us see how long he can keep that smug look. Don't be nervous, this is just a procedure. Just deny everything the prosecutor says. She was trembling like a leaf, her hands tightly gripping her pants under the table. The living must go on living. If you go to prison, then who will raise your nephews? He glanced at her fear with boredom, while she kept muttering the words he told her. That is right, I did everything for the sake of the children. My sister would have wanted that too. Correct, your sister would have wished for that. At this point, after hearing the accusation from him, the judge turned to ask her, Defendant Woo Soo-jin, do you admit to the details stated in the prosecutor's indictment? Suddenly, a faint, weak sound of a person in a weak position came from her mouth.
No.
When she looked up, tears were already streaming down, and the tip of her nose had turned red. I did not kill my sister. Please believe me. Why would I kill my sister? Even now, I still miss her so much. A stir began below regarding her testimony to the judge. I need to go home, otherwise who will raise my nephews? Is she really innocent? Maybe. Crying like that, she could not possibly be the killer. Right, I heard. The prosecutor is a rookie. He is probably trying to act like a hero and went too far. He was not panicked. Instead he looked intrigued, his eyes staring intently at the person opposite him. How interesting. She continued her tearful performance as she gained everyone's sympathy. I wonder what her real face looks like under that shameless mask. Well then, prosecutor, please begin the cross-examination of the defendant. He stepped closer to her, his tall silhouette casting a shadow over her with an overwhelming presence. Woo Soo-jin, were you aware that you were the beneficiary of the deceased's 1 billion won life insurance policy? To his casual question, she only replied nonchalantly. Yes. She continued to play the role of the sister who deeply loved her sibling. How did you know about that? My sister told me. She said if anything happened to her, I should take care of the children for her. He began to escalate his questions to make her reveal a flaw. You have private loans, do not you? I run a business in the market. Occasionally I need cash, so I borrow temporarily and pay it back immediately. There is nothing suspicious about it. Her excuses sounded very fake, but to outsiders, they seemed plausible. How shameless. When communicating with Jang Dong-ik, why did you use a phone registered under someone else's name? The question put her in a difficult position, yet she still made excuses, refusing to admit guilt. I did not know it was in someone else's name. Jang Dong-ik gave me that phone as a gift, saying we should use it to keep in touch. He asked nonchalantly why. She shyly turned her face away and whispered, because we were dating. He immediately followed up with another question. You met again at a class reunion and then began an affair. Did you talk about the insurance money and conspire to commit the crime of murdering your sister? There was a look of fear and dread in her eyes, but her mouth still said, not at all. Seeing she could not continue, she feigned clutching her head and cried out, I said no. Seeing this, the lawyer beside her immediately chimed in and stood up to shout, Your Honor, the prosecutor is confusing the defendant with groundless speculation. She was trembling violently not from confusion, but from absolute terror. The lawyer also succeeded in getting the judge to speak. Objection sustained. Prosecutor, please limit your questions to objective facts. The judge's intervention did not shake him. He remained calm and brief. Then I will continue to ask about the phone. This made her go crazy and scream in his face. I already told you, I have it because we were dating. Seeing he would not back down, the lawyer continued to seek help. Your Honor, I object. The prosecutor is currently— Before he could finish, he snapped and shouted even louder than the man's voice. I'm not talking about your phone, miss. Woo Soo-jin. Seeing that the room had gone quiet, he returned to his mild-mannered appearance. I am talking about the phone of your sister, Ms. Woo Soo-jeong. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, as if she could not believe what her ears had just heard. There was another stir below at the mildness of his question. Did you know that your sister kept a diary using voice recordings on her phone? She recorded things occasionally, so what? He pulled out the phone that was considered the key piece of evidence in this case. The deceased was recording a diary entry at the time of the incident. His words and the evidence made the man feel his weak position, and his annoyance was visible. But besides the voice of the deceased, there was something else recorded as well. What? A recording? He felt smug, sensing his victory as his gaze became even sharper. Exactly, what are you holding on to? Kim Seo Jin, feet wearing relatively cheap sneakers, stepped lightly on the ground. Boss gave me money for a taxi today. She was holding her phone, which was still recording. Should I use this money to buy Christmas presents, sneakers for Jiyoung or slime for Young-ung? She continued to walk leisurely down the road, immersed in her own voice diary. I wonder if Dad will come this time. If he does, I definitely have to give him a piece of my mind. The road was deserted as she strode along, humming her teenage thoughts. Then we will eat the cake the whole family made together. She heard a sound and turned her head to look.
Huh.
Out of nowhere, a car surged forward and took the young woman's life. The phone flew far away and landed on the ground, still recording. Her cold hand lay on the road, while nearby was the person who had caused her accident. Her head was bleeding non-stop, but her eyes still held the belief of wanting to live. I hit her, but why is she still breathing? Damn it, she is tough. The man dressed all in black stared at her with a murderous gaze, while calling the person on the other end of the line. What if someone sees? He clutched his head in confusion, as if trying to remember something. He sat in the car clutching his head in panic, with Jong Woo sitting next to him watching. What was that? Why did you break so suddenly? I saw it even though I had not touched the object yet. He seemed to discover something, and turned his gaze at his call.
Jong Woo.
What? He tried to calm down, though he still looked fearful. Can you help me present this evidence in court? At this moment he still stood tall at the podium, as if wanting to prove her words were lies. The deceased was keeping a diary at the time of the incident, but besides the victim's voice, something else was also recorded. He began to panic and his anger showed on his face. What? A recording? He stood up abruptly to resist and dismiss what he just said. I do not know what that is, but I must stop it. Objection, we did not receive any prior notice. From the doorway, as he had requested earlier, Jong Woo brought that phone over. When he saw him bringing it as requested, he smiled for a brief moment. He brought it and handed it directly to him, making it evidence no one expected him to have. Your Honor, we have just discovered the deceased's new phone. She looked like she was going mad and never expected him to have this evidence. This is evidence that has not been submitted before. But considering it may play a key role in clarifying the truth of the case, we ask to submit it as new evidence. Damn it. She saw she could do nothing else but scream to resolve the immediate situation. I did not kill my sister. I did not kill her. He took the opportunity and called to the officers. Bailiffs removed the defendant. The people sitting below did not expect things to turn out like this. It was too chaotic. They thought it would be a tense battle, but they never expected Gu Sang-jin to be so overwhelmingly defeated. As requested, she was dragged outside by two bailiffs. The court will decide on the acceptance of evidence. After a 10-minute recess, he was furious because he had nearly lost to him, and he slammed his hand on the table, his face wrinkled. Damn it, it is over. Is my career as a lawyer being destroyed just because of a newcomer? His hand curled into a fist and slammed onto the table. He could feel it trembling. No. His face was dark as he looked at the empty chair next to him, calculating the next step of the plan. If someone has to fall, it is you, not me. I can't die. Some sounds came from a closed room. Prosecutor and defense counsel, please step forward. The two stepped up to the confrontation area, standing parallel to each other to hear the judge's decision. Now, we will decide whether this phone will be accepted as evidence. With that, the judge prepared to press the button to play the recording on the phone placed on the table. Begin. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at him, while the man trembled like a leaf, fearing he would be the one to die. From the phone came the voice, I hit her, but she is still breathing. Damn, it is taking so long. What if someone sees Hey, Woo Soo Jin for 300 million won? I will make sure to kill her. Don't forget your promise. Taking the winning momentum, he stepped forward and questioned him, leaving him unable to respond in time. Counsel, as you know, that is the voice of Jang Dong-ik. How do you plan to handle this? Beads of sweat from fear appeared more and more on his face. Even if I object right now, this recording will almost certainly be accepted at the next trial. According to procedure, I should object to the submission of evidence and prepare documents for the next trial, but he glanced at him angrily as if he wanted to crush him. I accept it. Sometimes, giving up early is the wise choice. Since he agreed to accept it, the presiding judge had the evidence recorded. Then I accept this recording as evidence. Prosecutor, please continue. If I keep going like this, I will lose the image I have worked so hard to build. That is right. I just need to insist that I took this case thinking it was a traffic accident. At this point she had been brought back into the trial and was sitting fearfully below. Defendant, do you know what was recorded on this phone? Her eyes widened when she heard Dong-ik's voice from the phone. This girl is really tough. She is not dead yet. Hey Soo Jin, what are you going to do with that money? Those listening below could not help but be shocked by what was happening before their eyes. A handbag at a time like this? You are asking for a luxury bag. Are you crazy? If I had 300 million, you really waited until she died, using your own sister's life insurance money to buy a luxury bag. Are you even human? Jiang Woo stood outside the courtroom area, shouting angrily and cursing her severely. Damn it, you still dare to call yourself human? Soo Jin's husband sobbed, and in his rage, he shouted a question. Just for a trashy reason like that, you killed Soo Jiang. In his rage, he lost control and rushed towards Soo Jin. Are you even a human being? Soo Jin just stood there, muttering, die. Just drop dead. She lowered her face and continued, it is all your fault that Soo Jiang died. Why did you move away? Why could not you earn any money? Then Soo Jin looked up at her husband with an absolutely terrifying face and continued, that is why I bought the insurance. I did not trust you, so I put everything in my name. The man heard this and both cried and screamed. Damn it! Let me go. Please. Then a voice shouted out Woo Soo Jiang's name, Soo Jiang, and the judge turned to ask Sang Jin, defense counsel, do you wish to conduct a cross-examination? He helplessly lowered his face and replied, no, I do not. After hearing his answer, the judge continued, the preliminary trial concludes here. The next trial will open in 10 days, at 2 p.m. Sang Jin gritted his teeth angrily, looking at Seo Jin and saying, next time, I will definitely have my revenge. Seo Jin ignored the angry Sang Jin and strode past him. Sorry, but we won't be seeing each other again, Gu Songjin. He made a phone call and spoke happily to the person on the other end.
Yes, prosecutor.
The trial has just ended. Seo Jin stepped outside, opening the door while continuing to talk on the phone. The person on the other end asked worriedly, really, and were there no mistakes? He replied calmly, there were no mistakes at all. As soon as he stepped outside, he was blinded by a beam of light. It turned out that the reporters were standing outside, crowding the walkway. When they saw Seo Jin come out, everyone rushed to get news from him. I heard you are the prosecutor who uncovered the suspected contract killing disguised as a traffic accident. At what point did you start to feel something was wrong? I heard this is your first case. Were there any difficulties? The reporters competed to interview Seo Jin. Please give us a few thoughts. Seeing everyone surrounding him, he was a bit surprised. What on earth? On this side, a stack of newspapers was thrown down. It turned out to be a stack of newspapers bought by Mr.
Junman, Seo Jin's father.
Seeing this, his mother Mi Jeong asked curiously, what happened now? A protest, an accident. Then he pointed at the newspaper and said, read this out loud. Hearing this, Mi Jeong picked up the newspaper and began to read the news. Contract killing case in Dongnam, uncovered by rookie prosecutor. Through a conspiracy by her own biological sister, whom the victim trusted enough to appoint as the beneficiary of a 1 billion won insurance policy. Then she read on to where the prosecutor's name was mentioned, which left her stunned. The incident was almost perfectly hidden under the guise of an ordinary traffic accident. However, Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin did not miss a single small clue. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, reading that, she could not help but exclaim in surprise, don't tell me. It is our Seo Jin, is it, Mr. Junman stood beside her, hands on his hips, laughing loudly and speaking grandly with pride. Exactly, I'm telling you, our son is in the papers. Then he continued, I have bought all the newspapers that have our son's name in them. This is the evening edition. Tomorrow, I will buy out all the morning editions too. Then he stood there smiling happily, his face full of pride for his son, Seo Jin. On this side, after Seo Jin returned, everyone applauded to congratulate him, and Myung-soo happily rushed in to hug him.
Junman thought, that is my son.
The whole family is proud of you. You did well, very well. Finally, a hard day ended and once again the dawn shone everywhere. At this time, in the room, the clock struck 6. A hand reached for the clock and turned off the alarm. That person was none other than Seo Jin. He looked a bit tired as he checked the clock and said, did I drink a bit too much at the celebration party yesterday? Then he tried to sit up and calm himself, thinking, but anyway, this is a very good start. He picked up a glass of water placed on the table and drank. Anyway, I really got lucky this time. Then he set the glass back down on the table. But from now on, I must turn luck into strength. He picked up the calendar on the table to look, but he could not stop thinking. Because the new transfer decisions will be announced next week. Where will I be assigned? If possible, the capital area would be best. Suddenly he realized something strange about this calendar. He picked it up and slowly opened it to look. Wait a minute. Why was this thing thrown here? It has not even been opened yet. I do not use wall calendars. Did I say I received it from Shin Jong-sung? The same sensation from when he investigated Soo-jeong's case reappeared. The memory of the calendar gradually appeared in Seo Jin's mind, leaving him startled. What is this memory? Those memory streams began to run through Seo Jin's consciousness, and then a voice spoke, take it. It turned out that Jong-sung and Yoon Hwan were sitting and drinking together at a bar. Jong-sung held the calendar and handed it to Yoon Hwan, saying, my father brought home a whole stack. He says, bank calendars bring wealth. Yoon Hwan replied, oh, thanks. Jong-sung leaned close to Yoon Hwan and asked, but, is your father really worrying about transferring Kim Seo Jin to Seoul? He picked up his glass and replied, it is probably driven by his uncle, saying it is better to keep Seo Jin in Seoul. Hearing this, Jong-sung asked further, so he is really going to do it? Yoon Hwan set down his glass and said, of course it is not for free. We have to make it look like we pulled all the strings and made all the arrangements. Then, as the two sat talking, he continued, that is the only way Kim Seo Jin will truly be in our debt. Hearing this, Jong-sung burst out laughing. He covered his mouth with his hand and asked in a sarcastic tone, so what is the plan after he gets to Seoul? Turn him into your lackey? Yoon Hwan replied, probably. Do we need to give him more time to soften up? Hearing this, Jong-sung burst out laughing. If he were still in Dongnam, he might have been involved in a few more cases by now. Just imagining that bastard going crazy with regret makes me feel great. Then the two happily clinked glasses and said, to lackey Kim Seo Jin. Seo Jin still held that calendar, and the memories related to it had come to an end. Back to reality, Seo Jin only smiled secretly after learning everything through the memories attached to that calendar. Holding the calendar in his hand, he thought to himself, is that so? At this time, Seo Jin returned to the headquarters for work. Before entering the office, he knocked politely on the door. As Seo Jin turned the doorknob to enter, a shouting voice erupted from inside the room. Do you think that is reasonable? reasonable? It turned out Myung-soo was on the phone, but he seemed very dissatisfied with the person on the other end, saying angrily, "So, what if it is a big position? This is exile. Why would you throw a kid with a bright future into this corner?" Then Myung-soo yelled straight into the phone with a look of extreme frustration, "If you like it so much, come out here and do it yourself." After the call ended, he tried to regain his composure and let out a long sigh. "I do not know if they have lost their minds or what." Seo Jin stood there and spoke up politely, "Sir, I have arrived." Seeing him, Myung-soo turned to look at him and said, "Prosecutor Kim." Myung-soo immediately asked him, "You said your uncle is Chief Prosecutor Kim Young-jun, right?" Hearing him ask so abruptly, Seo Jin was a bit confused but replied yes. Then he turned his face toward the window and continued, "I will turn a blind eye, so go ahead and use your connections." Hearing this, Seo Jin asked back in confusion, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Myung-soo crossed his arms with a serious expression and said, "It has not been officially announced yet, but the upcoming assignments are basically finalized." He took a cigarette pack out of his shirt pocket as he spoke. "The problem lies with you. If you sit still and do nothing, you will continue to be stuck in Dongnam-gun." Myung-soo continued, "Staying here too long is not good for your record. People will say you have been tainted if you keep hanging around people like us." Although he was reluctant, Myung-soo still gritted his teeth and advised Seo Jin, "Someone with a bright future should not let people doubt their stance or ideology, right? So use your father's connections and run away." Hearing this, Seo Jin stood there in silence, saying nothing. Then he spoke up with a serious reply that left Myung-soo utterly stunned. "I will still stay here." Seo Jin continued, "And I do not want to rely on existing connections. I need to train myself more, so please, sir, let me stay here." Seeing Seo Jin being so stubborn, Myung-soo was surprised. "What is wrong with this kid?" He continued seriously, "I know what kind of people the chief prosecutor and the former branch manager used to be. That is exactly why I want to learn from you all, from the closest possible distance." In his mind, he calculated carefully, compared to being a trash collector for Kim Yoon-hwan in Seoul, it is better to retract my claws and silently accumulate strength here. Myung-soo looked at Seo Jin and asked again, "Are you serious?" He answered seriously, "Yes." Seo Jin thought, because among the prosecutors exiled here, there are many legends who were once aces. With that, Myung-soo walked past him and said coldly, "Do whatever you want." Then he went out and closed the door. Seeing this, the prosecutor beside him laughed and jokingly said to Seo Jin, "Haha, he is just talking tough because he is embarrassed." Seo Jin looked in the direction Myung-soo had left and smiled secretly. Although he said that externally, in his heart he thought, still saying "I want to learn from Lee Myung-soo" was not a lie. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Myung-soo was having a headache because he did not know what to teach Seo Jin. Damn it, what do I even have that I can teach him? Although he was quite cold to Seo Jin to his face, in reality, Myung-soo was deeply concerned for him. "But I can't let a guy like that rot in a place like this. At least with him around, I do not have to worry about being stabbed in the back." In room 314, a voice rang out asking, "So what do you plan to do?" It turned out to be Jong Sung, who was sitting and talking to Seo Jin with a look of contempt and a boastful tone. "Starting your career in a place of exile like this. You should have used your uncle's connections. I am preparing to return to Seoul." Looking at his obnoxious face, Seo Jin thought, on the positive side, at least I get to stay away from this guy. Jong Sung was sitting there bragging and intentionally mocking Seo Jin. With his talent, he will be transferred somewhere else soon anyway. So he spoke up next, "Talent. The last case was just a fluke. Even the other prosecutors are saying it was pure luck." As the three sat there talking, the door on this side slowly opened. "To be honest, if I had handled it, that level would still be." Myung-soo walked in and interrupted the ongoing conversation. "What is all this noise? Do you all think this is your living room? Decide whether you are finishing your internship or not. If you keep talking so much, watch out." Seeing this, Jong-sung was terrified. "Sorry, sir." Then Myung-soo looked at him and asked, "What did you say your name was?" Jong-sung replied confusedly, "Shin Jong-sung, sir." Myung-soo placed a stack of papers on the table and asked Jong-sung next, "Alright, Shin Jong-sung. How do you think this case should be handled?" He hurriedly grabbed the stack of documents and began flipping through the pages to read. "Let me check." Seeing the case this time, he thought confusedly, this case falls under Article 347 of the Criminal Act, the crime of fraud. Fraud depends heavily on the element of subjective intent, so it is very easy to lead to a non-prosecution decision or an acquittal. I must be extremely careful. He read the case details carefully. The CEO fled with tens of billions of won, and the secretary managing the cash flow is accused of being an accomplice. That secretary is claiming to be wrongfully accused. Then he looked at Myung-soo and answered confusedly, "Shouldn't you drop the charges?" He looked at Jong Seung and asked, "Why?" Jong Sung trembled and hurried to answer his question. This person is just an ordinary secretary and did not gain any personal benefit. The salary was only around minimum wage. Meanwhile, Seo Jin was meticulously reviewing the case details. Myung-soo spoke up and asked, "Does anyone else have a different opinion?" At this point Seo Jin spoke up and answered, "I believe there is a high probability this person is an accomplice." Myung-soo asked, "Why?" Then he calmly presented his reasoning to answer Myung-soo's question. It is very hard to believe that a secretary working for 10 years at a company with such a large cash flow would only receive minimum wage. So he sat listening intently to Seo Jin's arguments. It is very possible there is a separate bank account receiving sums of unknown origin on a fixed cycle. Simply identifying the account owner and extracting the call history will immediately expose the relationship between the secretary and the CEO. Hearing this, Myung-soo pointed toward the confused Jong Seung and said, "His perspective is quite different from yours, is not it?" Then he leaned close to Seo Jin and whispered to him, "That is exactly why you should not be in this place." Hearing this, Seo Jin could only force a smile and reply, "Ha ha ha, I do not see the assignment location as an issue." With that, Myung-soo turned to look at Jong Seung with a look of contempt that made him jump. This guy is the one who actually needs to stay here. Myung-soo grabbed the documents and turned to leave. Meeting adjourned. Kill some time before you head out. As Myung-soo left, Jong Seung stared at Seo Jin with a face full of anger. Why am I being treated like this? Then he hurriedly turned to So-hee and asked awkwardly, "You saw that too, right, Prosecutor Shin?" Hearing this, So-hee asked back, "Huh?" Then So-hee said, "I feel like I am being left further and further behind by Prosecutor Kim." She slung her bag over her shoulder with a calm expression, looking at him without a ripple of emotion. "I must learn more by any means possible. Perhaps otherwise I will never catch up to him." His nose turned red as his eyes darted around looking for an answer. I know very well. The current Kim Seo Jin is already several steps ahead of me. Why on earth did he change so drastically? He was standing by a window looking out into the distance while on the phone. "You should come up to Seoul. Your uncle has enough power to make that happen. I have only just started. I want to get there through my own merit." With one hand in his pocket, he walked leisurely along the hallway. "Is that so? You truly are my son. But if things get difficult you must tell me." "Okay, yes, Dad. If it really gets too hard, I will rely on you." The leather shoes reflected the light, shining like new.
All right, I will call you later.
His gaze froze for a moment as if he saw something. Two white birds were frolicking by the window frame, looking very poetic. He stepped closer to watch them playing. I can't continue to live forever in Kim Young-jun's cage. In the area of level 209, to ensure everything I do is not seen as temporary luck, I must continue to prove my ability. He stepped calmly into the room. First, I must target the cold cases of Dongnam-gun. He looked up at the file shelves to search for a case. These cases have not been solved yet, so even if I fail, there is no major risk. He touched a blue box. But if I succeed, he was flipping through the case files. There will be no achievement more convincing than that. The first cold case I will break is the tragedy that shook Dongnam 10 years ago. A photo of a young boy was pinned in the center. Yue Seong. The map and the heart-wrenching crime scene. Yue Seong, a third-grade boy on his way to an academy, was found dead 2 weeks later in a manhole in a nearby alley. The boy's body was covered in torture marks, and one eye had been gouged out. Hands were flipping through the case files. However, there was not a single sign of the culprit on any of the surrounding security cameras. He sat helplessly amidst the piles of files on the floor, thinking about the fact that such a monster was still roaming free in society. Seo Jin's determined face, "I will definitely catch him and make him taste hell." His arm was slowly and calmly picking up each piece of paper scattered on the floor. He looked up at the source of the sound. "I was wondering what you were doing sitting all alone?" The Yue Seong case. He did not pay much attention and continued picking up each paper. "I was wondering what you were doing sitting all alone?" So it turns out to be the Yue Seong case. So he appeared standing behind Seo Jin. "Why are you suddenly investigating this case?" He sat amidst the files scattered on the floor. "Since I have decided to stay here, I should do something worthwhile. And also," he only turned slightly with a somewhat chilling smile, "I do not like the fact that a monster like that has been roaming free out there all these years." A smile appeared on So-hee's face. "That is true." She held a document and stepped closer to hand it to him. "It is a pity. If I had known you were this kind of person sooner, I would have proactively approached you. Anyway, you have been transferred back to the main office, so I guess we will run into each other a few more times." He held the box of files, preparing to leave. "Then I will be going first. I have an appointment to meet the investigator in charge of the Yue Seong case." She only asked him gently. Right now, she looked a bit flustered, reaching up to touch her ear. "Can I come along?" The two stood facing each other in the archive room.
Sure.
In Kim Young-jun's office, Yoon Hwan spoke up. "Dad, I heard Seo Jin ended up staying in Dongnam-gun after all. Weren't you going to call him to Seoul?" Kim Young-jun sat puffing on his cigarette with an unpredictable face. "The reason he is staying in Dongnam is probably because JTJ law firm interfered. Interfering with the assignment of a trainee prosecutor is nothing to them." With a devious and unpredictable face, he forced a smile. "That boy has barely gained the title of trainee, and he is already starting to get smug and show off too early." Recalling the verdict for that woman in court. So this must be retaliation for the case where lawyer Sang Jin was exposed. He deviously held his cigarette pointing toward the ground.
Exactly.
"And the reason I did not stop this was to make them carry a much larger debt. When his father hears that Seo Jin has been transferred like this, he will definitely come to me proactively, asking to move him to Seoul." He took the cigarette and pressed the end firmly onto the table. "And when I bring Seo Jin to Seoul, I'm thinking of placing him under your authority. By that time, I will have already spoken with the senior prosecutor, so you do not need to worry. Train him carefully so he can't do anything without you." He gave a devious smirk.
Yes, sir.
The phone on the table rang a few times. The father thought just as I expected. Seeing his father answer the phone, he just sat to one side with a slight smile. Oh, what is it, Youngjun? Do you remember saying before that you would give Seo Jin a hand? Of course I remember. The procedures are a bit complicated, but for Seo Jin, before he could finish, the other end interrupted. No, I am calling to say it is no longer necessary. He said he does not want to use connections from the start and will stay in Dongnamgun. They say suffering while you are young is something even money can't buy, so let us consider it settled. Anyway, thanks for looking out for him. He gritted his teeth in anger as he forced out each word. Yes. I will see you later. Thinking of the previous scene where his son Yoon Hwan had to kneel on the ground crying made him even more furious. Seo Jin said he is staying. Compared to that pathetic bastard. The phone on the other side cut off, and four eyes met. He looked as if he was fuming, finding him an eyesore, and dismissed him. Get out. He did not understand what had happened, but still had to reply, yes sir. He sat upright, chin in hand, speculating. You dare defy my will and say you will stay. His gaze was filled with many devious and cunning schemes. I will bury your entire life, Kim Seo Jin. On the street, people turned their heads to look in one direction. What is that? A celebrity? Amazing. Three other people also turned around to look shyly. Two elegant people walking through the crowd drew attention. In Dongnam, they already drew attention for their looks. I did not expect them to attract this many stares. She did not understand what was happening.
Huh? Why?
He thought she was probably used to being stared at by everyone, so he replied, no reason. A group of people standing on the sidewalk gossiped about Lee Jong-woo. There is Lee Jong-woo. Who is that next to him? The police reassured the family about their child's missing person case. It might not be a disappearance. They might have just run away from home, so do not worry too much. If there is any progress, I will contact you immediately. Thank you for your help, Officer Jeong-woo. The teacher comforted the student while guiding him home. They will come back soon. Just wait with me a little longer. The boy replied, yes. Seeing that, he thought to himself, a disappearance case. Lee Jong-woo. The call made him turn his head to look. He said with a smile, oh, you are here. Seo Jin and So Hee appeared, one in front of the other, exuding a powerful aura. He was astonished by the appearance of the two, and whispered into his ear. Why are you walking with a celebrity? Who is that? An actress? Just a colleague. We are interning at the branch office together. No way, a prosecutor. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I am Lee So Hee, a prosecutor from the Dongnam branch prosecutor's office. He offered his business card with a face full of confidence, as if he had not made any prior comments about her. It is a pleasure. I'm Lee Jong-woo. He walked ahead dejectedly, leaving him and her to talk. I am with the major crimes unit here. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. As he was walking, an object appeared on the ground.
Huh.
Seo Jin picked up the ring to examine it. Why is there a ring here? On the seemingly old ring was a sparkling golden star. It was the ring of a victim whose hands were tied tightly behind their back. The young boy lay huddled on the ground as the mysterious man watched him. He was fully covered, swinging the hammer he held high in the air, preparing to strike down. In an instant, the boy's blood splattered across the floor. The more he thought about it, the more he could not hide the fear in his eyes. This is a memory from the Yue Seong case. Holding the ring in his hand, he thought deeply. This detail was not in the evidence list at all. What on earth is going on? Jong-woo hurried over to him from a distance. That looks like the ring Inspector Jong Min-jiu always carries. Hearing him say that, Seo Jin immediately turned a suspicious eye. Inspector Jeong Min-gyu, yeah. The inspector in charge of the Yue Seong case that you came to meet today. He cradled the ring in his hand, looking at it.
It can't be.
Min-ju walked up and shook his hand with a bright smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Inspector Jong Min-gyu. I'm Kim Seo Jin. He stepped back, looking at his hand that had just shaken the man's, while So Hee was introducing herself. I am Lee So Hee, a prosecutor from the Dongnam branch. Each of the three had their own expression and thoughts. Please follow this way to see the evidence. He interrupted. Ah, wait a moment. Then he reached out his hand. In his palm was the ring from earlier. I picked this up outside. I heard it is your ring, Inspector. Seeing the ring, the inspector's face showed a flash of surprise and fear. Why is it here? I clearly left it in my wallet. It must be a gift from your child. Then he reached out to put the ring in his shirt pocket. Ah, yes. Thank you for picking it up for me. Seeing Min-ju's composure, he could not hide the annoyance in his eyes. A blatant lie. This ring belongs to Yue Seong. Why was he keeping evidence on his person? Then all three strode to the CCTV room. These are the items of evidence believed to have been used at the time of the crime. Laid out on the table were only a rope and the hammer used in the crime. The inspector stood to one side, looking pensive at the pile of murder tools. Most of the wounds seemed to have been caused by this hammer. He picked up a stack of photos. Everywhere he looked, resentment rose within him. The victim's left eye was gouged out. That is right. The weapon used to remove the eye was never found. Min-ju crossed his arms and let out a sigh as he recounted the incident. Aside from the victim's blood, there were no other traces left. He is not some ordinary careful criminal. So he and Seo Jin carefully looked at each item along with his story. Is this all the evidence? Yes, prosecutor. Except for the cigarette butt sample sent for reanalysis of DNA right after your call. This is everything. At that time, the DNA results from the cigarette sample did not match any known offenders. We even cross-referenced the DNA of 120 men under 65 living within a 4 kilometers radius. But there were no results. Seo Jin touched the only hammer on the table, considered the murder weapon. There was no psychometric reaction. Because this is a tourist area, the investigation ultimately concluded that the culprit might have been a tourist and closed the case. With that, he took off his gloves but did not forget to glance around. Do you also think so, Inspector, that the culprit was a tourist? Hearing him say that, Min-ju broke into a cold sweat but only smiled.
Huh, oh.
He held his gloves and gave him a gentle smile. Thank you for your time. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me anytime. Then he and So-hee walked out of the police building, striding together. Up here, Min-ju and Jong-woo were each holding a cup of water, staring pensively into the distance. Are you close with that, Inspector? Ah, Seo Jin. Yes, that is right. Hearing that they were close, the man pressed for more. What kind of person is he? He looked down and answered. Once he sets a goal, no matter what it takes, he will achieve it. The inspector's eyes widened in surprise, and then he raised his water cup to take a sip. He continued to walk calmly along the road, as if not letting anyone guess his next move. Whatever it takes, huh? His feet, which were walking gracefully, suddenly stopped. This is. The two stood before a scene of ruins, leaving her puzzled as she examined it. Is this where Yue Seong's body was found? Seo Jin answered nonchalantly to her question. That is right. Seeing this, So-hee turned to him. The case happened 10 years ago. Are there any clues left? He stepped forward to touch each section of the wall, turning his gaze toward her. No one knows. We are not allowed to miss even a single detail. Surrounding the ruins was a camera pointed straight at them. Compared to 10 years ago, this place has hardly changed. This is an alley where very few people pass by, even during the day. The CCTV system was only installed after the case occurred. At that time, this place must have been a complete blind spot. He carefully sat down to examine every nook and cranny. The culprit knew that very well. High probability is that at the time of the crime, the culprit was a local. She stood behind him looking confused. Why do you think so? Then he stood up and brushed his hands clean while listening to her reasoning. According to the report, no one in the area had DNA matching the cigarette butt sample. So it is more likely the culprit came from outside, disguised as a tourist. He turned to look at her with a not-so-friendly gaze. Can we confirm that the cigarette butt sample belongs to the culprit? Hearing him say that made her doubtful too, as she raised her pen to her chin to think. The cigarette butt was certainly found among the victim's belongings, discarded right on the body. If it was not the culprit, what reason would it have to be there? He looked down at her with an overbearing look that left her not knowing what to say. That could absolutely happen if the culprit intentionally did so. Observing carefully among the ruins, there was something very important. Most importantly, the culprit is someone familiar with the terrain and the atmosphere of this area. The drain where the body was discarded was always hidden by discarded old belongings and equipment. Even now, because of the piled-up trash, it is very hard to see the opening. She carefully recorded everything in her notebook. At that time, if it was not a local, there is no way they would have known there was a drain opening here. Seo Jin stared pensively into the space before his eyes. That is right. Because of the cigarette butt, all local residents were excluded from the suspect list, recalling the moment earlier when he shook Min-ju's hand. And the only person who could lead the investigation in that direction is. There was a small spark of hope in his eyes as he just thought of something. In his mind now, only the image of the man remained. This sensation. Psychometry. At a corner of the desk where the computer and books were kept. Can you help me get a Seong to school? The man stood at a corner of the hallway calling someone. Yeah, the atmosphere in this area has not been great lately. But there is an urgent matter at work today, so I will probably be home late. I am a bit worried about letting a Seong go alone. That conversation made his expression grow tense. Could you take the boy home after school? Just as he finished speaking, it began to rain outside. Sure, he is your son, I can do that for you. He looked at his hand again, lost in thought. That is right, the psychometric vision I saw when I first met investigator Jeong Min-gyu. On the day a Seong went missing, Jeong Min-gyu had an appointment to meet the victim, Yue Seong. His deduction left So-hee standing behind him, with her mouth agape. Someone familiar with the terrain who also had a relationship with the victim. Everything led back to the ring he had picked up on the road earlier. Someone with the authority to interfere with the crime scene and forge or manipulate evidence. All his reasoning pointed in one direction, Inspector Min-gyu. Furthermore, he was in possession of Yue Seong's ring without authorization. At this point the prime suspect is Jeong Min-gyu. It was getting dark, and the streetlights had turned on. But why does he still carry that thing with him? It is like he is advertising that he is the killer. To be certain, I need to investigate investigator Jeong Min-ju's whereabouts on the day of the crime. A cat sat in a corner where the electric light could shine on it. Look, a cat. This is the first time I have seen a stray cat since I came to this area. So he walked toward the cat to pet it. There are so many alleys. There should be plenty of them, yet I have never seen even one. She did not forget to glance around as if she had discovered something. He still stood there, aloof, ignoring the cat. Why are you standing so far away? He closed his eyes as if to ignore the cat. Do you not like cats? It is not that. It is just strange. Cats have never liked me since I was a child. With that, she picked up the cat and walked toward him. Really, but this one is very clingy. It is my first time meeting it and it came right to me. Isn't it a house cat? Just as she finished speaking, the cat jumped from her arms and lunged forward. It flew directly in front of his face. Surprised, Seo Jin did not have time to dodge, so the entire cat landed squarely on his face. This forced him back against a utility pole to keep his balance. On the utility pole were countless flyers pasted over one another. Touching the pole made him envision that day a person in black sitting in wait. The person beat a cat to death, leaving blood all over the road. Then he reached into his clothes as if to take something out. He pulled out an eye, and then mercilessly dropped it into a glass filled with water. Returning to reality, he was holding the cat dangling in the air. Kim Seo Jin. He held the cat to his chest and looked at her, leaving her not knowing what to do. Are you okay? Yeah. Recalling the memory from just now, he had seen a hammer and an eye in a glass, the exact same murder weapon as in the Yue Xiong case, with the eye gouged out after the crime. His gaze turned cold as he stared. What I just saw. That was the killer from the Yue Xiong case. Looking at the flyers stuck to the pole, he thought even before the Yue Xiong case, he had already started on animals. It was a rehearsal for murder, or an outburst of twisted desire. With that, he placed his hand on the cat's head and stroked it a few times. With cases like this, it never stops at just once. Perhaps they just have not been discovered yet, but it is very likely there are other victims. As night fell, a building stood tall in the darkness. Flipping through the pages of related case files, he thought, as expected. He carefully examined every detail to find the missing link. Before the Yue Xiong case, reports of discarded animal carcasses appeared with high frequency. All discovered carcasses were mutilated in some form. He put his hand to his chin, lost in thought. Furthermore, after the Yue Xiong case, the number of such reports dropped unusually sharply. He took out his phone to reread some messages. This suggests two possibilities. Either the killer left the area, he tapped lightly on the case file on the desk, or the target shifted from animals to humans. Currently, there are no murders clearly identified as serial killings. If we assume the killer stayed in this area and continued to commit crimes, it means he hid the bodies even more thoroughly than in the Yue Xiong case. Looking at a pile of flyers searching for missing relatives, he thought, then the clues must lie in the unresolved missing persons cases. His pensive gaze did not relax for a second. Missing persons. Come to think of it, is that case also related? If so, it means even at this moment, more victims are being created. If the possibility of a serial killer exists, we must catch him as soon as possible. At this moment the clock showed 8:28. The door suddenly opened. The person who walked in was Jong Sung, crossing his arms and acting provocatively toward him. I heard you're digging up the Yue Xiong case this time. Do you think cold cases are something that can be solved so easily? With that, he sat unceremoniously on his desk and babbled. What is this? A report on a missing youth. Do you really think they are all missing? They just ran away from home. Ran away. Teenagers these days are very reckless. He remained silent, without a ripple of emotion, as he continued to review the documents. The guy turned and gave a smirk at his behavior. It seems you have tasted a bit of fame, but stop pulling these stupid stunts like digging up old cases in the countryside. I'm saying this because I am worried about you, as a senior. He did not hesitate to pat him on the shoulder a few times. In a few days, I will be going up to Seoul. If you have any dissatisfaction or need help, just say so. We are close, are not we, or are you sulking because I am going to Seoul alone? He continued to press on, not dropping his arrogant attitude. Asking if you need anything. Yeah, just say it. Considering our old friendship, he turned to look at him with a very unfriendly expression. Could you please move your butt? You are making my desk dirty. The guy turned red with anger and cursed. This bastard is truly hopeless. He just gently raised his hand to stop him. Silence. Then he ignored him and answered his phone. Yes, this is Kim Seo Jin. You dog, am I a dog for you to order around? The man on the other end answered gently. It is Jung Minju. Are you free right now? Scene changed to the Somax pub. Seo Jin asked curiously, why did you call me out here? Minju turned his head to say, Prosecutor, I wanted to ask you something. He was a bit curious. Why are you digging up a case from 10 years ago? Seo Jin replied while sipping his beer. There is no special reason. I just want to see the face of that killer. Minju agreed with that sentiment. Yes, we are in this profession because we want to see his face. His voice lowered as he said, actually, Prosecutor. Seo Jin looked puzzled. Min Ju explained, I have been following this case alone for 10 years. He recalled the past. As Seong was my friend's son. The boy was always following me around, saying how cool I looked as a policeman. Uncle, let me see your handcuffs, please. Min Ju had taken them out to show the boy, then even on the day he went missing. Returning to the present, his hand gripped the beer mug tightly. That is why I want to catch that bastard with my own hands. After speaking, Min Ju drained his glass in one gulp as if to pour out his heart. Next, he sounded a bit self-deprecating. But lately, I have begun to feel my limits. I have been chasing for 10 years without even seeing a shadow. So, I thought about stopping. Min Ju turned to get the file. But I heard that you are a very persistent person, Prosecutor. Not to mention, I know your achievement in the most recent case. He made his offer. That is why I sought you out. Seo Jin's eyes looked momentarily stunned.
This is scene change.
He had returned to his apartment to look at the file. Seo Jin picked up a document to examine it. He recalled the evening when Min Ju said, "I want to pass the torch to you, prosecutor." Seo Jin looked down at the yellow envelope.
This is.
He opened it to look, a list of suspects. Seo Jin thought to himself, a few names match the suspects I had predicted. Is this a trick to avoid suspicion, or is he truly? Min Jiu explained fearfully, after you left the police station, I received a threatening letter from that bastard. He was completely helpless. He placed it right in front of my door, along with a photo of my youngest child. I'm truly afraid that my family will be targeted because of me, Minju declared. Prosecutor, I have decided to stop here. So please catch him for me. On the day of the incident, Jung Minju received a call from his friend asking him to pick up Yua Seong. However, due to an emergency call, he was forced to return to the station, so he let Yua Seong go alone. Seo Jin opened a can of soda. Since then, all traces of Yua Seong completely disappeared. A moment later, he answered the phone. Yes, this is Kim Seo Jin. A rushed voice rang out. Prosecutor. The next words left Seo Jin stunned. We have found a matching DNA result from the cigarette butt. The next day, at the Dongnam district office, someone's voice rang out. This person was recently convicted for theft and assault, so his record was just entered into the system. Then came the conclusion. That is why there was no data on him 10 years ago. Minju added, but this man. His alibi for the day of the incident is too clear. He was hospitalized at a hospital on Jeju Island for a minor bone fracture. He was a bit confused. Furthermore, until 5 years ago, he had not left Jeju Island even once. Naturally, he had never been to Choseon-ri. Hearing this, Seo Jin fell into thought. Just as I thought. That cigarette butt was just a distraction set up by the killer. Then how on earth was his cigarette butt discovered at Choseon-ri when it should have been in Jeju? Suddenly he realized something. Seo Jin gradually drifted into a memory. He saw a different scene. At that time there were students laughing and joking. One followed behind and stomped on a cigarette. The butt was left discarded on the ground. Next, an unfamiliar hand reached down to touch it. The person put the cigarette butt into a Ziploc bag and gave a devious smile. If it was the year 20XX, then that was the year the case occurred 10 years ago. Suddenly Seo Jin remembered something. Wait a minute. That school uniform in the psychometric vision. I have seen it somewhere before. He remembered the scene he had encountered. Seo Jin gave a smile of relief as if he had understood everything. His heart cheered silently. I found it. Scene changed to a school. Students were gathered around a calico cat. So cute. Everyone was talking happily. Horang ah, teacher brought you some snacks. Come here, teacher, just give up. You have been following it for 2 years since you got here, and it still runs away. Suddenly Seo Jin's voice rang out. Cats are rare in this area, yet there is one here. Jae-won stood up to greet him. This cat is raised by the school. By the way, why are you here? He explained. I was just passing by and was curious to see the students gathered. Suddenly Bong Dae was startled when he saw Seo Jin. Jae-won dismissed them politely. Come on kids, it is time to go home. A student teased. Teacher, are you trying to monopolize harangue? They changed their minds. How about we go to evening self-study together? Goodbye, teacher. Bong Dae was still a bit hesitant when leaving. Hey, why are you standing there? Let us go. Hearing the urge, he finally turned and followed. Seo Jin watched the kids and spoke. I saw you standing in front of the police station the other day. Jae-won replied warmly. Ah, now I remember. You are Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, right? He asked. How do you know my name? He laughed shyly. You are probably the most famous person in this area now, prosecutor. The cat suddenly rubbed against his leg and let out a few meows. Jae-won sat down to stroke its head. I have also heard investigator Lee Jiang-woo mention you many times. Seo Jin was a bit surprised. From Jiang-woo, he confirmed. Yes, he bragged about you so much that I wanted to meet you once. This really is a good coincidence. Suddenly the cat got cranky and swatted Jae-hwan's hand away. I heard that you are investigating cold cases lately. He looked a bit confused. That is strange. It seems the cat does not like me much. Seo Jin teased. I understand. Jae-hwan suggested with a smile. Meeting like this must be fate. If you do not mind, how about a cup of tea in the lounge? A while later, inside the lounge, he pressed for information. Is the cold case you are currently investigating the Yue Xiang case? Seo Jin speculated. Did you hear that from Jiangwoo? Jae-hwan denied it. Ah, no. I just heard you are in charge of old cases. And speaking of cold cases in this area, the Yue Xiang case is the most famous one ever. He quickly grasped a key point. Ever, according to the students, it seems you were only assigned here about 2 years ago. Jae-hwan explained shyly. Actually my hometown is Choseon-ri. Perhaps that is why every time I think of that child, my heart feels heavy. Has there been any progress in the investigation? Seo Jin stated seriously. I can't share details of an ongoing investigation, but we have narrowed it down to a primary suspect. It turns out that on the day of the incident, there was someone who was supposed to meet the victim. Suddenly he changed the question. But you look even younger than Jiang-woo. How are you two so close? Ah, no, I am the same age as him. Wow, your face looks just like a student's. Or maybe Jung-woo just looks old. Seo Jin acted friendly again. So you are the same age as me. I look forward to learning more from you, teacher. Nice to meet you. Jae-won was polite. It is an honor for me. It is hard to meet someone my age here, so I am very happy. After that, he stood up to probe further. If Choseon-ri is your hometown, then this is also your old school, he confirmed. That is right. Seo Jin walked over to the bookshelf. Then you must have your name in the yearbook here. Let us see. Since we are the same age, the graduation year must be 20XX. He added calmly, let me take a peek at your past teacher. The book was flipped through page by page. Seo Jin watched it intently. He scrolled to a photo of the student council at that time. Next, Seo Jin flashed a devious smile. Got you, you bastard. After seeing the yearbook, I was certain the killer was a minor attending the middle school at that time. Furthermore, to distract the investigation, they even went all the way to Jeju Island during a school field trip just to collect cigarette butts. A criminal with such a mind, and such level of meticulousness even while in middle school, I dare not imagine how many more victims there have been in the last 10 years. Seo Jin silently resolved, but from now on, things won't go his way anymore. Suddenly someone blocked the path.
Excuse me, sir.
The boy asked again, you are the prosecutor, are not you? Seo Jin made a quick assessment. This boy. Yeah, what is it? Bong Dae bowed in a plea. Please help me find my friend. He cried and told his story. My friend's name is Ha Sin, and he has been missing for a month now. But the police only consider it a runaway case and are not actively searching. My friend might have hung out with some bad people, but he would absolutely never. He would never leave his grandmother alone and just leave. Seo Jin comforted him. When was the last time you saw your friend? Calm down and tell me. Bong Dae said. The last time I saw him was at school, the day he disappeared. He blew his nose and continued, but teacher Jae-hwan said he saw Ha Sin in the town center, about 3 days after he stopped coming to school. Teacher said he tried to chase him, but Ha Sin disappeared immediately. He asked a question, so the last time someone saw your friend was, from up high, someone was watching them. Jae-won stared gloomily at the two talking to each other.
Scene change.
The car was slowly driven away. Someone held a phone with a missed call. Yes, investigator. Seo Jin listened intently. Regarding the households that moved in or out around the crime scene area as you requested. Yes, did you find anything? Min-ju summarized while looking at the documents. In the last 10 years, there have not been any particularly suspicious changes, but there is one house that caught my eye. He asked back, a house that caught your eye. The pen pointed to that spot. I do not know if you have heard of the famous haunted house in this area. Seo Jin was a bit confused. Pardon, Min-ju said. No, I am not joking. It is just. After that he spoke for a long time. The corner of his lips curled into an amused smile. Scene changed to the police station. Someone's phone vibrated with a text message. Jiang Woo picked up the phone, disbelieving. Seo Jin proactively contacted me. There must be a storm coming. The message he sent, Jiang Woo, I am buying drinks. If you are free, let us go out tomorrow. Seo Jin offered the bait. I found a great snack to go with drinks. Jiang Woo was a bit suspicious. Snack. The next day it was dark. Suddenly a greeting voice rang out. Kim Seo Jin. Jiang Woo signaled with a wave. Over here, Jae-hwan had also arrived. Hello, we meet again. Seo Jin stepped up to greet them. Teacher, you are here too. He made an excuse. I had some business to ask Jiang Woo about the missing persons case. Meeting again? When did you two meet? We just happened to run into each other, then had tea and talked. Jiang Woo acted sulky. What? Going out together without me? Then let us all three drink today.
Jae-won, are you okay with that? Seo Jin suddenly invited me for drinks today.
He accepted. Okay, if I am not intruding. Seo Jin interrupted. What intrusion? The more the merrier. A while later the three walked out of the building. Right then, Min-ju visited. All you young people gathering for drinks, huh? Seo Jin asked. Senior, are not you on duty today? He reached out his hand, and something fell from his pocket. I have urgent business so I stopped by. The ring fell to Seo Jin's shoe. He bent down to pick it up. Oh my, you keep dropping your ring, do not you? Min-ju went to take it back. Thank you. Suddenly Seo Jin pointed out something strange. But do not you find it strange? Why do you have this ring? Min-ju looked guilty. What? I do not understand what you are saying. He stepped forward to question him. You can pretend not to know if you want. Detective, did you know, the old lady at the convenience store in front of the school gate has an extremely good memory. Seo Jin's voice repeated seriously. This ring. Is not it the ring you bought for Yue Seong on the day of the incident 10 years ago? Jiang Woo stepped in and shouted, Hey Kim Seo Jin, what the hell are you talking about? Seo Jin pushed him aside with one hand and continued, at the time of death, Yue Seong was wearing the ring the detective Jiang had bought for the boy. I have investigated. The old lady at the corner shop remembers everything clearly. Not long after that, he disappeared. No, he was murdered. The transforming ring, I will never take it off. Seo Jin held it in his hand and asked. If so, why is the ring that should have been found at the scene and sealed as evidence sitting in your pocket right now? Jiang Woo could not believe it. Senior, it is not true, is it? Min-ju hurriedly defended himself. Of course not. Absolutely not. I can explain everything. Seo Jin called out coldly. Detective. He declared solemnly, that explanation. We will hear it in court. Jiang Woo gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening. Next, he was forced to handcuff him. Let us go. Jiang Woo was beyond angry. Hey you bastard, is this the snack you were talking about? You should have at least told me beforehand. With that, the two left, leaving Jae-won in confusion. He asked blankly, wait a minute, what on earth is going on? Don't tell me. Detective Jong. With that, Jae-won flashed a satisfied smile. Behind him, Seo Jin also saw that the prey had taken the bait. Scene changed to a dark room. The door cracked open. Someone was locked inside. The familiar sound of the password being entered rang out again. Sin's tears fell from fear. The doorknob was finally turned. Jae-won walked in coldly. He let out a short laugh. A moment later, he laughed hysterically. Unbelievable that Jeong Minju was caught. I am the one who sent you a Seong's ring to Jeong Minju, you idiots. He laughed so hard that tears came. Who told you to bury the case and then dare to notify me? What for? Jae-won was triumphant. But thanks to that, everything went smoothly. On the shelf above, there were many eyes arranged neatly. He laughed madly. Because finally I get to see all of you again. Jae-won held a jar in his hand longingly. Ever since those reinvestigations started appearing and stirring things up, I thought I would die from not being able to see you all for a long time. Suddenly he remembered something. That is right. Jae-won turned to look at Ha-sin. You are still alive, are not you? His hand gripped the hammer. How pitiful. These days here must have been very boring for you. But it is fine now. Jae-won lunged like a demon. Because from now on, teacher will play with you. Suddenly his glasses caught a glimpse of someone's shadow. Next, a powerful punch landed right on his face. Jae-won fell flat on the ground. The one who arrived was Jong-woo, leaving him confused. Lee Jong-woo, why are you here? Just then someone stepped forward. Jae-won's mouth hung open in disbelief. Seo Jin held a piece of paper and said with a smile, that is enough hide and seek. Lee Jae-won. He mocked him bluntly. Just you wait, because from now on, your life will no longer be free. Jong-woo finally spoke up. You are under arrest for the charges of kidnapping, confinement, and assault of a student, and the murder and disposal of Yu Seong's body. He gave the warning. You have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer questioning. Jae-won gripped the hammer tightly in his hand. Do you think I will just go quietly like this? With that, he hurled his weapon at Jeong-woo.
You bastard.
The security guard pointed urgently. Prosecutor, the suspect is running toward the window. As he fled, Jae-won provoked them. Is the game of hide and seek over? Don't make me laugh, Kim Seo Jin. No matter how hard a nobody like you tries, you will never catch me. Up ahead, Min Jiu let out a cold chuckle. A second later, he took him down with a single blow. The back of Jae-won's head slammed hard against the ground, knocking him unconscious. His entire body trembled from the intense pain. Min Jiu let out a long sigh of relief. He handcuffed him. Lee Jae-won, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say from now on can and will be used against you in a court of law. Outside the house, the police had surrounded the perimeter. He was officially under arrest. Seo Jin called out softly, Lee Jae-won. His expression was freezing cold. It seems we have a lot to talk about, so I will see you soon. Jae-won's face turned ashen with fear. Jong-woo rubbed his chin, still in disbelief. I still can't believe it. He sounded frustrated. I never imagined Lee Jae-won would be such a psychopath. Honestly, when we rescued the victim, Jong-woo confessed, I thought you were investigating in completely the wrong direction, but when I saw those disgusting things with my own eyes. Seriously. Then he pointed accusingly. And you little brat, if you had a plan with the inspector from the start, could not you have told me beforehand? I really thought he was the killer. Seo Jin gave a sincere smile. To deceive the enemy perfectly, you must first deceive your allies. Since you were fooled by me and got genuinely angry, Lee Jae-won was easily tricked as well. Thanks for that. Inwardly, he mocked him. If I had told this kid, it would have been too obvious. Jong-woo was curious again. But how did you find this place? There must have been something that made you suspicious. Seo Jin's eyes sharpened. That would be the decisive reason why I could not help but suspect Lee Jae-won was because his gaze had frozen for a split second back then. Jae-won's finger had been gently stroking the cat's eye. A second later, he pressed down so hard that the cat screamed. Seo Jin thought his behavior was chillingly identical to the killer who appeared in my psychometric vision. At that moment, he had been stunned for a few seconds. Furthermore, he was a native of Choseon-rai and was attending Dongnam Middle School in the exact year of the incident. Just a few days before the murder took place, he had participated in a school field trip to Jeju Island. Seo Jin had noticed everything. Every detail pointed to him as the culprit. And one more thing, around the time Lee Jae-won returned to Choseon-ri, a house in a neighboring village was quietly transferred. It was an isolated place, famous for being haunted, to the point where even the village chief and the former owner dared not go near it. Then, one day, a decent-looking young man appeared, saying he wanted to live in that house. Min Jiu recalled, according to the village chief, he admired the man for wanting to stay there despite the circumstances, so he only collected a symbolic fee for the village development fund and allowed him to move in. But the important thing is, the inspector added, since that young man started living there, screams from the house became much more frequent, to the point where the village chief worried if he should perform an exorcism. Hearing that, Seo Jin said softly, Chief, he stated confidently, please tell the village chief that he does not need to perform an exorcism. Because I think I can catch that ghost for him. It was not hard to guess that the identity of that young man was Lee Jae-won. If that were the case, there was a very high probability that the house was being used as the crime scene. That is why we applied for an emergency search warrant and managed to get this far. If I tried to explain all that. Wait, why am I thinking about this for so long? If I mention psychometry, they will definitely think I'm crazy. Seo Jin muttered. Well, let us just call it a prosecutor's intuition. Jiang Wu looked skeptical. What kind of talk is that? This guy is really suspicious. The evidence discovered at Lee Jae-won's house was enough to prove he was the culprit in the Yue Seong case. However, there were still many other cases that had not yet come to light. To uncover all the crimes of the rare serial killer, Lee Jae-won, a decision was made to form a special task force at the Dongnam prosecutor's office.
Scene change.
2 beer glasses clinked.
Cheers.
Seo Jin spoke first with gratitude. Everything progressed much more smoothly thanks to investigator Jiang Minjuyu.
Thank you.
The inspector looked embarrassed.
Oh, stop it.
Don't mention it. Minju laughed happily. That day I said I wanted to give up. Was not it you who convinced me, prosecutor? He hesitated. Prosecutor, actually, Minju recalled the threatening letter. From the moment he started hating me for following the case to the end, he sent me that threatening letter along with a Seong's ring. He had been terrified. I was so scared and panicked that I just wanted to let go of everything. Minju's hand still held that ring. But I could not. He recounted. That day, Yue Seong was particularly clingy, insisting that I go with him. But because of an emergency call, I had no choice but to let the boy go alone. At that time the boy had cried, "Uncle, can't you stay? You said you would play with me today." Min-gyu coaxed him. "I will definitely play with you next time. Okay, so please forgive me for today." Alright. He felt guilty. I bought him the ring he wanted just to soothe him, and he was as happy as if he had never cried at all. The boy waved as he left. A Seong smiled brightly and walked away so proudly. Minju was filled with regret. The image of a Seong's back at that moment. He suffered. For the past 10 years, I have not been able to forget it. Back to the present, Minju's hand was clenched tight. He expressed, "Even though it is very late, I think I can finally let a song go from my heart." Tears streamed down Minju's face. Thank you, prosecutor. Scene changed to the police station. Someone was on the phone. Finally, this dull country life will end tomorrow. Jong Sung strode along. But Yoon Hwan, I think we need to deal with Kim Seo Jin. He has been acting a bit too much lately. A bit too much, he confirmed. Yeah, he is running wild like a young horse that just broke its tether. Jong Sung expressed his dissatisfaction. Lately he has been acting all high and mighty, saying he is solving cold cases. He thinks he is Sherlock Holmes or something. The person on the other end asked, "So how did that case go?" "He did not actually solve it." "Right," he replied contemptuously. "Hey, there is a reason those are called cold cases. The incident with the 2 sisters last time was just blind luck." The elevator opened, startling him. "Well, I heard he caught someone yesterday, but in my opinion, it is probably another fruitless effort." 2 people walked out, surprising Jong Sung. "Hey, I will call you back. It is the branch manager and the deputy chief prosecutor." The 2 were talking proudly. They say Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin even got a confession in the Yue Seong case. A true diamond in the rough has appeared. This left Jong Seong frozen. Leave today's press conference and interview to Kim Seo Jin. He laughed heartily. Now we can use this to rub it in the faces of those soul guys. Jong Sung's mouth hung open in disbelief. No way. Kim Seo Jin solved a cold case. He panicked. Damn it, now is not the time to think about this. I have to tell Yoon Hwan. Suddenly, a greeting voice rang out. "Hello, prosecutor." Jong Sung was on the phone.
Oh, so he.
"Good morning." She nodded slightly. "You are going to Seoul tomorrow, are not you?" Prosecutor Shin. "Have a safe trip." He was confused. "What are you talking about? Aren't you going?" "You were also transferred to the headquarters." So he stated, "No, I am staying here." The elevator had now reached the 3rd floor. Jong Sung was dazed. Staying. To change a transfer decision that has already been finalized requires massive backing, at least the level of the chief prosecutor to pull it off. He was bewildered. Could So-hee have that kind of connection? No, it was already strange from the start. Why would she use her connections just to stay in Dongnam-gun? When I checked her family background, everything was completely normal. What on earth is happening? Scene changed to the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office. The office door was closed. Inside sat a man. "Come in." Jo Woo-jae, the deputy chief prosecutor, Kim Young-jun's right-hand man. Yoon Hwan bowed and replied, "Did you call for me, sir?" The man said casually, "It is fine. It is just the 2 of us. Make yourself comfortable." Woo-jae turned on the TV and asked, "Do you remember the child kidnapping and murder case that happened in Dongnam-gun 10 years ago?" The news report stated that case almost became a cold case, but thanks to the persistent re-investigation by the prosecution, the suspect has finally been caught after 10 years. He commented, "Dongnam-gun. That is where that bastard is, right?" Yoon Hwan added, "I heard he is the one in charge of the case." Woo-jae was a bit surprised. "What? He solved the sister murder case recently, and now he has cracked this one too." Yoon Hwan nodded in confirmation. He thought to himself, that Shin Jong Sung. He said he would call back, but there is no sign of him.
Woo Jae reminded him, "Yoon Hwan, even when walking a dog, there is one thing you must teach it, never walk ahead of its master."
He sounded a bit annoyed. If you do not correct bad habits early, they will cause a huge headache later. Yes, I will keep that in mind. With that, Woo Jae moved on. We can handle that later. The important thing right now is, he focused on the prosecution's news report. The person who stands on the podium and chairs today's press conference, that person is the main character. Regardless of whether Kim Seo Jin was the one who caught the suspect, the person speaking at the podium is the one seen as the center. Yoon Hwan gave a mocking smile. Kim Seo Jin won't be the one holding the press conference, right? Woo Jae denied it. How could an intern dare to jump over his seniors to hold a press conference? That is impossible. Just think about what kind of place Dongnam is. The two laughed mockingly. In the end, Kim Seo Jin is just doing all the work for someone else's benefit. That is life. Next, the prosecution will conduct the press conference. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, leaving the two stunned.
Hello everyone.
Seo Jin spoke. I am Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin of the Dongnam District Prosecutor's Office. Why is that guy? First of all, since this case could not be resolved for a long time, I would like to offer a sincere apology to the victim's family as well as the public. Now, I will present the progress of the investigation. Woo Jae was so angry he stood up. Are those bastards at the Dongnam branch crazy? Why would they give the press conference to a kid like that? Yoon Hwan checked the newsfeed on his phone. Countless comments were appearing, and everyone was outraged. After seeing them, he gritted his teeth.
Scene change.
Kim Seo Jin was leaving. Suddenly someone patted his shoulder and called, Prosecutor Kim. Everyone was full of praise. You did a great job at the press conference. You looked so cool. As the winds of change began to blow, a completely different atmosphere was taking over the Dongnam branch. Just you wait, Kim Young-jun. Though it is only a small flap of wings now, soon it will become a massive storm that swallows you whole. Suddenly a message from Jeong-woo arrived. I will be waiting at the main gate parking lot. Seo Jin wondered, as he walked, why does Jeong-woo suddenly want to meet? The moment the glass door cracked open, he was stunned. It is Kim Seo Jin. A swarm of reporters blocked his path. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, what is your secret to solving difficult cases? The public interest in you is very high right now. Prosecutor, are you aware of that? Seo Jin was utterly bewildered. What the? Why are the reporters still here? Suddenly someone asked, Prosecutor, what is that? What is that bird on your shoulder? He turned his head and saw the bird looking back at him. What the hell? This scene was caught on video by someone. Jeong-woo laughed gleefully. Go ahead and become a celebrity, Kim Seo Jin. Since you dared to trick me, I am going to post this on YouTube. In another room, someone was watching. A person remarked with satisfaction, Kim Seo Jin. Seeing him reminds me of the old days. The days when I ran without looking back, constantly saying I would build a fair society. He confessed. It feels like the prosecutor's blood I thought had cooled is boiling again. You feel it too, right? The other person replied. Yes, branch manager. I feel the same way. The branch office that was once quiet has suddenly become quite lively. He made a decision. Guanyang, it seems the opportunity we once missed has finally arrived. We should return to Seoul. A new plan was set. Try to build a scenario. Inside another room, several people were gathered.
Cheers.
Starting tomorrow, I will finally be rid of the intern tag. This gathering was both a welcome party for me and Lee So-hee and a celebration for the establishment of the special task force. The food laid out on the table looked beautiful. Seo Jin looked at the dishes hungrily. High-end sashimi that I never dared to eat my fill of when I was Seo Jun-gyung. I am going to devour every single piece today. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin. Kim Guanyang welcomed him warmly. Welcome to Criminal Division 4, Dongnam Branch. Here, have a drink, Chief of Criminal Division 4. As he poured, he praised him. To crack 2 major cases during your internship. That is truly impressive. Seo Jin replied modestly, You flatter me, sir. I just got lucky. Look at this young man being so humble. He stood up to return the gesture. Please, let me offer you a drink as well. Guanyang raised his glass to show his sincerity. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, I look forward to working with you. Seo Jin clinked glasses with him. I also look forward to working with you, sir. Suddenly his gaze froze for a moment. It seemed like a new story was beginning. This was the list for the special task force investigating the serial killer, Lee Jae-hwan. In the memory stream, someone said, I plan to put Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin on the list, but I will have him do something else. Then Guanyang said, What? Are you planning to steal a rookie's credit? No, I will record your achievements exactly as they are. His voice echoed, but I plan to give you the mission of monitoring Park Sang-young in total secrecy. He wondered in confusion, Park Sang-young. Now, Guanyang's hand patted his shoulder as he announced, Prosecutor Kim, come to my office as soon as you get to work tomorrow morning. There is an urgent matter to discuss regarding the case. After giving the instructions he left. Don't think about work today. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Seo Jin stood up to say goodbye. Yes sir. See you tomorrow. Let us see. Park Sang-young. Park Sang-young. Is it this guy? Why does he look so familiar? He is young, but already holds a manager position at a major conglomerate. Suddenly he realized something. Wait a minute, I remember seeing him somewhere. Seo Jin opened a photo. He is an acquaintance of Kim Yoon Hwan. It was unclear why someone like Park Sang-young would fall under investigative scrutiny, but if he was connected to Kim Yoon Hwan, he slammed his drink down on the table with a loud thud. Inwardly, Seo Jin was delighted. Then this might be the chance to give that guy a proper kick. Suddenly a voice called out Kim Seo Jin. His colleagues waved happily. Come over here, quick. The next morning, the sky was clear. Seo Jin arrived as instructed. Good morning, Chief. The man welcomed him warmly. Oh, you are here, Guan Yang said. 2 more people are coming. Have a seat.
Yes, sir.
A second later, a sound caught his attention. Then 2 people slowly walked in. Dong Min greeted with a smile. Chief, did you call for me? Seo Jin turned his gaze toward them. So he was with the man. Chief Prosecutor, you called for me, huh? Lee So-hee and 5-year Prosecutor Ji Dong Min. Right. Guan Yang spoke in a deep voice. Good. Everyone is here. Sit down. Seo Jin spoke first. Hello, I am Kim Seo Jin. The man replied flippantly. Ah, I have heard. People call you the lucky one, right? This made him feel awkward. Pardon. Dong Min continued to mock. Ah, if that makes you uncomfortable then I apologize. I only said that because I am jealous. Seo Jin felt irritated. I can tell that is nothing but sarcasm. The rumors about Prosecutor Ji Dong Min being a good person were just rumors. He was an insufferable bastard through and through. Guan Yang cleared his throat to announce. Listen carefully, everyone. What I am about to say must be kept strictly confidential. Before we begin, Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, he began to assign tasks. I need you to remain on the special investigation team in name, but in reality, you will immediately handle other cases. Don't worry, you will still receive full credit for the team's work. Seo Jin agreed. Yes, I understand, sir. Guan Yang was very satisfied with that.
Good.
Let us get straight to the point. He asked a question. Does anyone here know a man named Park Sang-young? Seo Jin thought to himself. Just as I suspected. It is Park Sang-young again. Good thing I investigated beforehand. Dong Min spoke first. Let us see. I'm hearing that name for the first time. Seo Jin interrupted. If you are talking about General Manager Park Sang-young of Hyungjae Construction Group, then I know him. He presented the information he had found. Hyungjae Construction was chosen as the preferred bidder for the Marine Park Zone 1 project, and I heard General Manager Park Sang-young was the central figure in that deal. Guan Yang agreed with his words. Exactly. That is precisely why I summoned you all here. The chair was gradually turned. Guan Yang stood before the information board. After the Gangwon Urban Development Corporation withdrew from the project, Hyungjae Construction was designated as the replacement negotiating partner. During this process, we received intelligence that illegal instructions were given. He issued the directive. The 3 of you will start investigating this case immediately. Along with the condition, the investigation must be conducted discreetly. Evidence at a construction site is like dust. A little water and it disappears without a trace. Guan Yang assigned the roles. Prosecutor Ji, you will lead this case. I personally vouch for the abilities of these 2 rookies of yours. The man added a word of praise. They are both very excellent juniors. I'm just not sure if I am capable enough to lead them properly. A while later the 3 stood outside to get acquainted. I look forward to working with you both. Dong Min made a request. I suggest we each investigate independently for now. Then, we will objectively dive deeper into the points where our results overlap. How does that sound? Seo Jin followed instructions and replied. Yes, sir. He flashed a very friendly smile. Then he patted Seo Jin on the shoulder. Dong Min mocked him. Very well, lucky guy. Let us see if your luck still holds up this time. Inwardly, Seo Jin cursed. This bastard seriously. Suddenly he felt something strange. A familiar sensation took over his body. This feeling, Dong Min's voice echoed. Sang-young, I think the chief called us today because of that. You know the Royal Chalice apartment complex, right? After work, let us meet at the cafe in front at around 7 p.m. He confidently assumed. There are curtains there. It is quite private. Plus, it is not a place where legal professionals frequent, so it is very safe. Then came the promise. Hey, do not worry. I have got your back. Back to the present, Seo Jin was suspicious. Could he really be in collusion with Park Sang-young? It sounds like they have scheduled a meeting for today. So he finally spoke up and exclaimed, that guy gives me the creeps. Seo Jin teased her. You mean Prosecutor Ji Dong Min, she said. He is notorious among the female staff because of his past with women. Her voice was full of resentment. I absolutely loathe men like that. They are trash. They do things but do not take responsibility. No wonder they are so contemptible. Seeing So-hee's expression, Seo Jin knew better than to push further. I do not know the details well, but it is best not to dig too deep. He offered a suggestion. Why do not we share our investigation results with each other? Honestly, working separately like this is too inefficient. Seo Jin explained in detail. Whether it is the official in charge of receiving bribes or illegal instructions from superiors, if we divide the work and cross-reference from the start, we will finish much faster. So he completely agreed. I was actually thinking the exact same thing. But I wonder why Prosecutor Ji Dong Min wants us to work separately. He gave an unpredictable smile. Well, perhaps that is another thing we will have to find out together. I scheduled to meet Lee So-hee after work. For now my priority is to go to my assigned office. He stood hesitantly outside the door. A second later, he turned the knob. Someone welcomed him. Hello, prosecutor. I am investigator Lim Jong-taek. The other woman introduced herself. I am Do Minji. I look forward to working with you. Seo Jin followed with a polite word. I'm Kim Seo Jin. I have brought a little bribe to ask you both to take good care of me. The 3 joked around. It is not poison. Is it? The kind of poison that makes us work overtime until we die. Exactly. My hobby is working overtime. The 2 froze. You are joking, right? You're just joking. Seo Jin quickly put out the fire. Don't worry, I also like having an evening life. Come on, drink up before it gets cold. Really? He confirmed again, of course. Work-life balance is very important. Jong Taek let out a sigh of relief. Prosecutor, you really gave me a heart attack. That acting is truly Oscar-worthy. In the not-so-distant future, Lim Jeong-taek would look back on this first meeting as a beginning full of lies and pretense.
Scene change.
It had turned dark. At a cafe with a giant pink teddy bear, in another corner was a very exquisite birdcage. So he asked with a scowl, "Answer me, Kim Seo Jin. Why on earth are we here?" She added sarcastically, "I did not expect your taste to be this unique. There are plenty of other cafes out there." Seo Jin thought to himself, because there is a very high probability that Park Sang-young and Ji Dong-min are meeting here. I can't tell her that yet. Having thought that, he cleared his throat and made an excuse. First of all, I have investigated further into Park Sang-young, the general manager of Hyungja Construction. It seems there is some political involvement, at least a district head, a member of parliament, or at the very least, a city councillor. While he was speaking, a call came in. We need to determine the scale of the corruption and how the money trail was moved. So he felt embarrassed. Sorry, please continue. Seo Jin said casually, it is fine. Go ahead and answer. It might be an emergency, she explained. No, it is just my mom. She calls to check in at this time every day. I can call her back later. With that, she listened intently to Seo Jin's presentation. Back to the main point, Park Sang-young has a close relationship with Prosecutor Kim Yoon-hwan at the Central District Prosecutor's Office. So he asked, so what? What does that have to do with this case? The next words left her stunned. Furthermore, Kim Yoon-hwan and Prosecutor Ji Dong-min are alumni from the same school and are extremely close. He took out his phone as evidence. This is Kim Yoon-hwan's private group. See the comments from Ji Dong-min and Park Sang-young. So he took it and examined it. Wait, Ji Dong-min claimed he did not know Park Sang-young. And if this is a private account, how did you get in? He replied. Oh, Kim Yoon-hwan is my cousin. This news shocked her deeply. What? Seo Jin justified himself. Even if we are cousins, we are not the same kind of person, so do not look at me like that. So he did not mean it that way. No, I just meant, since you are family. Suddenly, Seo Jin used his hand to press her head down. The target appeared outside.
Wow, Hyung, this place is really private.
But are not you afraid people will misunderstand two men coming to a place like this? Let them misunderstand. Being misunderstood that way is better than other kinds of misunderstandings, right? He pointed toward Seo Jin's booth. Anyway, look. That couple just shut their curtains in a hurry. They must be getting excited. Seo Jin explained his actions. The two who just walked in are Prosecutor Ji Dong-min and General Manager Park Sang-young. Talk about perfect timing. So he sounded annoyed. I can hear you perfectly fine, so take your hand off my head. He apologized. Sorry about that. Seo Jin quickly stood up to move. Let us move to the booth right next to them to gather some evidence. She was surprised. Evidence? Are you planning to record them? So he spoke seriously about the law. Recording the conversation of a third party without consent is a violation of Articles 3 and 16 of the Protection of Communication Secrets Act. You know it is illegal, right? Seo Jin stated confidently. It would be eavesdropping and undeniably illegal if we planted a device and left. But what if it is a recording made entirely by accident while we were on a date, he thought. I'm sorry to say it, but this is the biggest reason I came here with Lee So-hee. Hearing that, she shouted in embarrassment. A date? Who said that? He coaxed her softly. Come on, I am heading over first. Come over once you have finished wiping your face. Besides, as long as we use this recording for internal reporting only, there won't be any legal issues. Fortunately, the soundproofing here was nearly non-existent, making recording feasible. But if they were discovered, things would get very complicated. He could not afford to be caught red-handed. Suddenly, someone's hand slammed on the table, interrupting them. Wait, I am going to the bathroom for a bit. Hearing that, Seo Jin fell into a panic. Don't tell me. The moment that person stepped out, he froze. It was Ji Dong-min. Park Sang-young walked in with a cold expression. Kim Seo Jin glanced at him. He nervously put his hand to his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it is Park Sang-young. Sang-young looked annoyed. He looks like some city boy, the man said as he parted the curtain. Ah, I am sorry. I broke the flow of the conversation. Sang-young slowly sat down. Continue. Why are you being investigated? Kim Seo Jin and Lee So-hee sat right behind his booth, listening intently with the phone set to record. The person sitting opposite Park Sang-young asked worriedly, Sang-young, did you bribe a government official? He replied with an indifferent tone. That is perfectly normal in business. If you want things to move fast, you have to grease the wheels a bit. Sang-young frowned, drinking water as he spoke. But is it my fault? It is those officials who work so slowly. He continued, good grief, I thought it was something major. Turns out it is just that. Lee So-hee cursed under her breath in anger. Bastard. Ji Dong-min asked seriously, getting straight to the point. The Gangwon Urban Development Corporation suddenly withdrew from the project, and your company was chosen as the preferred negotiating partner. Tell me the truth. Who did you bribe, and with what? Sang-young ruffled his hair wearily. Ha, are you serious? This is practically an interrogation. Dong-min explained softly. It is not like that. I just need to know what you did so I can. Before he could finish, Sang-young cut him off. I met a district-level councilman, arranged for a girl to sit next to him, and gave him some cash. That is it. Do you want me to list the wine and appetizers too? Lee So-hee and Kim Seo Jin listened intently to the entire conversation. Sang-young folded his arms wearily and continued. Damn it. Forget it. From now on, just keep me posted on how deep the prosecutors are digging. Then Sang-young unexpectedly brought up Dong-min's issue. If this case ends smoothly, I will make sure you are pulled out of that place of exile in the next personnel transfer. Dong-min's eyes widened in surprise. What? Sang-young gave a contemptuous smirk and glanced up. Why that face? Did you think I did not know? Is that why you have suddenly started sucking up to Yoon-hwan lately? Dong-min's silhouette was reflected in the glass. His face darkened and his hands clenched. I know you are also close with Yoon-hwan, Dong-min. He has been building his own faction lately. I can arrange a spot in it for you. You understand me, right? After a moment of silence, Dong-min had no choice but to agree. Yeah, do not worry. Just trust me. The man feigned surprise. Wow, as expected of a prosecutor. You catch on fast. That is why I like our Dong-min. After they finished talking, both immediately stepped out into the hallway. Kim Seo Jin reached out and stopped the recording. I have a rough grasp of the situation now. Lee So-hee folded her arms and let out a weary sigh. I thought he was just messy with women, but who knew it was even filthier than this? He sat opposite her, smiling with satisfaction. Anyway, thanks to that, we have obtained an extremely important clue. She asked him in surprise. You knew beforehand they would come here, did not you? How did you know? Kim Seo Jin answered immediately without hiding anything. I happened to overhear Prosecutor Ji Dong-min making a phone call. Lee So-hee sighed helplessly at the answer. You really are a lucky saint. For real, I thought it was skill. Seo Jin replied humorously. Luck is also a type of skill. Suddenly she stood up. Anyway, you mentioned a district-level councilman, right? Then should we dig into the relationship between Park Sang-young and that councilman first? Kim Seo Jin sat calmly and replied. No. After hearing what Ji Dong-min said, Park Sang-young will definitely erase his tracks first. And once he does that, the dust at the construction site will settle and vanish instantly. Lee So-hee still did not quite understand his intention and asked, so what do we do now? Seo Jin gave a confident smirk. It is simple, we just have to make the dust fly again. At a certain dining spot, a lavish table was set with steaming hot dishes. This was the company dinner for the Dongnam Gun Orchestra. Inside the restaurant, staff members occupied all the tables. At one table sat a middle-aged man with a face flushed red from drinking. He was District Councilman Wai Jun-sang. Yoon-jong, I heard you are from Wonju, right? Yoon-jong, sitting next to him with his arm around her shoulder, went stiff. Yes. Jun-sang laughed gleefully. We are from the same hometown then. Just think of me as your big brother from home. Relax. He shamelessly added, by the way, try calling me Appa. Yoon-jong's face turned pale with disgust. Jun-sang did not care and continued with his lecherous tone. Girls from back home really are pretty. An employee sitting there turned away in disgust, holding her water glass. Jun-sang spoke again. How about we grab a meal sometime? Give me your phone number. The woman beside him bit her lip in fear. He kept saying disgusting things and laughing gleefully. If you do not say good morning tomorrow, Appa will be sad. An employee sitting at the table spoke up awkwardly. Councilman, I think you have had a bit too much to drink. As soon as he said that, he was suddenly startled, his face filled with fear. Jun-sang now looked at the employee with a scowl. What did you say, kid? Ha, look at this guy. He has no idea how to read the room. The person sitting next to him immediately stood up and scolded the employee. What do you think you are doing? Apologize to the councilman right now. The employee turned pale with fear. I am sorry, sir. He cursed as he stepped away from the table. Damn it. You ruined my mood. Hey, culture director, take that bastard somewhere else. I am going to the bathroom. The culture director bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. The old man turned and cursed at the employee. You idiot. How dare you lecture a standing committee member? Inside the bathroom, Jun-sang, looking drunk, washed his hands and muttered curses. If you knew I held your livelihood in my hands, you would have crawled here to apologize. Maybe I will just cut the budget to teach you a lesson. Suddenly someone used a mop to block the bathroom door. Jun-sang heard the noise and glanced back. Huh, what is this? Kim Seo Jin appeared, approaching him while speaking. Ah, Councilman Wai Jun-sang, hello. The man cursed crudely, spitting as he spoke. Hey you bastard, how am I supposed to leave with the door blocked like this? He calmly introduced himself. I am Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin of the Dongnam branch. I have an urgent matter to ask you, Councilman. Hearing the introduction, Jun-sang was a bit startled. Wait, is he that prosecutor from the news? He stammered. Prosecutor? No, why would a prosecutor? Kim Seo Jin did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I will ask you directly. You know General Manager Park Sang-young of Hyungjae Construction, do not you? Hearing Park Sang-young mentioned, he immediately recalled their last meeting. Park Sang-young, was that crazy guy caught? Jun-sang bit his teeth in fear and thought, damn it, I should not have gotten involved with those construction people. But then he suddenly thought, wait, calm down. Maybe he is just suspicious. Right, exactly, he is just a brand new prosecutor. He regained his confidence and answered immediately, Park Sang, Hyungjae Construction. I have no idea what you're talking about. Kim Seo Jin calmly cornered him. Stop acting. We already have circumstantial evidence of bribery. Being hit where it hurt, Jun Sang immediately defended himself. Me, taking bribes. Where's the evidence? This is so unfair. I have lived a clean life, and now I am being subjected to these rumors. Then suddenly he got angry, cursing straight at his face. Wait, are you some politically motivated prosecutor? Were you promised a position to smear me? Ha, ridiculous. You dare pick a fight with Jun Sang of the Daehan party. Jun Sang walked past, bumping into him, while never stopping his verbal abuse. If you want to interrogate me, follow the official procedures. He reached out to knock away the mob blocking the door. Bribery, look, what kind of person do you think I am? Why is this stuck? Outside, the employee hurried over in a panic. Councilman, leaving like this is. The manager's face was fearful as he tried to console Jun Sang. If it is because of that member earlier, I will deal with it strictly. He did not even turn his head and said angrily, Aish, shut up. I said I am leaving. So what is all this noise? Clean up and go home. Everyone, the female employees in the back whispered to each other. Oh, what happened? I do not know. But I suddenly feel much lighter now that he is gone. Kim Seo Jin stepped forward from behind. Excuse me, let me through. As he walked past, everyone began to whisper. Huh, isn't that the druid prosecutor? Ah, the Snow White prosecutor. Hearing people talk about him like that, Seo Jin paused for a moment. He glanced back. Are they talking about me? Where did that weird nickname come from? Just as he turned around, Yoon Jong bumped into him. Kim Seo Jin recognized her immediately. He slowly recalled, Yoon Jong, want to go on a break with me for a bit, just the two of us. The image of Jun Sang pulling her arm, reflected in a glass bottle back then, appeared. Councilman, if you do not want to, then do not. You can just go home. His eyes were fixed on her then. His words were threatening. As for the others. Swish, cut. Just kidding, just kidding. People might think I am forcing you. You want to as well, Yoon Jong, right? Back to the present. Her eyes were evasive, and her face was still full of fear. Ah, sorry. He watched her back as she walked away. That was just now. Out on the street, it was dark. Jeong Taek's voice came over the phone.
Yes, prosecutor. Jun Sang has begun to move.
Kim Seo Jin stood on a street corner, giving careful instructions. Tonight he will try to erase all the important evidence. In the meantime, the dust will fly, and something is bound to fall out. Please follow him closely. Do not lose him. I guarantee that starting tomorrow, you will have a balanced life. Jeong Taek, on the other end with a weary face, thought to himself, I knew that cup of coffee was poison. Kim Seo Jin continued, if anything happens, contact me immediately. Jeong Taek replied instantly, yes sir. Go inside. Yoon Jong was suddenly walking on the street in the distance. He saw her and called out softly, excuse me, can you wait a moment? Seeing him, her face looked a bit worried. Ah, the Snow White prosecutor. Seo Jin felt annoyed by the nickname. What on earth? Ah, I am Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin from the Dongnam branch. Are you free for a moment? I want to ask you a few things regarding Councilman Jun Sang. Yoon Jong's expression froze slightly. Just as expected. This reaction, she started to get tense, her teeth gritted. Why are you asking me about that? He reassured her softly. We will absolutely protect the identity of the informant. Kim Seo Jin continued, glancing behind him. If you find it difficult to talk to me, you can talk to Prosecutor Lee So-hee. She had been standing behind them for who knows how long. Hello. Lee So-hee took Yoon Jong's hand hopefully. Her eyes were full of pleading now. Don't be afraid. Tell us everything. We will help you. Yoon Jong was still hesitant. Actually, prosecutor, will my identity really be kept secret? Kim Seo Jin did not enter the cafe but just stood outside, waiting. Lee So-hee answered to reassure Yoon Jong of course. I promise. Having received the answer, she told him everything. He stood outside, staring intently at his phone. Seeing countless keywords related to himself appearing, he wondered, wait, what is with these related search terms? Then he saw another post with a photo of himself and the Snow White princess. Damn, 800,000 views. The prosecutor who controls birds, the parallel theory of Kim Seo Jin and Snow White. No wonder they were whispering. When he saw the number of likes, Kim Seo Jin was even more surprised. What the hell is this? He stood there reading, his face scowling. Damn it. Just you wait and see. Lee So-hee stepped out of the door. Prosecutor Kim, it is done. You can go in. She asked after him kindly. Isn't it cold out here? You should have come in sooner. Kim Seo Jin regained his composure and replied. There were probably things she could not say directly in front of me. She secretly appraised him, thinking, he is quite considerate. He sat down and asked, has Ms. Yoon Jong left? So he replied, yeah, just in case. She left through the back door. She said she would greet you properly next time. She sat down opposite him and began to recount the story. That Jun Sang guy is even more of a bastard than I thought. It was not just Yoon Jong. He also systematically harassed the young female musicians in the orchestra. So he reported the news happily. But it is over now. Since we offered to help, Yoon Jong said she won't hide anymore. She plans to gather the victims and file a formal complaint. Kim Seo Jin was very happy to hear that. That is great, but she quickly returned to her angry expression, her eyes full of hatred as she cursed those who use their power to commit sexual crimes. I truly cannot forgive them. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Then let us go. She was confused. Go where? Kim Seo Jin showed her the message from Jeong Taek. To let Wai Jun Sang taste his own medicine. At an empty lot, So Hee, Seo Jin, and Jeong Taek watched a middle-aged man who was clutching his trembling body. He held a charred object in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Jeong Taek reported the situation to him. About 10 minutes after Councilman Wai Jun Sang entered the house, this man stepped out with a pale face, constantly looking around. Anyone could see he was suspicious, so I followed him. And guess what? He was burning a hard drive right here. The man, his face pale and trembling with fear, said, "I am sorry." He turned and asked the man directly, "Is this Councilman Wai Jun Sang's hard drive?" The man did not hide anything and recounted Jun Sang's instructions. "He suddenly made me burn my hard drive and his. I truly had no other choice." Hearing that, he realized the issue. He had clearly used this man to destroy evidence, so it must be very important if he ordered him to burn it. Kim Seo Jin looked intently at the hard drive in his hand. This hard drive. Did Councilman Wai Jun Sang tell you to burn it and dispose of it? The man stammered. No, he told me to hide it very carefully until the prosecution's investigation was over, and only burn it if I was about to be caught. But I thought being caught was inevitable, so I thought it would be better to burn it beforehand. I'm sorry. The more he spoke, the more the man panicked, trying to explain. I swear I will keep everything that happened today a secret forever. I won't tell the councilman either. Please believe me. He replied coldly, you should do exactly that. I will be watching for a while. Hearing that, the man was relieved.
Thank you, prosecutor.
Lee So-hee looked at the charred hard drive with worried eyes. It is so badly burned. Can it be recovered? He replied calmly. At the branch office, I am afraid it will be very difficult. With this level of damage, it might have to be sent to the Gangwon District Prosecutor's office. Having said that, Kim Seo Jin suddenly paused. Wait. Sending it there is even more dangerous. The opponent is a politician. It is best to act under the worst-case assumption. He looked intently at the charred hard drive in his hand. Let me handle it. Lee So-hee looked at him with suspicious eyes. You can do it. Exactly how many things are you good at? Kim Seo Jin replied shyly. Of course, I won't be doing it myself. I have someone I can ask. With that, he took out his phone and messaged someone. On the screen was a message Kim Seo Jin sent to Jiang Woo. Jiang Woo, I need a favor.
Scene change.
At the police station, voices were heard. You won't know until you try. The police officer looked hesitantly at the charred hard drive. The officer gave a preliminary assessment. If the internal damage is not as severe as it looks on the outside, then it is possible. But I can't guarantee anything. Jiang Woo patted the officer on the shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry. Officer Park is the best technician in our precinct. Officer Park added a reminder. It will take about 2 hours. So remember to buy us some chicken later. Hearing that, Kim Seo Jin immediately opened his phone. Let us order now. Half spicy, half regular. He adjusted his glasses in satisfaction. Good taste. With that he turned to leave. Call us when the chicken arrives. In the meantime, I will check the status. Kim Seo Jin and Jiang Woo stepped out of the room. He turned and spoke politely. Thanks for coming. He replied shyly. No need to be polite. Between us. Before Jiang Woo could finish, Seo Jin cut him off. Consider us even for the Snow White prosecutor thing, okay? Having been found out, Jiang Woo gave a forced laugh. Hey, sorry. I just wanted you to do well. With that, he turned away to avoid the subject. Oh, the food is here already. That was fast. A while later, Officer Park plugged the USB into the port. Surprisingly, the damage was very low. I recovered everything, even the deleted files. Oh, I intentionally did not look at the content, so do not worry. Thanks to Officer Park's clean work, even the deleted files were recovered. Kim Seo Jin looked intently at the files on the computer screen. The folders are arranged by year. Let us start with this year. He wondered what was inside this tiny Pandora's box. He clicked on the folder for February 7th. Seeing the content inside, Kim Seo Jin's eyes widened in surprise. The reason why Jun Sang was so confident. Connections with major politicians. 2 names caught his eye, Gangwon Governor Lee Se-mun and Dongnam Congressman Eom Il-sep. Wai Jun Sang had bribed both of them. The image of Lee Se-mun appeared. Lee Se-mun was known as the Lord of Gangwon Province. Next was the image of Eom Il-seo. Eom Il-seo was a former judge who became a congressman. If this were sent to the Gangwon District Prosecutor's office, then that old fox about to retire. The devious face of Cho Young-jun appeared. Chief Prosecutor Cho Young-jun of Gangwon would have used it as a pass for his nomination. Kim Seo Jin rested his chin on his hand and thought. Even so, with just the data on this USB, it is still hard to touch Lee Se-mun and Eom Il-seo. I do not want to admit it, but they are the ones who hold the power in this world. He recalled the past. The scene of himself falling from a great height with a pale face. If I act recklessly, I will repeat that disastrous ending. Therefore, I will end this case at the level of Councilman Wai Jun Sang. Having thought that, he pulled the USB out of the port. Kim Seo Jin smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the USB in his hand. And I will keep the USB to use at the right time as the first key to enter the center of power. A soda can fell from the vending machine. Lee, so he asked, did you fix the hard drive? He gently handed her the soda. It could not be fixed. So I sent it to the main headquarters. Hearing that, Lee So he let out a sorrowful sigh.
Nothing ever goes smoothly.
Seo Jin spoke softly to comfort her. Don't worry, there is plenty of other evidence besides that. Suddenly, someone approached and interrupted them. Is everyone here? It was Ji Dong-min. He walked over with a bright smile. You guys have investigated quite a bit, have not you? Let us have a quick meeting tonight. He did not forget to remind them, bring all your investigation results. I will share my part as well. I'm really looking forward to it, juniors. With that, Dong-min put his hands in his pockets and walked away leisurely. Lee, so he said in disgust, share my foot. He is going to run straight to Park Sang-young and report everything, just watch. Lee So he glanced over worriedly and asked, so, what do you plan to do? Kim Seo Jin focused his thoughts. Let us just hear what he has to say first. She was anxious and kept asking repeatedly, and then what? What do we do next? Seo Jin flashed a confident smile. We will worry about that when the time comes. Time passed quickly. In the meeting room, Dong-min was sharing the information he had. We have gathered circumstantial evidence suggesting that General Manager Park Sang-young gave money to Councilman Jun Sang. However, since that amount was officially declared, it is difficult to consider it bribery. Guan Yang with a pensive look, suddenly spoke up and asked, officially declared? Dong-min replied, yes, it was recorded as a legal donation. Lee So-hee suddenly raised her hand to speak. Prosecutor Ji Dong-min. She spoke clearly, according to my investigation, several public officials received gift certificates worth 500,000 won. They claim those were gifts received by chance from hometown friends. But the problem is that most of those friends work at Hyungja Construction. Therefore, according to the Kim Young-ran law, before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly let out a weary sigh. Then Dong-min asked her back, Prosecutor Lee So-hee, what is the Kim Young-ran law? The Kim Young-ran law, regardless of whether it is related to official duties, if a public official receives over 1 million won at a time, or over 3 million won in a year, they are subject to criminal prosecution. Ji Dong-min spoke in a reproachful tone. In other words, if it is not related to official duties or a trade of favors, each person can receive 500,000 won gift certificates up to 6 times. Do I really have to teach you every single little detail? Lee So-hee stammered and clenched her fists. Even so, he ignored her and moved to another topic. Chief, for those employees who were transferred to Dongnam for the project, Hyungjae Construction was said to have distributed gift certificates. It is possible some people gave them to acquaintances instead of using them, and coincidentally, those acquaintances were public officials. Dong-min spoke without hesitation. Kim Guan-yong thought seriously, this is starting to get complicated. Dong-min was not afraid. He smiled even wider. The key point is that all the officials who received gift certificates currently hold positions completely unrelated to the project. Kim Seo Jin stood rooted to the spot, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this is the experience gap. Thinking this, he spoke up to offer his input, because previously all of those officials worked in related departments such as urban development, urban reconstruction, public environment and tourism development. They entered the general administrative track and then rotated positions. Hearing this, Dong-min paused slightly. He refused to back down and continued to ask, but currently, they are no longer directly involved in the project. Right, Kim Seo Jin sat calmly in his chair and replied leisurely, in terms of circumstantial evidence, there is sufficient basis to form a reasonable suspicion. He spoke while glancing at him. Furthermore, Councilman Jun Sang, who received official funding from Park Sang-young, recently donated 5 million won each to 6 assemblymen of the Daehan Party. If we trace the source of those donations, would not everything become clear? Dong-min was enraged by his reasoning and clenched his fists. This brat. What does a kid born with a silver spoon know? He spoke through gritted teeth. Listen carefully. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin. Dong-min was so agitated, he punched the screen behind him. Gangwon Urban Development Corporation returned the Marine Park project to reduce debt, and Hyungjae Construction invested in that project for the brand value. That is the truth, and the story ends there. The projector was still running. Kim Seo Jin remained calm and replied to him. As expected, it is very strange. My father is also in the construction business, so I asked him. He said the Marine Park project was not at a level that would cause financial pressure. The fact that you were defending it so fiercely despite knowing that. He glanced coldly at him. Then he asked him a question. Do you want to escape this place that badly? Ji Dong-min was confused by the question. What? Kim Seo Jin placed the phone containing the recording on the table. You know it well, do not you? Park Sang-young's voice came out of the phone. Forget it. From now on, just report to me how far the prosecutor's office is checking. If this case ends smoothly, I will ensure you are pulled out of that place of exile. Every word of his was clearly audible. You also know how close I am with Yoon Hwan, right? Dong-min. He is building his own faction lately. I can arrange a spot for you in it. Kim Guan-yong frowned upon hearing this, his eyes staring intently, while Lee So-hee turned around in shock. Dong-min had replied to Sang-young without a second thought. Yeah, do not worry, trust me. His face began to turn pale as he heard this. The phone on the table continued to play their conversation. Keep in touch and tell me exactly what the prosecution has dug up. You know how close I am to Yoon-hwan, right? He seems to be setting up his own group lately. I can arrange a spot for you in it. This sentence from Sang-young was played repeatedly. Dong-min gave a forced laugh. How could that be? He tried to justify it out of fear. It is a misunderstanding. It is all just a misunderstanding. Dong-min looked at Seo Jin and cursed inwardly. That son of a bitch, Kim Seo Jin. Gwon-young's face darkened as he asked coldly. A misunderstanding. Dong-min tried to speak as if he wanted to scream. Yes, it is truly a misunderstanding. I can explain everything. What I mean is, I only did that to bait information out of Park Sang-young. Gwon-young cut him off. Enough. Then he said to Kim Seo Jin and Lee So-hee, you two, go outside. Both immediately stood up. Yes sir. The room door slowly closed. Dong-min hung his head, his hands clenched tight. Kim Seo Jin stood outside, lingering and trying to look inside. Lee, so he suddenly spoke up and asked him, did you really need to release that recording right now? Her eyes glanced up as if in reproach. You should have been more careful. Now it looks like we are the ones targeting them. But then she calmed down, her voice weakening. If you get a reputation as a rookie who dares to take down a senior, you will be hated instantly. Looking at that face, I can tell you have already calculated something, have not you? She looked at Kim Seo Jin, who said nothing, only looked at her and smiled slightly. Seo Jin walked calmly, not forgetting to reassure her. Don't worry, that definitely won't happen. Lee, so he let out a weary sigh. What makes you so confident? He walked ahead and began to tell her. Do you know why the chief was exiled to Dongnam a few years ago? There was a sponsored prosecutor scandal that shocked the entire country. A case where a chief prosecutor received massive bribes from the real estate industry and then buried the investigation. An image of a bag full of cash appeared. Seo Jin asked her again. Do you know who caught that chief prosecutor? Lee So-hee guessed part of it. Could it be? Kim Seo Jin continued. That is right. It was Chief Kim Gwon-young. He was branded as the junior who took down his senior and was eventually exiled here. Since he is the one who understands our situation better than anyone, do you think he would sit idly by and watch us repeat that path? He leaned closer to Lee So-hee. Hearing this, she was relieved. True. His footsteps paused. He will likely cut off Ji Dong-min and end everything quietly. If the chief personally steps in, everything will get messy. So he will use Lee Myung-soo to handle it. Both of them were now standing in front of the elevator. The more he spoke, the more he could not hide his confidence, ordering him to clean up the aftermath. A while later at a restaurant, Gwon-young was drinking happily. Go clean up that trash. Lee Myung-soo, looking weary but still responding. I will ensure Ji Dong-min resigns quietly. Lee So-hee, sitting opposite and overhearing the conversation, spat out her water. Her face turned pale as she turned to him. Whoa, seriously, is he a fortune teller or what? While they were enjoying themselves, Myung-soo suddenly called to both of them. You two, he instructed, seriously forget everything that happened today. Only the chief, and we know about this. Both replied in unison. Yes sir. Gwon-young raised his glass happily to clear the tense atmosphere. Alright, let us eat and drink as if nothing ever happened. Everyone raised their glasses together. A while later, Lee So-hee and Gwon-young were completely drunk. Outside in a deserted alley, Gwon-young said to Kim Seo Jin, Prosecutor Kim, I'm sorry, but we should stop this case here. He looked around as he spoke. You said the information was leaked through Ji Dong-min. The dust at the construction site has settled. Even if we try, he replied to him, while also gently lighting a cigarette for the man. I can do it. Gwon-young turned and saw Seo Jin's confident face. I want to turn Park Sang-young's arrogant tone into screams. Please let me finish this. Hearing this, Gwon-young smiled with satisfaction. You remind me of myself when I was young. Fine, give it a try. But then his expression immediately changed, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. However, if you are going to do it, you must wipe them out completely. An image of a statue of a judge holding a scale appeared. Article 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Korea states that all citizens are equal before the law. But since there are clearly those who stand above the law, I won't just use righteous methods in this life. Therefore, the first method I choose is using trash to clean up trash. Now then, let us begin the spring cleaning. Kim Seo Jin thought to himself in the morning at the police station. Seo Jin waved happily to everyone. Hello, excuse me. The staff member looked at him in shock. Who are you? He spoke cheerfully while pointing ahead. I am here to see Congressman Oh-mil. COP. He is in there, right? The staff member became even more flustered. What? Hey, wait a minute. With that, Kim Seo Jin naturally opened the door and walked in. Congressman, Oh-mil COP, hello. He stood up in shock immediately. What is this? Who are you? The staff member behind him gave a forced smile and explained. Congressman, you have a visitor. Seo Jin followed up with an introduction. I am Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin from the Dongnam branch. Oh-mil COP refocused on his game. A prosecutor. Why do you want to see me? As you can see, I am busy and can't receive you. Seo Jin replied instantly. Even if you are busy, you need to spare a little time. Kim Seo Jin gave a bright smile. If you want to safely receive the party's nomination this time. A while later, a cup of hot tea was placed on the table. Oh-mil COP's voice rang out. So, he spoke while staring intently at the notebook in his hand. Wei Jun-sang kept a ledger of expenses. He sat next to him and quickly replied, yes. It records the full dates, amounts and even the specific banks. Nothing is missing. Il Seo heard Seo Jin say this and cursed inwardly. That bastard Wai Jun sang. The general election is coming up and he dares to pull this. After a silence, he suddenly asked him, does anyone else know about this? Kim Seo Jin calmly lifted the hot cup of tea. No one. If they did, the prosecution would have contacted you already rather than me coming here personally. Il Seo narrowed his eyes, a devious smile appearing on his face. Look at this guy. Fine. What exactly do you want? He offered excitedly. I think I have an idea. You want to leave Dongnam too, do not you? If so, I can. Seo Jin lifted the cup from the table. You should go to Seoul. Right, I will send you to Seoul. He glanced at the man. Without hesitation, Kim Seo Jin cut Il Seo off. No, the person who will send you to Seoul will be me. Hearing this, he paused, his eyes wide in surprise. His hands involuntarily gripped the arms of the chair. What did you say? Who is sending whom where? Then suddenly he laughed loudly with glee. Arrogant kid, let us see just how confident you are to dare talk so big. In contrast to Il Seo, Kim Seo Jin's face turned grim, and he spoke in a cold voice. Cho Songbong, National Assemblyman for the Songpa District, Seoul. He has served 4 terms and is almost a monument in that area. As he spoke, he placed another stack of files on the table, but it seems his love for his son is a bit excessive. Suspiciously excessive. Il Seo picked up the files and looked at them intently. What is this? Kim Seo Jin explained to him. Cho Songbong's son wrote a thesis related to biotechnology and entered university through the portfolio admission system. Numerous photos of him and information appeared on the papers, but his math grades were abysmal. Furthermore, he was exempted from military service due to a herniated disc, yet his hobbies are extreme sports. Finally, he even passed the public recruitment for the new pharmaceutical sales department at TJ Group, an extremely difficult place to get into. And that was a student with a GPA of only 2.8. Il Seo could not help but wonder, how on earth did you investigate these things? He did not answer directly but shifted the topic. Well, but more important than that, if you reveal this, you will be able to step directly onto the stage of central politics. Il Seo stared at the files, his face starting to show anxiety, but then he quickly regained his composure. How interesting. I realize I have been seduced by your words without even knowing it. However, let me think about it. He won't think for long, because Il Seo is a greedy man. He appraised in his mind. Il Seo did not beat around the bush and asked directly, all right. So what do you want in return? Seo Jin smiled with satisfaction. Not right now. He looked as if he were holding the strings of a puppet, his cold eyes glancing over. What I want has already begun, because I intend to tame Congressman Il Seo bit by bit. With his wings disguised as the control room he had given him, Il Seo was now like a puppet controlled by strings. He kept talking. I can't just be on the receiving end. Therefore, I want to give you a small parting gift. Kim Seo Jin looked on curiously. Il Seo spoke grandly. How do you want me to handle Wee Jun Sang? Time passed. In the dining room, Park Sang-young was attentively pouring wine for Wai Jun Sang.
Scene change.
Il Seo was rubbing 2 walnuts in his hand, suddenly asking, Wee Jun Sang, are you keeping a diary lately? Wee Jun Sang stood there, his face not yet sober from the wine. Sir. What do you mean by that? Il Seo got straight to the point. Rumors are flying all over the prosecution that my name appears all over that little notebook of yours. Hearing this, Wai Jun Sang was stunned, his face turning dark. He fell to his knees in fear. Congressman, please have mercy on me. Il Seo showed a look of disgust, only glancing coldly.
End it here.
Confess that you are the one who received bribes from Park Sang-young. With that, he threw a large stack of files onto the floor. Wee Jun Sang tried to plead. Congressman, I beg you, I beg you. With that, he looked down at the pile of files on the floor, his face turning even paler. Wee Jun Sang looked at the stack of files and thought to himself, these are all the records of the money I embezzled and even insider trading information. Il Seo angrily tightened his grip on the 2 walnuts in his hand. Once you step into politics, you will understand that not a single person is trustworthy. That is why I have always followed every single thing you do. Wee Jun Sang did not dare look up and sobbed. Please, sir, give me one more chance. Il Seo stepped forward and kicked the stack of files. Wee Jun Sang, do not you want to be present at your daughter's wedding, or do you want to rot in a cell for 10 years? Il Seo's shadow completely covered Wai Jun Sang, who was kneeling below. Take the fall along with Park Sang-young, and keep your mouth shut. At the parking lot in front of the police station, Park Sang-young said loudly, do you have any idea who I am? He was now being handcuffed by 2 other people. I am Park Sang-young. Do you think you can treat me like this and get away with it? Lee So-hee, with a look of disgust, glanced back and said, can you lower your voice? Shut up. He still looked tired. Didn't you just change your dialogue box? Suddenly someone stepped out. Lee So-hee saw it was Kim Seo Jin and asked, hey, where are you going? He replied gently, I need to make a trip to Seoul. She was quite surprised right now. It is already dark. Kim Seo Jin comforted her softly. I will be back tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, please help me handle Congressman Wee Jun Sang. Here's some candy. Lee So-hee took the candy from him. What is this for? As she was eating the candy, he suddenly made a small request. Just let that guy do whatever he wants. Kim Seo Jin leaned in and whispered in her ear. He added, in any case, things won't go his way. Park Sang-young recognized him and yelled, "Wait, now that I think about it, the guy at the cafe that day was you. You did this, did not you?" Ignoring his anger, he turned to walk away. "I am counting on you." Lee So-hee watched his silhouette with worried eyes. Just let him do whatever he wants. In room 302, interrogation. Room 302, Park Sang-young was drunk and kept babbling. "Damn it. Why won't this drunkenness go away? My lawyer is coming. Wait for him to arrive before we continue." He bowed his head and rubbed his forehead wearily. Then Sang-young raised his head and spoke to Lee So-hee opposite him. "But hey, Ms. Prosecutor, is not this a bit too much? That was a legal donation. I even fully reported it. Why treat me like a criminal?" Lee So-hee replied calmly. "Congressman Wee Jun-sang has already confessed everything. Not to mention, we have camera footage of you exchanging boxes at the golf course, aside from those official donations." Sang-young continued to justify. "Oh please, it was just apples. Is a man not allowed to give gifts now?" So-hee replied. "Councilman Y has clearly testified that those boxes were filled with cash." Park Sang-young, slightly tipsy, kept talking. "Are you really going to go this far based only on one person's words? What about the so-called presumption of innocence? Is it dead already?" Lee So-hee ignored his pleas. "Park Sang-young, how much longer do you think you can lie?" He leaned back wearily in his chair. Whatever. Let me make one phone call." She stared at him, her face wrinkled in annoyance. This arrogant bastard. But then she recalled his instructions earlier. Just let that guy do whatever he wants. In any case, things won't go his way. Back to reality, Lee So-hee closed her eyes and tried to breathe to regain her composure. She pushed the phone forward. He commented with satisfaction. Finally, someone who speaks with a brain. Picking up the phone, he quickly called an acquaintance. "Hello, Yoon Hwan, it is me. I am being dragged into the prosecutor's office." Sang-young kept complaining to the person on the other end. "Seriously, does the prosecution arrest people without evidence these days? I am busy as hell, this is really annoying." Lee So-hee sat with her arms crossed, listening to it all. Busy drinking at a bar, more like." Park Sang-young spoke with a rather leisurely tone. "Anyway, can you talk to your father for me? My father wants to see him next week." Suddenly a cold voice rang out from the other side. "Park Sang-young, right. Why should I meet your father?" Hearing the voice, the man's face immediately turned ashen. On the other side, Kim Young-jun sat with his legs crossed and a stern expression. Park Sang-young's trembling voice rang out. "Chief Prosecutor." A few minutes prior, at the private residence of Prosecutor General Kim Young-jin, Kim Young-jun's voice was heard. "Oh, why have you come here at this hour?" Kim Seo Jin walked in holding his suit jacket and looked at Young-jun. "There is something I need to tell you, uncle." "Has Yoon Hwan arrived yet?" Just as he asked, someone immediately stepped forward. Kim Yoon Hwan walked up with a bright smile, holding his phone to greet him. "Oh, Seo Jin, you are here, it has been a long time." He spoke while sitting opposite Kim Seo Jin. "I heard you solved several cold cases and became quite famous. Share some of that luck with your brother. Every day I have to deal with petty thugs. It is boring as hell." Kim Seo Jin gave an embarrassed smile. "I just got lucky." Young Jun, who was drinking water, glanced over and asked, "So, what exactly brings you here at this hour?" He picked up his phone and stared at it intently. "Fortunately, Yoon Hwan is also here. There is something I want both of you to hear." Kim Seo Jin placed the phone containing the recording down. The voice inside rang out. "If this goes smoothly, I will ensure you are pulled out of that place of exile in the next transfer. So that is why you suddenly became so friendly with Yoon Hwan, right? You know how close I am to Yoon Hwan, right? He is forming his own team lately. Maybe I can help you squeeze in." Hearing this conversation, Yoon Hwan's face began to turn pale with fear. Kim Seo Jin spoke directly to the point. "This is Park Sang-young, Yoon Hwan's friend. Currently he is in custody for bribing a local councilman, and he is trying to use Yoon Hwan as leverage in the negotiation process. The son of the prosecutor general, and a prosecutor working at the central prosecutor's office. Truly a powerful relationship, is not it?" Yoon Hwan, his face pale and wrinkled, tried to cut him off. "Hey Seo Jin, let me handle this myself. Don't interfere." Seo Jin helplessly shook his head and said, "Yoon Hwan is too soft-hearted, which is why he still has not decisively cut ties with a low-life like Park Sang-young." His face was full of pity for him. "I have been worried about this for a long time, so I came to see you before things got out of control. After all, we are family, are not we?" Yoon Hwan could not maintain his composure, and pointed his finger, cursing. Kim Young-jun, his hands bulging with veins in anger, cut him off. "Enough." His face turned dark as he stared coldly at his son. "How dare you use my name to trade power?" Yoon Hwan was flustered, stammering an explanation. "Dad, it is not like that." He was speaking when suddenly the phone on the table rang. The screen displayed the caller's name, Park Sang-young. Seeing that name, Yoon Hwan could only fall into a terrified silence. "I'm really finished." Young Jun tried to maintain his composure, and ordered him, "Answer it. Put it on speaker. Let everyone hear." Yoon Hwan could only obediently follow.
Yes, father.
As soon as he answered, Park Sang-young's voice rang out. "Hey Yoon Hwan, it is me. I have been dragged into the prosecutor's office. Oh, by the way, can you talk to your father for me?" Yoon Hwan was terrified, his head bowed, silently pleading in his heart. "Damn it, please, shut up, Sang-young." The guy on the other end did not know when to stop and kept babbling. "My father wants to meet him next week." Young Jun suddenly spoke up. Park Sang-young, right. Why should I meet your father? He emphasized the man's name, Park Sang-young. On the other end, Sang-young was no longer as leisurely as before. He was trembling with fear.
Chief.
Prosecutor. Young Jun spoke clearly. Your father's company will soon be raided.
All assets will be frozen.
Business operations will be completely paralyzed. The corruption you have hidden until now will be exposed to the media. Sang-young grew more terrified as he listened. Sang-young stammered, trying to stall. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Young Jun replied coldly. If you want your father's company to have a chance of survival, confess everything and accept your prison time. The man on the other side dared not refuse and accepted the demand. I understand. After speaking with Sang-young, Young Jun slowly stood up. I intended for us to have a meal together, but it seems it is no longer appropriate. Seo Jin looked at him and replied, it is fine. Let us make it another time. Suddenly, he glanced over at the boy. Seo Jin, you will delete that recording, won't you? He responded with a bright smile. Then he quickly picked up his phone and pressed the delete button on the recording. Of course, uncle. Young Jun muttered angrily. He who touches pitch shall be defiled. Yoon Hwan immediately apologized to his father in fear. I am sorry, father. With the job done, Seo Jin walked out of Yoon Hwan's house feeling satisfied. That sounded quite pleasant. One recording is not enough to pull Yoon Hwan down, so I won't lose sleep over it. Still, keeping a collection of things like this is wise, just in case. He stared intently at a file on his phone. Cloud storage features really are convenient.
Scene change.
It was now morning. In front of a certain house, several cars were parked. Someone suddenly spoke up. Seo Jin, where are you? When will you get here? Seo Jin was sitting at a dining table, replying gently. Around 4 of the clock. If it is too difficult, ask Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo for support. Lee So-hee laughed loudly on the other end. Do you really think that is feasible? With Congressman Wai Jun-sang and Park Sang-young there? I certainly can't handle it alone. Seo Jin picked up a piece of paper and gave a forced smile. I am truly sorry. I will get there as fast as I can. Please hold on a bit longer. It was a paper containing information on Cho Seon-bong. The reason I have not returned to the district prosecutor's office yet is because of Cho Seon-bong, a 4-term congressman from the Songpa district. His image appeared with a stern expression. According to political reporters, as long as Cho Seon-bong stands firm, it is very difficult for any new figures to rise in this area. Recalling Il Seop's face when he read the file Seo Jin gave him, therefore I have planned to turn Congressman Eom Il Seop into a sniper to expose Cho Seon-bong's corruption. He kept staring at the man's profile, his face pensive. If everything goes according to plan, I will send Congressman Eom Il Seop into Songpa district, placing him on the front lines of this power struggle. But there is still a chance for variables, or Cho Seon-bong might counterattack. Therefore, before I leave, there is one person I absolutely must meet today. Seo Jin was thinking when suddenly the door swung open. A middle-aged man walked in and spoke. Ah, am I late? It was none other than Cho Seon-bong's assistant, Woo Jin UK. He stepped forward to shake the man's hand. I am Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin from the Dongnam branch office in Gangwon-do. Jin Uk also introduced himself politely. I am Woo Jin Uk. As you know, I am the assistant to Congressman Cho Seon-bong. Congressman Cho has 2 assistants. His right hand is Lee Sang-ju, and his left hand is Woo Jin UK. At a party recently, Cho Seon-bong only praised and spoke with Lee Sang-ju, leaving Jin UK sitting in a corner. Cho Seon-bong is famous for openly favoring Lee Sang-ju. If Cho Seon-bong falls, the likely successor would be Lee Sang-ju. That is exactly why I chose Woo Jin-woo, a 2-pronged strategy. The image of Il Seop holding a paper and pointing to the sky appeared. If Congressman Ohm Il Seop snipes from the outside, and assistant Woo Jin Uk engages in close-quarters combat from the inside, Cho Seon-bong will have no choice but to collapse. Back to the present, the man sat down opposite him. Make it brief. I am up to my neck in work with the upcoming general election. As he spoke, Jin Uk slowly looked up. So are you looking for me to lobby, or to provide information? Without waiting for an answer, he added, well, I hope it is not blackmail. If you threaten us, my congressman's style is to crush you even more miserably. Seo Jin nodded and smiled. Do people usually contact you for those reasons? Looking over, Jin Uk was eating like he was starving. You are a prosecutor. Just be direct. I'm going to keep eating. Seo Jin looked at his actions with confusion. Has he been starved for days or something? He reached for the bottle of liquor on the table. It is none of those 3 possibilities. I contacted you because I am curious about you, assistant. Woo. Hearing this, Jin Uk paused, his eating no longer rushed. The man asked back, me, why? Seo Jin did not answer immediately but replied with a smile. Would you like a drink? Jin Uk confusedly held his glass forward. Ah. Just 1 glass for me. What a waste. As he poured the drink he thought, I have met many politicians since my time as Seo Jun-young, but this is the first time I have met one so humble. Furthermore, he is capable enough to handle most of Congressman Cho Seon-bong's work. It is just a pity that he seems to stop right at that level. Suddenly Seo Jin stared intently at something. What is needed right now is not a kind and capable person, but an ambitious one. Someone capable of getting elected. Jin Uke recalled a past meal where someone asked him, "How much longer do you plan to drag this out?" Jin Uke only replied gently, "This circle never treats traitors kindly. So you plan to stay under Cho Seon-bong forever?" He shook his head wearily. "I will be leaving soon too." Jin Uk shared more, "In the next election, I will target a difficult area for the Minkook party. That way, even someone like me has a chance at a nomination." "Hey, that is just throwing money out the window." He tightened his grip on the wine cup.
No.
"There is a way." Jin Uke's eyes sparkled with schemes back then. The election strategies that followed were truly filthy to the point where just thinking about it gave me the chills. Kim Seo Jin snapped back to the present. He suddenly gave a forced smile. Just because he hides his claws does not mean he is not a tiger. As Jin Uk sat there, a tiger with glowing eyes seemed to appear at his feet. "Please, stop talking. So why exactly did you want to meet me?" "He is a tiger." "In that case, change of plans." Kim Seo Jin suddenly slammed the bottle of strong liquor onto the table. "I will be direct." He stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "I want to support your personal goals, Assistant Wu. I am switching cards from Eom Il Seop to Wu Jin Uk." The faces of both men appeared in his mental deck of cards. Eom Il Seop has too many enemies. He could easily be hit by a backlash from his past corruption. Conversely, Wu Jin Uk has a good character, capability, and an almost perfect campaign strategy. If I help you, the chance of success is well-founded. Jin Uk looked at Kim Seo Jin with a worried face. "Personal goals, what are you talking about?" Seo Jin smiled. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Kim Seo Jin, the son of CEO Kim Jun-man, chairman of Jaejong Construction Group." Jin Uk froze, listening in silence. "Sorry, but I have looked into you a bit, Assistant Wu. I heard you are the one carrying the entire workload of the district. However, word is that Congressman Cho Seon-bong intends to hand Songpa district over to Assistant Lee Sang-ju." Jin Uk could only stand in the distance, watching Seon-bong constantly praise Lee Sang-ju. Kim Seo Jin's voice continued steadily. "You are the one who has polished Songpa district for decades. So why do you plan to go elsewhere?" Jin Uk was startled that he knew his secret. "What?" But then he wearily rubbed his head and brushed it off. "Ha! What the hell are you talking about? Are you telling me to betray him? Get out!" Despite being dismissed, Seo Jin sat still. But then Jin Uk suddenly punched the table and yelled, "I said get out." He stood up slowly. He is suspicious of the situation. "Fine, then I will wait for your call." However, if he truly hated this, he would have left already. As Kim Seo Jin was about to walk out the door, Jin Uk suddenly called to him. "Wait," he asked calmly. "What is the real reason you want to help me?" Kim Seo Jin smiled with satisfaction. "Because I believe you will be elected. That is all." Jin Uk bowed his head. Kim Seo Jin, the man thought as he looked at his reflection in the wine. Despite enduring all sorts of insults from Congressman Cho Seon-bong, he still saw right through the thoughts I hide deepest. That is not the gaze of a newcomer. After thinking, Jin Uk raised his glass and drained it. He slammed the glass down on the table.
Scene change.
In front of a certain office door, someone asked, "Where have you been?" The one asking was Lee Sang-ju. He added, "The congressman is inspecting the area today. You did not forget, did you?" Jin Uk walked in, rubbing his neck wearily. "Of course not. I am the one who set the schedule. Besides, we still have an hour. I just met someone briefly," Lee Sang-ju added. "The congressman asked where you went earlier." Hearing this, Jin Uk looked up. "Really?" Lee Sang-ju laughed happily, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I told him you went to handle city council business. So read the situation and answer carefully." Jin Uk gave a slight smile. "Thanks." While they were talking, someone suddenly called out, "Assistant Lee Sang-ju." He walked in but did not forget to turn back and remind Jin Uk, "Go rinse your mouth. The smell of alcohol is overwhelming." Jin Uk stood rooted to the spot. "If I betray him, Sang-ju will have no way back." "That is right. I can't betray the person who suffered alongside me." He thought this as he walked straight ahead. Jin Uk kept thinking, pouring some water. "I will just stay quiet and find my own path." Suddenly someone laughed and mentioned his name. "Ha ha ha, Jin Uk is." Hearing his name, Jin Uk glanced back. What are they talking about?" His shadow was cast against the door. Jin Uk leaned his ear close to hear the story inside. "Maybe I should eavesdrop for a bit," the voice inside continued. "So Jin Uk was drinking at lunch." Cho Seon-bong spoke angrily from inside. "What? He was drinking? That crazy bastard. I must fire him immediately." Lee Sang-ju feigned a comforting tone. "Wait, do not fire him yet. You need to maintain the image that Jin Uk is a kind person and a long-time member of the team." The more he spoke, the more devious the man's face became. "Just use him as a puppet for this general election. And then what? Why not replace him with someone else?" Jin Uk's face darkened as he heard this from outside. The entire space seemed to tremble. Jin Uk stood at the door, hearing Lee Sang-ju's voice from within. "Why not replace him with someone else? There is a guy named Cha Seong-yoon who is very tough." Jin Uk smirked painfully. He is truly ready to throw away a colleague of decades just to be with his mistress. Then his face turned to one of agony and rage. "I truly am a weakling."
Scene change.
Jin Uk's phone vibrated, the screen showing a message, sending a text to Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin. Kim Seo Jin on the other side spoke up. Have you finished thinking? Jin Uk nodded. Yes. He continued, I could tell by your voice that you have made the right decision. Jin Uk replied wearily, I suppose. On Kim Seo Jin's side, he sat in his car talking to the man. Oh, by the way, there is one thing I forgot to mention earlier. The cannons are loaded. One is aimed directly at Congressman Cho Seon-bong. An image of Lee Sang-ju and Cho Seon-bong talking together appeared. Kim Seo Jin explained seriously to him. The other will fall on Assistant Lee Sang-ju's head. That way, you will naturally take that position without being labeled a traitor. Jin Uk was on the phone when suddenly the sound of laughter from Lee Sang-ju's room drifted out. The more he heard, the angrier Jin Uk became, clenching his fists. His face darkened further. I will do it. Please help me. Kim Seo Jin gave a satisfied smirk on the other side. Then he spoke up suddenly, a wise choice. We will begin immediately. Jin Ok was a bit startled by Seo Jin's proposal. Right now, he gave instructions comfortably. That is right. Just act as normal, Assistant Wu. And by the way, listen to what Assistant Lee Sang-ju has to say. Jin Uk heard the suggestion, and though puzzled, quickly agreed with Seo Jin. Fine. Let us go with that for now. Kim Seo Jin looked at the screen displaying Woo Jin Uk's phone number at a certain company building. Kim Seo Jin now began calling someone else. Il Seop swung his club hard, hitting the golf ball. Suddenly, a staff member informed him, Congressman, Kim Seo Jin is calling. The ball he hit slowly rolled into the hole. Simultaneously, Kim Seo Jin's voice reported, Sir, you can begin now. Il Seop stood with hands on his hips, looking into the distance with a satisfied face.
Good.
It has been a while since I have seen those Minkook party bastards cause a stir. At National Assemblyman Cho Seon-bong's office, Jin Uk reported the schedule. I have contacted the TV station for this weekend. He spoke while looking at the thick document in his hand. To build the man of the people image, we will start by visiting the traditional market. Cho Seon-bong did not even wait for Jin Uk to finish and waved him off. Get the party members to arrange it beforehand. Ensure my security is tight. Don't let those market women swarm me. And skip the snack stalls.
Change the plan.
Hearing the unexpected request, Jin Uk was startled and confused. Pardon, Lee Sang-ju beside him explained with a condescending tone, a congressman eating that filthy street food. Jin Uk was silent for a moment before quickly reporting another plan. Then next, at the senior center. Cho Seon-bong spoke while picking up the phone to call someone. Skip that too. Just send 100,000 won as a donation and call it a day. Jin Uk was helpless against his actions. Congressman, sir. Cho Seon-bong cut him off. This is my territory. No matter what I do, they will vote for me anyway. Jin Uk let out a weary sigh and focused on recording information in the documents. Cho Seon-bong changed his tone to speak sweetly to the person on the other end. Agu, Reporter Park, long time no see. Let us grab coffee when you are free. Outside, a staff member walked hurriedly. The staff member swung the door open and shouted, Congressman. Cho Seon-bong was confused, his eyes darting around. What the hell is this? The staff member's voice grew more panicked. You have to see this immediately. All three in the room immediately turned to look. At that moment, a reporter was delivering news on the TV. Congressman Il Seop of the Daehan Party, standing before the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, has filed a complaint regarding the suspected admissions fraud of Jo Yong-hyun, the son of Congressman Cho Seon-bong. Congressman Il Seop's image was shown on the screen. The TV showed a direct clip of Il Seop. Congressman Cho Seon-bong once declared he would build a fair society. However, despite abysmal math scores, his son Jo Yong-hyun was admitted to a prestigious university through the portfolio admission system. Cho Seon-bong's face turned pale with fear as he jumped to his feet. What the hell is that crazy man doing? Jin Uk watched with a worried face, thinking to himself, so this is what he meant by beginning. Il Seop's voice on the TV continued steadily. Furthermore, he never took an English certification exam and had a GPA of only 2.8. Yet he passed the public recruitment for the new pharmaceutical department of the TL Group. Cho Seon-bong grew more furious as he listened, his face turning red and his teeth gritting. He immediately ordered Lee Sang-ju and Woo Jin-uk, launch a counterattack immediately. Hurry! Both of them heard the order and immediately stepped out of the room. Everyone in the office stood up with panicked faces.
Assistant
Lee Sang-ju, with a tense face, assigned tasks to each staff member. Mi Hyun, go to the convenience store and buy drinks for the congressman. Dong-gu, check the bag in the trunk for me. Everyone replied in unison. Yes, sir. Jin Uk beside him was utterly confused by those requests. Why buy drinks, and why check the trunk? Lee Sang-ju suddenly placed a hand on Jin Uk's shoulder. Jin Uk, hold off on the counterattack for now. He wore a devious expression and whispered to Jin Uk, that old man has held on to power for too long. How much longer must we clean up the trash he leaves behind? Jin Uk recalled Kim Seo Jin's instruction earlier, and by the way, listen to what Assistant Lee Sang-ju has to say. Jin Uk gave a forced laugh and marveled in his mind. Kim Seo Jin. Can you see the future? Having thought it over, Jin Uk immediately agreed with Lee Sang-ju. Fine. Let us do that. Sang-ju was extremely surprised by his agreement. Really? Jin Uk gave a slight smile to comfort him. No matter what happens, we are still friends. He said this outwardly, but inwardly Jinuk was cursing. You piece of trash. You do not even know you are next. Time ticked away like that. Lee So-hee sat at her desk surrounded by piles of documents. Her face was weary. Kim Seo Jin, you said you would be here at 4 o'clock. I am going to kill you right now. A staff member pushed a cart of files over. Prosecutor, here are the supplemental documents. Lee So-hee, her face lacking vitality, slowly glanced up. Kim Seo Jin walked in with an embarrassed smile. Am I late? Eat something while you work? She caught the scent of food and her face immediately regained some life. The smell of spicy rice cakes. All the staff in the office immediately rushed to Kim Seo Jin. Oh my god, is it poison? Don't tell me we are pulling another all-nighter. Jeong Taek's eyes were tearing up as his body trembled. I do not even dare ask to leave on time. Just let me go home. Prosecutor. A while later, the food on the table had diminished. Kim Seo Jin spoke up first. How is the situation with Congressman Wei Jun Sang and Park Sang-young? Lee So-hee replied while eating. Both have confessed. We obtained the CCTV footage and even found cash in those apple boxes. Jeong Taek sitting next to her added. Park Sang-young went quiet as a clam after a death sentence was mentioned. He is completely broken. Kim Seo Jin glanced back at Lee So-hee and asked, what about the bribery officials? She replied calmly with each detail. Still suspects. They will become defendants in a few days. Hearing the report, he looked at the information board in his hand. So that wraps up the Park Sang-young case. Kim Seo Jin placed the stack of files on the table. Those politicians will bite each other for a while. Then I will make my move. Suddenly his phone vibrated with a notification. Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo messaged, you are back, right? Come to the chief's office immediately. A while later the office door slowly opened. Kim Seo Jin stood before the people in the room. Did you call for me, sir? Kim Guan-young turned to look. Have a seat. He quickly sat down. What is this about? Kim Guan-young slammed his water cup on the table. In this office, quite a few people are jealous of you, Prosecutor Kim. You have achieved too much in too short a time. We know it is due to your capability, but rumors are spreading that I am fast-tracking your career. Therefore, he sat seriously, listening to the man speak. Guan-young made a proposal, though his face was not very happy. Try taking a deadlocked case from Criminal Division 1. Kim Seo Jin did not answer immediately, but sat still and thought. Gigongchi, a noun, refers to dregs, sediment settling at the bottom. In legal terminology, it is what we call complex, messy cases or cold cases that have dragged on for years, the kind everyone avoids because failure leaves a permanent stain on one's career. Usually being assigned a gangchi is a sign that your superior is targeting you. His hands hung loosely in the air. Kim Seo Jin kept thinking. This was completely different from before when he proactively sought out cold cases. Guan-young closed his eyes wearily. If you do not want to, you do not have to take it. Before he could finish, Seo Jin spoke up. I will do it. Guan-young was startled and surprised. You will really do it? Lee Myung-soo, who was also there, was very surprised. Hey, did you answer that fast because you do not know what a gangchi case is? Right. Kim Seo Jin did not answer right away, only flashing a confident smirk. Then he looked up and said, I know exactly what it is. I am still doing it. It is dangerous, but it is a risk worth taking. Scene changed to a restaurant. Lee So-hee wore a puzzled and grimacing face. What? A fraud case? You dragged me out at this hour just for that? Kim Seo Jin, sitting opposite her, replied innocently and honestly. Yeah. The chief said I have full authority to pick my own team. You win, Lee. So he spoke up in protest, pointing her finger. Hey, do you have any idea how easily a fraud case can stain your record? Don't tell me you were forced into this. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Calm down. I volunteered. He reached for a dish on the table. It will be hard work, but we are bound to dig something up. That is why I'm asking you to work with me.
Order whatever you want, Kim Seo Jin said in a very leisurely tone.
Lee So. He crossed her arms suspiciously. Really anything. Don't blame me if you regret it later. He replied firmly, no problem. A while later, Kim Seo Jin sat there stunned as she continuously ordered rolled omelets, stir-fried sausages, garlic chicken, oh, and a seafood pancake too. I will eat those first then decide on the rest. He gave a helpless forced smile. Wait a minute. Are you really going to eat all that? You just had tteokbokki earlier? Lee So-hee ignored him and kept raising her hand to order. Why pass up free food? Boss, over here. After all the food was served, Kim Seo Jin gave a brief overview of the case. This is an organized real estate fraud. The scammers claimed the area was about to be developed and then lured people into buying worthless forest land in Dongnam-gun. He stared intently at the paper in his hand. Their targets were people about to retire, aiming straight for their severance pay. If they did not have enough cash, the scammers steered them toward taking out loans. Lee So-hee looked at the information and felt a headache coming on. Fraud cases are hard enough, but planned real estate fraud is even tougher. This is starting to look like a real mess. He gently placed the file on the table and added, exactly. If you can't prove criminal intent, it is just seen as a failed investment. The accusers could even be countersued for defamation. But then, there was a death. Lee So-hee listened intently, looking quite surprised by the information he provided. The file contained photos of old buildings. Kim Seo Jin's voice continued steadily. The scammers are building a tourist guesthouse on that land, a classic move to make the investment look legitimate. The scene of men in black surrounding a man kneeling on the ground appeared. Then a victim who realized too late that he would been scammed went to the construction site. He desperately pleaded with them, "Please, give it back. That money was for my son's wedding."
Scene change.
The man appeared drunk and stumbling. Naturally, he did not get a single penny back. In despair, the victim got wasted and returned to the site to cause a scene. Suddenly, the man's foot slipped. After that, he reportedly walked down the mountain alone, slipped on a slope and died instantly. Back to the present, Kim Seo Jin calmly recounted the story while enjoying his food. That is the statement from Renwood Real Estate. Having heard the whole story, Lee So-hee still did not see the point. She asked, "So, what is the issue?" One of the documents showed the cause of death. Cause of death: head trauma, skull fracture, cerebral hemorrhage. Supplemental note: body injuries consistent with signs of a struggle or brawl. Kim Seo Jin spoke succinctly. The problem lies in the direct cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage due to a fractured skull. Kim Seo Jin looked at her and shared his deductions. There are no rocks on that slope large enough to cause such an impact. And the victim, Park Hyung-ju, had very clear signs of a physical altercation on his person. Lee So-hee was startled, her eyes wide. "Wait, so you're saying this could be a murder? But all those wounds happened while he was still alive, meaning he was alive when he fell." Kim Seo Jin smiled gently. "Precisely. They calculated the physiological responses carefully. The autopsy report shows a very high probability that the victim was thrown down while still alive." He spoke while picking up a beer glass from the table. Between the forensic conclusion and the assessment of the lead investigator, this is clearly being handled as a murder, but there is not a shred of direct evidence. Everything is sliding into a total dead end. Kim Seo Jin did not look worried at all. His face was full of confidence. "Aren't you curious? I really want to see the face of the bastard who designed this crime. And I do not intend to let this fraud case end in silence." The more Lee So-hee listened, the more confused and worried she looked. She lowered her head gloomily and rubbed her forehead. "I should have waited until after we finished eating to talk about this. I am about to get an ulcer." Kim Seo Jin suddenly asked, "So-hee, you're working with me, right?" Lee So-hee looked up and made a demand. "First, order one more bowl of fish cake soup." Kim Seo Jin sighed helplessly. "Ah. Okay." A panoramic view of the plot of land showed several old buildings under construction. Forensic staff were spraying something on a metal bar. A voice rang out. "Why bring this case up again after all these months?" A burly man stood talking to Lee Jong-woo. "Construction just started up again, and now you're telling us to stop again. Do you know how much money we are losing every day?" Lee Jong-woo replied to him with an indifferent attitude. "Do you think we wanted to drag ourselves all the way up here? We are just following orders. Just have a little patience, all right." That burly man was Kim Kyung-woong, the project manager for Renwood's real estate planning. He crossed his arms and asked, "With all the rain and snow over the past few months, even if someone died here, there would not be any traces left, right?" Kim Seo Jin stepped out from somewhere and answered him, "Oh, but there are." He put both hands in his pockets and walked leisurely up behind him. Even bleach leaves a reaction. "Did you think things vanish that easily?" Kim Kyung-woong asked Seo Jin in confusion. "They do not disappear, even after several months." Kim Seo Jin replied without hesitation, "Yeah. Blood contains plasma proteins with a very high viscosity. It does not wash away easily. We can still detect bloodstains from 3 years ago, so do not you worry." Kim Kyung-woong turned back and shouted angrily, "Wait a minute, who do you think you are, talking down to us this whole time?" Kim Seo Jin did not even change his expression, replying calmly, "Me, I am the prosecutor. Is there a problem? If you want to talk like a superior, feel free." He gritted his teeth in rage, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this kid looks like he is barely legal and he is already acting all high and mighty." Kim Kyung-woong thought for a moment, then immediately left with an irritated attitude. "Whatever. You guys won't find anything anyway." Lee Jong-woo, standing nearby, felt helpless. "Hey, you just met him and showed that kind of attitude. Why did you explain it so thoroughly to him?" Kim Seo Jin watched him walk away with crossed arms. To make him panic. "So he will report back immediately."
Report. Report to who?
The scene of them pushing Park Hyung-ju in the night appeared. There is definitely someone pulling the strings. Someone smart and meticulous enough to kill while accounting for survival instincts. Not someone like that guy. If I am right, he is making a phone report right now. In another corner, exactly as Kim Seo Jin said, Kim Kyung-woong was running to a corner to call someone. He added, "Even if he reports it, they would have dealt with the luminol issue long ago." Lee Jong-woo was surprised to hear that. Kim Seo Jin seemed to have anticipated everything. The murder weapon was disposed of, and the blood was cleaned up already. Jong-woo looked drained.
"What, then what are we doing all this for?"
Kim Seo Jin suddenly gave a smirk. "To make them sweat. An investigation from both the prosecution and the police. That alone will make them restless. And it is not just this area. The exaggerated real estate ads and a host of other issues are closing in on them." As the investigation tightened from all directions, Jeong-taek and Lee So-hee went to meet the involved parties one by one. Lim Jeong-taek presented his ID. "Investigator Lim Jeong-taek, Dongnam District Prosecutor's Office. I have a few questions." Elsewhere, Lee So-hee was doing the same, prosecutor's office. While they are trembling with fear, wondering what they might have missed, they will surely start rechecking everything themselves. And at that moment, one of those variables is bound to explode. The next day, at the Renwood office, sunlight hit the old building. A desk phone was slammed down onto the table. A man shouted angrily, "Damn it, this was settled long ago. So why is the prosecution digging it up again? Why are they interrogating our employees?" The angry man was Yoon Ki-soo, the CEO of Renwood. His face was flushed red and countless documents were scattered all over the floor. Ki-soo asked anxiously, "Are you sure you cleaned everything up? You did not leave any clues." Han Sang-jun, the man pulling the strings behind Renwood, was also there. In contrast to Ki-soo's attitude, he replied calmly, "Don't worry. I handled it perfectly." Ki-soo turned redder and shouted louder, "If anything happens, do not you dream of escaping." As they were talking, Kim Seo Jin suddenly opened the door and walked in. Ki-soo turned and cursed, "What bastard dares to barge in without knocking? Who are you?" Kim Seo Jin took out his prosecutor ID and introduced himself. "Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, Dongnam District Prosecutor's Office." Hearing his introduction, Ki-soo was startled and slowly sat down. "So it is this bastard Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin." He kept pointing his finger, wanting to curse him out. "Hey, because of you, my company." Before Ki-soo could continue his attack, Han Sang-jun stood up and interrupted with a smile. "Oh my, what wind brought you to such a rundown place? It does not look like you have a search warrant." Kim Seo Jin covered his mouth and laughed. The sound made Han Sang-jun's face tighten as he glanced over. Then Kim Seo Jin began to laugh even louder. Sang-jun asked, puzzled, "What is so funny?" His body was still shaking from the laughter. Kim Seo Jin wiped away a tear and replied, "Ah, sorry. It is just, seeing dregs of society pretending to be big shots is just too hilarious." Ki-soo gritted his teeth, his face red with rage.
You little brat."
He had not even finished his insult before Seo Jin cut him off. "It is nothing special. Mr.
Yoon Ki-soo, you are under emergency arrest for murder and fraud.
As he spoke, several men in black walked through the door. They quickly moved in to handcuff him. Ki-soo turned pale with fear. "What the hell is this? You think being a prosecutor makes you a king? Do you have any idea who I am? Can't you see? Let us go." Those men ordered Ki-soo. Han Sang-jun also lost his initial composure. He asked anxiously, "Exactly what the hell do you think you are doing?" He stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. 48 hours. Seo Jin whispered into Sang-jun's ear, "That is how much time I have to request a detention warrant and conduct a comprehensive search and seizure, starting with this very office. Just wait for it." Elsewhere, a cup of coffee was slowly lifted. A person spoke, "You will never be able to catch them." At Criminal Division 1, the Chief Prosecutor's Office, a staff member looked at the team leader and said, "This case won't be easy." The Chief Prosecutor crossed his legs and replied calmly, "It is not an ordinary fraud case." His name was Lee Jae-sung, Chief of Criminal Division 1. Jae-sung glanced around. Over 70 victims, total damages reaching 30 billion won. And yet those real estate bastards are acting like they are the victims. The stench of fraud is overwhelming, but there is no evidence. "And you think two rookies can solve anything?" The worried staff member was silent for a moment then replied, "But what if, just once, by some miracle, they pull it off?" Jae-sung did not care and asked bluntly, "Then what?" A devious aura emanated from him. "We will take over the case." After all, on paper, Criminal Division 4 is just supporting this investigation. Back to Kim Seo Jin's location. Ki-soo was being dragged away, screaming non-stop. "So what if you are a prosecutor? I did not do anything wrong. On what grounds are you arresting an innocent citizen like this?" Kim Seo Jin let out a weary sigh. Innocent. He picked up a notebook titled Real Estate Truth Information. Inside were papers with titles like Outsourcing Service Results, Eco-Marine Urban Development Project. Even the document titles were full of words like plan, orientation, and concept. He stared intently at the stack of files. Furthermore, Dongnam-gun did not even conduct this survey themselves. This is just an outsourced report drafted by a private company. You have released false advertisements, inflating things that were not even officially scheduled as if they were guaranteed to be implemented. Han Sang-jun was still trying to explain. In venture capital, you have to seize the opportunity when rumors are spreading. That is industry practice. Kim Seo Jin cut off his defense. That is just your perspective. As for me, this evidence is more than enough. Kim Seo Jin glanced up. And this is just what I have seen at a glance. Who knows how much more will come out when we conduct the formal search and seizure. Besides, your hot-tempered CEO. Who knows, maybe during the investigation, he will spill everything. Sang-jun stood frozen in fear. The more he spoke, the more tense Sang-jun became, biting his lip. I am really looking forward to seeing what he has to say. Based on his reaction, everything was going according to plan. 2 walnuts were slammed onto the table. Kim Seo Jin smiled brightly and picked up the 2 walnuts. A cornered Han Sang-jun will surely try to destroy evidence even more thoroughly. Why not give up? We can make things much easier. He shook his hand in the air. I just need to sit back and watch everything unfold. Then suddenly Kim Seo Jin's eyes widened in surprise as he saw something. Return to the past. A car was driving on the road. At that time, in a lush forest, the atmosphere was quiet. A large shovel was slammed into the ground. A man with a face dripping with sweat breathed heavily. Yeah, that should be enough. He looked at the boxes being thrown into a deep hole. Now I can breathe a little easier. Kim Seo Jin snapped back to the present. He stared intently at the 2 walnuts in his hand. What was that just now? While he was thinking, Han Sang-jun suddenly spoke up. We are a legitimate investment company. His face had now turned pale with fear. Kim Seo Jin nodded gently and smiled. So you plan to fight me to the end? What a pity. I wanted to resolve this peacefully.
Scene change.
Outside the old building. Yes, investigator. Start tailing Han Sang-jun. He will move within 30 minutes. I am counting on you. Kim Seo Jin finished talking in his car but kept staring at his phone. He looked at investigator Lim Jeong-taek's contact info. The scene I saw through the memory tracking ability was under a walnut tree near the guesthouse construction site. Kim Seo Jin narrowed his eyes in focus. What did Yoon Ki-soo bury there? Drugs or a body? Whatever it is, I am digging it up tonight. A while later, in front of the prosecutor's building, a voice spoke up. Don't worry about Yoon Ki-soo. I'm going to see him now. Yes, I will call you back. The elevator stopped at the first floor. Yoon Ki-soo's lawyer, Choi Jang-hyun, let out a weary sigh after finishing his call. He heard the announcement and looked up. The doors were closing. Someone reached out to block the elevator door. The person who appeared was Lee Myung-soo. He gave a slight smile and said to Choi Jang-hyun, long time no see, Jang-hyun. Got a minute? Myung-soo asked him, how's the lawyer life lately? As a drink fell from the vending machine, Myung-soo handed the can to Jang-hyun. He took it and replied with a smile. It is fine. Not much different from when I was at the Dongnam branch. Myung-soo sat down next to Jang-hyun, his face looking a bit tired. The people you are clashing with this time are real pieces of work. To be honest, I know you do not really want to defend that scum. Jang Hyun's face did not show much emotion as he replied. So you are saying I should decline? In Dongnam-gun, there are not many clients who pay as well as they do. Myung-soo opened his own can. I am not telling you not to defend them. I am just asking you to step back for exactly 1 day. Myung-soo made the proposal directly. Jang Hyun was puzzled by the request. What are you planning? Myung-soo replied while drinking. I think the boss is about to leave the branch. Jang Hyun asked back. The boss? Myung-soo replied succinctly. Yeah, as if hearing good news. He took out his phone. Well then, whether there is money in it or not, I have to lend a hand. Myung-soo was delighted. Thanks, brother. Jang Hyun added. Don't mention it. Who knows, maybe this time I will get to see fireworks exploding in the middle of Seoul. Then he picked up the phone to call someone. This is Choi Jang Hyun. Oh my, I am truly sorry about this. An urgent matter came up. I have to attend a funeral so I can't make it today. I will definitely stop by tomorrow. Myung-soo smiled with satisfaction nearby. Kim Seo Jin, I do not know the reason, but I have done exactly as you ask. I am looking forward to seeing how you handle it this time. Elsewhere a phone was slammed onto the floor. It was Han Sang-jun. He was shouting in a rage, damn it, what the hell do you mean a funeral? Anxiety made his body tremble as Sang-jun's face turned pale. A lawyer dodging a case, why, especially when I'm paying that much. Suddenly he stopped. Is it because of that guy? Then Sang-jun sat down at his computer to look something up. He is just a green rookie. He should be cleaning up after his seniors. Who the hell does he think he is? After reading the information online, Sang-jun was wide-eyed with shock. Seo Jin's profile appeared along with the cases he had solved. Reading that info, he was stunned. He solved all these cases on his own. Sang-jun immediately stood up. He is more formidable than I thought. If I stay here any longer, I will be caught immediately. He immediately turned to the bookshelf and pulled out a black book. Sang-jun opened the book and gave a devious smile. Fine then. Tucked inside the book were credit cards. Just grab these and bolt, that is it. Back to Kim Seo Jin. He heard the update from Jeong-taek. Prosecutor, Han Sang-jun is on the move. He was not too surprised and walked calmly into the room. All right. I am counting on you. Upon entering, Kim Seo Jin ran into Lee So-hee. She looked at him and spoke first. You are here. He answered her with another question. How is Yoon Ki-soo? Lee So-hee let out a weary sigh. He is demanding food and says he will exercise his right to remain silent until his lawyer arrives. Kim Seo Jin walked to his desk. Go ahead and order for him. His lawyer won't be coming today. So he asked in surprise. Not coming. Why? He replied. Yeah, said he is busy with a funeral. With that, he took out his phone. Kim Seo Jin talked to someone. Hello, Kim Seo Jin here. Tomorrow, that works. She watched him talk intently. Kim Seo Jin quickly hung up. He suddenly turned to her and asked, want to do an interview tomorrow? Lee, so he asked while drinking water. An interview all of a sudden, Kim Seo Jin explained patiently. This case has not officially been transferred to us yet. We have to mark our territory before it is snatched away. Lee So-hee followed up. Sounds good, but with which outlet? He answered quickly. You know the program Focus on the World on MPS, right? Lee So-hee's eyes went wide with shock. What? Then Kim Seo Jin began to introduce the program. Focus on the World, a current affairs show that has been on for over 20 years. Famous for digging up cold cases and attacking the political world without mercy. It is a very influential show, average ratings around 5 to 6%. Lee, so he wondered about one thing. How did you manage to get them? I thought at most it would be a local paper. He leisurely adjusted his clothes. The boss arranged it. Said it is to keep the rookie from being eaten alive. At least, that is what he said. I'm heading out for a bit. As he spoke, he walked toward the door. Lee so he was surprised by his continuous actions. Where are you going now? Kim Seo Jin did not answer but only gave a confident glance and a smile. There is something I need to confirm.
Scene change.
It was late at night by a large tree. Near the Renwood guesthouse site, Kim Seo Jin's car drove straight up the hill. He stepped out of the car and closed the door. Looking at the large walnut tree in front of him, Kim Seo Jin thought, so this is the place I saw through the memory tracking ability. He suddenly frowned in annoyance. But, looking at the vast forest before him, Kim Seo Jin felt tiny in the middle. Exactly where was it buried? He took off his coat, put on gloves, and let out a weary sigh. No other way. Thinking this, he picked up a shovel and began digging. I guess I will have to dig it all up. Very soon after, he had dug numerous holes of various sizes. Kim Seo Jin was still intently digging another one. His face was flushed from exhaustion. Yoon Ki-soo, you bastard. You hit it well? He angrily pushed the shovel down once more, when suddenly it hit something. In the hole before him, numerous white containers appeared. Finally dug it up. Kim Seo Jin quickly opened the lid of one container. He looked inside with eyes wide in shock. This is, at a cafe, there were 2 cups and 2 pastries on the table. Lee, so he drank with suspicious eyes. So, what on earth did you do yesterday? Kim Seo Jin appeared exhausted, his neck covered in pain relief patches. Digging. Lee, so he had no idea what he meant. She continued, digging. Did you bury someone? Kim Seo Jin replied dismissively. Probably the opposite. Secretary Yoon Ki-soo buried it under a walnut tree. Recalling last night, he cursed inwardly in shock. Insane. How much money is it this week? Inside those white containers was cash neatly stacked all in 50,000 won bills. Kim Seo Jin could not hide his surprise as he picked up each stack of bills. Just a quick glance suggested there were more than 5 billion won. Is this all the victim's money? Hiding the proceeds of fraud is a classic trick for these scammers. Then his face turned to one of worry as he looked at the stacks of cash in his hands. I want to return this to the victims immediately. Despite his thoughts, Kim Seo Jin slowly closed the lids of the containers. But for now, there is still no official verdict. If handled incorrectly, this money could be classified as ownerless property and potentially swallowed by some high-ranking official. Therefore, once the case is confirmed as fraud, this money must naturally be returned to the victims. Returning to the present, Kim Seo Jin massaged his shoulder with a pained expression. Reburying that made my whole body ache, but it was certainly a massive haul. He quickly regained his usual expression and turned to ask her, didn't you have something to tell me? Lee so he was startled as she looked at him. Her eyes darted around and she sounded a bit hesitant. I thought a lot about it last night, and I do not think I can do that interview. I'm camera shy. Kim Seo Jin wore a confused blank expression. What? Then you should have just declined yesterday instead of making such an absurd excuse. Lee, so he gave a strained forced smile. So, could you do it instead of me? Please, is there a reason why you can't just say yes? Kim Seo Jin did not press for details and quickly agreed. All right, I will do it. Lee, so he said politely, thank you. With that, she slowly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. He replied, yeah, go ahead. He did not even watch her leave and calmly drank his water. Then Kim Seo Jin glanced to the side and was startled by something he saw. Someone was calling Lee So-hee's phone. It was her mother. Her phone, she forgot it. He reached out to take her phone. If it keeps ringing, it will disturb the other tables. I should probably put it on silent, he said to himself, when suddenly a woman's voice rang out in his mind. The girl does not want to answer the phone. Returning to yesterday, Lee So-hee stood in her room looking out. Fine, I won't go. Is that enough? Her mother replied, thank you, So-hee. I'm sorry. She irritably rubbed her head. Let us be clear, Mom. Staying in Dongnam and not doing the interview were both my own decisions. It is not because of him. Back to the present, Lee So-hee paused as she was walking back. She walked to the table and picked up her phone. Was there a call? Kim Seo Jin answered awkwardly. Yeah. Lee So-hee frowned unpleasantly as she looked at her phone. Then she calmly looked up and asked, want to eat some pretzels? Kim Seo Jin was a bit surprised. What? Didn't you already order food? Lee So-hee continued. If you're not eating, I will eat them all myself. Kim Seo Jin smiled and did not forget to tease her. You mean you're going to devour them all alone? Lee So-hee replied. Not at all. Who are you calling a glutton? He talked to her, but in his mind he was thinking, that person. I do not know who it is, but I do not like the way you are talking. In Criminal Division 1, someone spoke first. CEO Yoon Ki-soo is still keeping his mouth shut. Lee Jae-sung replied with an amused look. I am telling you, this case won't be easy to solve. Yoon Ki-soo is an old fox. He is not the type to tremble in front of a prosecutor. There is no way he will open his mouth within 48 hours. The more he spoke, the more his face showed contempt. And even if the case is solved, we will be the ones taking it back. Before he could finish, a staff member rushed in frantically to announce, Chief Prosecutor, something big has happened. That Kim Seo Jin guy just finished an interview about the Renwood case. Lee Jae-sung was startled, as were the other staff members in the room. What? The staff member added more information. He even brought in reporter Lee Yoon-ha from the program, Seeing the World. He was beyond furious, his teeth gritted. That madman, if the program airs, and then the case collapses, I will have to take all the responsibility. We must stop him at all costs. With that, he immediately stood up and shouted, what the hell do you think you are doing? Lee Jae-sung strode forward quickly. He did not stop cursing and blaming. Who gave you permission to do an interview? Kim Gwon-young, are you disrespecting your superiors? Gwon-young and Kim Seo Jin were both present in the room. Gwon-young frowned in annoyance. We already had the approval of the district chief, and there were no procedural issues. Lee Jae-sung seemed to have calmed down slightly. He put his hands on his hips and sighed. No procedural issues. He spoke while glancing at the seated Seo Jin. Hey, you said you made an emergency arrest on that bastard Yoon Ki-soo, right? You did not catch him at the scene. You arrested him based only on suspicion. Is this the 80s? What if he is acquitted, and yet you call that following protocol? Kim Seo Jin glanced at him coldly. Jae-sung's voice grew louder as he spoke. You did this interview to stab me in the back, did not you? Can you even take responsibility? Gwon-young interrupted him. Then make it an official transfer. We will take responsibility. I will even take all the criticism, Gwon-young said clearly and solemnly. Jae-sung frowned in annoyance upon hearing this demand. The two of them stood facing each other like that. A while later, a stack of files was slammed onto the table. Jae-sung turned to leave, but his hateful eyes still glanced back. Fine, kid.
Is this enough?
Let us see how far you can get. From now on, if there is even one procedural error, I will immediately file an official report. He left, not forgetting to issue a warning. Gwon-young did not care and focused on his paperwork. Jae-sung did not forget to take a jab at Kim Seo Jin as he sat there. Truly a brat who still smells like milk, learning only bad habits. Kim Seo Jin did not care much about what the man said. He answered his phone. Yes, investigator. What is it? Could you repeat that one more time? His eyes could not hide his interest as he glanced over. The caller was none other than Lim Jong-taek. He clarified on the other end, it is Han Sang-jun. We apprehended Han Sang-jun while he was trying to escape by boat. Jae-sung was startled by the news, but in contrast, Gwon-young was overjoyed. A phone's flash went off. Someone was standing there recording all three people in the room. That person was none other than reporter Lee Yoon-ha. She looked delighted. This is truly sensational news. Jong-taek on the other side was also very happy. He added, we caught Han Sang-jun while he was attempting to flee the country. Jong-taek turned to look at the terrified Han Sang-jun being led away. I do not know whether to call it luck or just pure deviousness. He held 4 credit cards in his hand. But he had already split up and stashed all the victim's money. Gwon-young was stunned. You found the money too. Jae-sung was equally shocked. What the hell? Didn't you guys stage this? Kim Seo Jin paused. He recalled the money in the containers. Wait a minute. Then what was that other money? Was it really
ownerless property?
Kim Seo Jin sat down. Lee Yoon-ha was still in the room recording. Wow, I just came here for an interview and hit the jackpot. Is Dongnam Gun always this exciting? She stood outside the door, smiling with satisfaction. The footage is going to look even grander than I thought. This is reporter Lee Yoon-ha for Seeing the World. Lim Jong-taek stepped out of the restroom. Suddenly someone called his name. Investigator Lim Jong-taek.
It was Lee Yoon-ha.
She walked up with a smile. You are the one who caught Han Sang-jun, right? May I have a brief interview? Jong-taek's face turned completely red with embarrassment. Ah.
Sure.
He marveled in his mind. Whoa, it is reporter Lee Yoon-ha. At the vending machine, Lee Yoon-ha asked with a worried expression. So this was all Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin's plan? Lee Yoon-ha asked suspiciously. It was not the plan of the chief or the other prosecutors. Are you joking with me? Jong-taek replied honestly. No. This was entirely Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin's plan. She immediately picked up her notebook. I heard he just finished his internship. You guys handed a whole case to a brand new prosecutor like that, when the prosecution could have been heavily criticized. Ah, so Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin was just a sacrificial pawn for the district office. Jong-taek did not quite understand Lee Yoon-ha's words. Sacrificial pawn, she explained helplessly, the kind of person hated by superiors and used as a scapegoat. No, if that were the case, we would not have let him be the face of the interview. Jong-taek gave a strained smile. You know, sometimes there are just people like that, born with a gift. Those who go beyond the norm. That is Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin. His back appeared, looking both sturdy and a bit lonely. Lee Yoon-ha recalled her conversation with him earlier. During the interview, he did not seem particularly special, especially since this case cruelly exploited such weaknesses. Kim Seo Jin had nodded in agreement then. Suddenly she gave an intrigued smile. He is quite interesting. Kim Seo Jin was now walking down the hallway carrying a bag of food, humming as he went. Kim Seo Jin opened the door and entered Yoon Ki-soo's detention cell. He tossed the stack of files onto the table and asked him directly, did you hear the news that Han Sang-jun was caught? Kim Seo Jin sat down opposite Ki-soo. It is only a matter of time before your crimes are fully exposed. The man's eyes were evasive, not daring to look him in the face. Is that bastard planning to save only himself? Regardless, I do not know anything. Kim Seo Jin ignored him and added, starting tomorrow, we will begin investigating your entire staff. Ki-soo was startled and stole a glance at him. He leaned in close. Do you think they will keep their mouths shut forever? If things turn sour, they will be treated exactly like you. So, confessing would be easier for both sides. Yoon Ki-soo was both terrified and enraged, only able to grit his teeth. Kim Seo Jin returned to his seat. Alright then. You have not had dinner yet, have you? Eat first. With that, he placed the bag of food on the table and took out a portion for him. It was a very attractive-looking sushi box. Kim Seo Jin added thoughtfully, if you do not like sushi, we can order something else. What do you like? There is a pretty good seolongtang place nearby. Just say the word. The man answered him, but his eyes were secretly glancing down at the box. Prosecutor, do you think I will talk just for some food? Kim Seo Jin gave a slight smirk. I did not buy this to make you talk. Then his face suddenly became dangerous, making the man jump. This is your share of the hidden money, you bastard. The image of the white containers full of money reappeared. The amount Yoon Ki-soo buried under the tree reached 8.45 billion won. Black bags were dropped heavily onto the floor. It turned out CEO Yoon Ki-soo had collected that money by running an illegal gambling website. He stood with hands on his hips, looking at the neatly stacked piles of cash before him. Finally, it is all moved. Kim Seo Jin bent down and picked up a bundle of cash. He could not restrain his emotions and chuckled with joy, his whole body beginning to tremble. Kim Seo Jin gleefully threw the bills into the air, earning 8.45 billion won just from digging dirt. An absolute fortune has suddenly appeared. He happily watched the bills continuously falling. Of course, it is still not enough to change the whole world, but it can become a springboard. He reached out and caught a falling bill. And to do that first, I need an expert. Scene changed to a weekend farm. Someone was tilling the soil. He looked tired, his whole body drenched in sweat. Kim Seo Jin appeared behind the man, who was unaware and still wiping away sweat. He stepped forward and greeted him politely. Mr. Du Guang Hyun. The man turned around upon hearing his name. Who are you? Kim Seo Jin replied to Guang Hyun. Me, I am a prosecutor. The man replied with a sigh and a strange smile. Ah. A prosecutor. With that, Guang Hyun slowly moved forward. Suddenly, he bolted in absolute terror. Damn it. Kim Seo Jin, on the other hand, was very calm. He called after him, hey, I am not here to arrest you, you are going to fall. Just as he finished speaking, Guang Hyun immediately tumbled into a hedgerow. Arg! A while later, Guang Hyun was holding an ice pack to a wound on his face. He looked like a mess. Kim Seo Jin asked him, see, why did you have to run? Guang Hyun replied honestly, you said you were a prosecutor. Who would not run? Kim Seo Jin followed up. What does a good citizen have to fear that they must run? The man started to say, I am a before Guang Hyun could finish. Seo Jin cut him off. Enough. Guang Hyun's voice deepened. He stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Du Guang Hyun. A fraud designer, right? I quit. I am a farmer now. The man shared sincerely. This man's full name was Du Guang Hyun, 31 years old, one prior conviction, specialized in financial fraud and laundering. Images of his past appeared, with countless records of his information, drawing up attractive high-profit plans, building Ponzi schemes to collect 100 billion in a short time, laundering money through thousands of tax routes and all sorts of tricks. He designed the entire system to evade the law and received compensation, but did not directly participate in the fraudulent acts, so he always escaped investigation. Guang Hyun was like someone standing on the outside reaching in to break the chessboard. Kim Seo Jin looked at him intently. He thought to himself, but when I was Seo Jun Jong, I was the one who caught him and sent him to prison. After thinking, he immediately spoke up. Now, I will give you two choices. First, I will always be watching you. He spoke with a devious face, his eyes turning cold. Guang Hyun was confused. What? He added, monitoring your every move. As long as you commit one small crime, I will make you a repeat offender. At that point, your name will be nothing but a line of experience on my track record. Guang Hyun let out a weary sigh. And what is the second option? Kim Seo Jin turned and smiled. Simple. You just have to help me. The man felt helpless. What? Of course, I will pay you fairly, and I will help you get revenge. Hearing this, Guang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. His hand involuntarily tightened its grip on the soda can on the table. His eyes became full of hatred, and his expression soured. How much do you know? Kim Seo Jin watched Guang Hyun's anger as the man crushed the soda can in his hand. Guang Hyun looked at him with vengeful eyes. What have you found out? Kim Seo Jin, on the contrary, was extremely calm. He gave a slight smile. Kim Seo Jin did not stay silent for long and went straight to the point. An investment company specializing in corporate restructuring, a private equity fund. Poibol. Guang Hyun was startled by the information he provided. Then the image of a memorial tablet appeared with a photo of a person in outstanding wealthy heir who had attended the most prestigious university in Korea, yet at one point rolled around the bottom of society just to earn money. And the reason his parents died. Kim Seo Jin spoke nonchalantly, looking at him intently. I do not like those pieces of scum either. I just want to hit them where it hurts. But if you want to fight, you need money. And I will support you. Gwang Hyun stammered. Who on earth are you? What do you know about me? Kim Seo Jin replied. Ah, I just heard it from Prosecutor Seo Jun Kyung. He wondered, you heard it from Prosecutor Seo. He spoke with sadness in his eyes. But he promised to keep it a secret. Kim Seo Jin gave a gentle slight smile. Don't worry. Only I know. With that, he thought to himself, he never told anyone until the day he died. So I guess that counts as keeping the promise. Gwang Hyun was still holding the ice pack to his scratched cheek. Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin, if he even told my story to you, then he must have trusted you a lot. Suddenly, he slammed the ice bag onto the table. Gwang Hyun stretched tall wearily. It seems I have no other choice. I washed my hands of that world long ago, so I am only helping this time because it is a request from the prosecutor. Reluctantly, of course. He slowly stood up and added, we are starting with money, right? How much? 100 million, 500 million, I can hold on to it for a while and convert it into cash. Kim Seo Jin drank his water slowly before answering. 8.4 billion. Gwang Hyun could not help but be startled by the amount. 8.4 billion. What? 8.4 billion. Good grief, this guy is in serious trouble. He was not worried at all and sat leisurely drinking his water.
Yeah.
He asked the man, can you launder it? Gwang Hyun only gave a forced smile. 8.4 billion won. Kim Seo Jin saw he did not answer and understood. I see. Let us move somewhere else to talk. A while later, in a lush vegetable garden, Gwang Hyun shared his method without hiding anything. The easiest way is to split the money into many accounts under borrowed names. But thanks to the efforts of those scammers, the supply of accounts is very scarce. He spoke while meticulously tending to his vegetables. Lately the price has gone up to 5 million won. To clean 8.4 billion without leaving a trace, we need at least 1,000 accounts. While speaking, Gwang Hyun suddenly gave a bright smile. Lucky for you, you met someone as capable as me. Kim Seo Jin countered him. Enough. Just tell me the method. No need for a long story. Gwang Hyun picked a handful of vegetables and slowly stood up. He even handed a head of lettuce to him, as cold as ever. First, I will buy 10 accounts, then I will buy some artwork. Paintings and art are often used to stash slush funds and evade taxes. Kim Seo Jin looked at the fresh green cabbage in the man's hand and smiled with satisfaction. Hiding a tree in a forest. Huh. How long will it take? He asked. Gwang Hyun stammered slightly. It is hard to say, but probably not long. Oh, remember to add a 10% fee. Gwang Hyun's eyes glanced over seriously. That way it is a full-service laundering package. What is your plan for the Poibel private equity fund? Kim Seo Jin smirked. I have a plan. A while later, Kim Seo Jin was sitting in his car. Gwang Hyun stood outside and told him, I will contact you when I have outlined the plan. Unexpectedly he took out a thick stack of cash and handed it to the man. Gwang Hyun was puzzled. He took the stack of cash, his face twisted in a blank stare. What? Why is it only 1 million won? Don't tell me you're counting this as a down payment. I may look like this, but my fees are very expensive. Kim Seo Jin only replied coldly, go get a haircut. Buy some decent clothes, and bring your father the bottle of liquor he likes. Hearing his father mentioned, Gwang Hyun was startled. He recalled the image of someone who had once said to him, let us bring your father the bottle of liquor he likes. At that time, Gwang Hyun was kneeling before his father's memorial photo. The person who sent me to prison was Prosecutor Seo Jun Kyung, but he was also the one who took care of my sick parents while I was in there. Back to the present, Gwang Hyun gave a slight smile. Kim Seo Jin, I am like him. He watched the car drive into the distance. Silent for a moment, Gwang Hyun suddenly thought, wait a minute. Is not he younger than me? Why is he always talking to me like a superior? A few days later, at the Dongnam District Prosecutor's office, reporter Lee Yoon-ha's voice was heard. Good evening, I am reporter Lee Yoon-ha from Seeing the World. As always, we will brush aside the distractions and expose the truth. The image of Yoon Ki-soo being led away in handcuffs by two other people appeared on the computer screen. Finally, CEO Yoon of Renwood Real Estate Planning has admitted to the murder charges. However, he maintains that the act was impulsive. What is the opinion of the prosecutor who led this investigation? Kim Seo Jin answered seriously in the interview. When considering the time of death, the evidence shows this was a carefully pre-planned crime. So he sat in front of the computer screen watching him speak. Kim Seo Jin. Then the scene from Gwanyong's office was replayed, when Jong Taek called to report to him, Prosecutor, we have caught Han Sang-jun. So his emotions were unclear. She hung her head gloomily. You really are lucky. When she looked up, her whole face showed weariness. So he sighed. I wanted to go to the team dinner too. Kim Seo Jin must be having a great time right now. Well, I guess I will just handle this pile of work. As she was thinking, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Kim Seo Jin walked in with slightly red cheeks, carrying a bag of food. She asked in surprise, what, is the dinner over already? Why did not you go home instead of coming here? He replied, want a beer? Lee So-hee stood up and asked in confusion, what? Kim Seo Jin happily walked toward her holding 2 bags. If not, then soju. Lee So-hee kept asking him, haven't you had enough to drink yet? Kim Seo Jin reached into the black bag and pulled something out. I have, but still. He held a plate of sashimi in front of her. Let us call a large plate of flounder sashimi the chaser. Lee, so he turned red and agreed with him.
Deal.
A while later, the two clinked their cans together. Kim Seo Jin spoke first with a bright smile. Great job. Lee, so he replied shyly. You too. Her face looked a bit tired. You settled it cleanly again, did not you? Every time that happens, I am still amazed. Didn't you eat anything at the dinner? She looked over and saw him picking up a piece of fish to put in his mouth. Kim Seo Jin smiled outwardly, but in his mind he recalled being annoyed by people constantly putting their hands on his shoulders. Yeah, I did not get to eat a single bite. Kim Seo Jin, the chief is calling for you, someone said. Lee, so he was helpless. Again, no way. So you have been drinking this whole time on an empty stomach. Kim Seo Jin nodded happily and did not forget to reassure her. What is there to worry about? Lee, so he gave a slight smile. Then she suddenly gave a bright smile. You have chili sauce on your lips. Kim Seo Jin stared at her intently. It was the first time he had seen her smile like that. A while later, the empty beer cans and other trash were tossed into the bin. Lee, so he asked, as she walked. Want some coffee? Kim Seo Jin waved his hand and replied, thanks a lot. He sat down happily at his desk. Since I was on TV, I should probably check the comments. Suddenly he saw something that made his expression shift in surprise. On the screen was information about a man named Baek Gi-ho. Kim Seo Jin spoke up and asked her, are you interested in Baek Gi-ho? You were searching for his name. Lee, So-hee's movement suddenly stiffened when she heard his question. She was silent for a moment before quickly smiling and replying, he is a top search term, so I just looked him up. Here's your coffee. Actually, I'm not that interested in politics. Then Lee So-hee added, by the way, after seeing The World aired, your name hit the top search rankings too. Kim Seo Jin was not very surprised by this. He thought to himself, is she trying to change the subject? No need to dig deeper. Lee So-hee stood opposite him and continued, so, what is our star prosecutor's next move? Hunting for another new case. Kim Seo Jin looked up with a confident smile. Of course. I have set 3 goals for myself in Dongnam District. First, enter the Central District Prosecutor's office without relying on Chief Prosecutor Kim Young-jun. His face appeared in his mind as he spoke. Second, establish solid relationships with the blades exiled here at the bottom, including the branch manager. Third, recruit all of them to Seoul. To do that, I must continuously expose cases until someone powerful comes looking for a hunting dog. And when that moment comes, I will make it my oath. Back to the present, Kim Seo Jin suddenly asked her, will you stand by my side this time too? Lee, so he waved her hand wearily. Sorry, I'm sitting this one out. Kim Seo Jin was confused. Why? She turned and placed her hand on a pile of documents on the desk. I have way too much work to handle. Furthermore, Prosecutor Oh from Violent Crimes Team 3 was just hospitalized after a car accident, so the situation is even worse. 2 thick stacks of files were scattered across Lee So-hee's desk. Hearing this, Kim Seo Jin immediately stood up. Need a hand? She did not even look at him and flatly refused. It is fine. You are plenty busy yourself. Kim Seo Jin ignored her refusal and quickly scooped up a stack of documents. Tomorrow is Saturday anyway. You are still coming in, right? I can handle this part. If I finish tomorrow morning, let us go have gupback for lunch. Lee, so he looked at him awkwardly. Finish by morning, that amount of work. Are you talking nonsense because you're a bit tipsy? Kim Seo Jin gave a confident smirk. The next morning, he suddenly slammed that pile of documents onto the table. Lee So-hee stood there staring blankly, unable to believe her eyes. Without a hint of fatigue, Kim Seo Jin leaned against the documents. Now, let us go get gubbap. Lee So-hee could not believe what she was seeing. No way. She immediately flipped through the pages to examine them. You did a rush job, did not you? Don't you know being sloppy can cause major trouble? But her movement stopped as she read the contents. What? Everything is correct. Are you really a rookie like me? Looking over, Kim Seo Jin had already stood up and grabbed his coat. Let us go eat at the Gibbap restaurant. Kim Seo Jin got straight to the point. Alright, here is the case. Lee, so he sat opposite him, looking helpless. It has not even started yet, and it is already like this. She looked at the file in her hand in shock.
What kind of stunt are you pulling this time? Kim Seo Jin answered immediately, this case.
An innocent verdict was handed down 3 years ago. Dongnam Central Hospital. 10 years ago, Chairman Jang Yong-min took over an orthopedic clinic on the verge of bankruptcy. Since then, it has grown into a general hospital and become a symbol of Dongnam District. This hospital was once famous for its friendly service and charitable activities, but the image of the massive hospital appeared as he spoke. 3 years ago, the police began an investigation after receiving a tip. Numerous complaints with titles like suspected issuance of false medical bills and falsification of medical records, admitting patients who do not need hospitalization, illegal collection of treatment fees and insurance money from national health insurance and insurance companies. Illegal profits reached tens of billions of won. However, the case was not even prosecuted, with the reasoning that the police investigation was merely speculative. Thick stacks of cash were shown piled up, and the person who made that decision was, naturally, Lee, so he finished his sentence anxiously. Our seniors who concluded they were innocent. She could not help but wonder, and yet you are digging it up again. Do you know what that means, Kim? Seo Jin calmly picked up his spoon to enjoy his food. Those prosecutors have already resigned. The more she heard, the more terrified and anxious Lee So-hee became. Just because they resigned does not mean it is over. Their colleagues and classmates are still here. If we do not have solid evidence, we will become the next targets. Kim Seo Jin was the complete opposite, speaking nonchalantly. There is evidence. Lee So-hee grew more confused. What? He quickly explained. The prosecutors who resigned after that case, Chairman Jang Yong-min of Dongnam Central Hospital, and even the police chief at the time, they are all members of the Dongnam Tigers Club. Images of each person appeared, all standing together talking happily. Lee So-hee did not quite get it. Tigers Club, Kim Seo Jin elaborated. On the surface, it is a charity and community development organization. But in reality, it is just a networking club for the local elite. Prosecutor Woo Myung-soon, who resigned immediately after the case, now lives in Seocho-dong. Prosecutor Kang Chi-ha owns a Porsche. Can you smell the suspicion now? Lee So-hee tried to counter him. Maybe they made a lot of money after opening their own law firms. Kim Seo Jin immediately shut that down. No, they bought those things before they even opened their offices. As he spoke, he slowly dipped his spoon into the hot soup. Dongnam district is about to get noisy again. If we keep drawing attention, the villains looking for a hunting dog will start to move. And that is not all. We can also take down Eom Il Seo. In another scene, Il Seop also appeared within that club. According to police reports from 3 years ago, Congressman Om Il Seop also had a close relationship with Chairman Jang Yong-min through the Tigers Club. In other words, we can drag both of them down along with the hospital corruption. His hand seemed to be holding a playing card. Then we give Woo Jin UK the replacement card to become a national assemblyman. That way, we will gain a powerful weapon, a seat in parliament. Lee So-hee scratched her head wearily. I guess I have no choice. Lee So-hee asked him, where do we start? Seeing that she had agreed to participate, Kim Seo Jin gave a gentle smile. In front of the Dongnam District Central Hospital, Lee So-hee looked around with a bored expression. Seriously, can we really find anything just by sitting and listening? Kim Seo Jin, also observing, replied, listen closely to the patient's conversations. Topics like insurance money or free cash, you might just find the answer. This method is more effective than you think. Just as he finished speaking, both were distracted by a noise nearby. His phone vibrated. The caller was Du Guang-hyan. Kim Seo Jin stood up and said to her, I'm going down to the convenience store. Want anything? A triangle kimbap. Lee So-hee added, just buy some ice cream. Once he was away, he answered the phone. Guang-hyan quickly reported, Prosecutor, the bank accounts are ready. I am proceeding with the method you mentioned earlier. Kim Seo Jin walked inside the convenience store. Yeah, go ahead with that.
Good job.
He reached for 2 strawberry ice creams. Before long, tens of billions of won will appear. The first step to changing the world. Kim Seo Jin yawned wearily. I have to think rationally and keep a cool head. If I make one wrong move, everything could vanish like bubbles. Suddenly, someone walked past outside. Kim Seo Jin's attention was drawn to that person. It was a middle-aged man. He was Kang Chi-ha, lawyer Kang Chi-ha. He watched Kang Chi-ha walking slowly ahead and thought, he was the one in charge of the hospital investigation 3 years ago. Why is someone who should be in Seoul showing up here? After thinking, Kim Seo Jin stepped out of the store. I have to check this out. Lee So-hee was still sitting in the same spot waiting for him. What is taking him so long just to buy ice cream? As soon as she thought that, a black plastic bag appeared in front of her. Lee So-hee picked up the ice cream and complained. What the? Why are you just getting back? It is all melted. Kim Seo Jin quickly reported the situation. Lawyer Kang Chi-ha is in this hospital. Lee So-hee stood up and followed him. Lawyer Kang Chi-ha. Kim Seo Jin led the way. He got off on the 7th floor, but we have to find the room. Let us go. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor. The two walked down the hallway together. Lee So-hee said, come to think of it, Prosecutor Oh Yoon-seok is also hospitalized on the 7th floor. Kim Seo Jin recognized the name. Ah, the one from the car accident. Suddenly they both stopped in front of a certain room. Room 702. Oh Yoon-seok. Lee So-hee stared at the information board outside. If he got off on the 7th floor, it must be here. Suddenly a voice came from inside. How's the lawyer life? Kang Chi-ha's voice replied. More comfortable than when I was in Dongnam. There is nothing to do, and even if there was, I would not do it. Oh, Yoon-seok laughed loudly, bragging about being busy. Are we? Lee So-hee knelt down to peek through the door gap. She whispered to him, yeah, this is the room. Kim Seo Jin observed the surroundings. Prosecutor Oh Yoon-seok. Kang Chi-ha began to ask after Yoon-seok, are you badly hurt? The man replied immediately, no, they say I will be discharged in about 10 days. Kim Seo Jin listened intently to their dialogue. Usually there are 3 reasons someone from Seoul visits a patient. They are very close, the injury is very serious, or they were just passing by. Kang Chi-ha asked further, why is the district prosecutor's office so noisy lately? Oh Yoon-seok did not hold back and told him, the new staff are very enthusiastic. The branch manager also seems to be planning a move to the central office. Hearing this, a devious look flashed in Kang Chi-ha's eyes. Suddenly working so hard. Is there a reason? But Kang Chi-ha did not seem to fit those three scenarios. He kept asking about the atmosphere at the Dongnam office. Kim Seo Jin peeked inside and realized, it seems he is uneasy because of the cases I have solved recently. As he glanced back, he could practically see through the door. Kang Chi-ha was preparing to leave. Right in front of them, the man reached out to open the door. He is a former prosecutor. An excuse like, I just came to pay a courtesy visit despite not being close, certainly won't fool him. In the worst case, he might suspect I am monitoring this hospital. Kim Seo Jin felt the tension rise as the door was about to open. Damn it, no more time to avoid him. Suddenly, Lee So-hee grabbed the doorknob firmly. She turned and urged him, hurry, inside. Kang Chi-ha could not open the door and wondered, why won't it open? Oh, Yoon Seok also stepped over from his hospital bed to check. Can't open it, let me try. The moment he opened the door he found Lee So-hee standing right there. It is open. She gave a forced laugh. Hello. Oh, Yoon Seok did not pay much attention to the previous struggle. What was that? Were we both pulling the door? Lee So-hee chimed in. Seems so. Oh, Yoon Seok spoke to her cheerfully. Come on in. In contrast, Kang Chi-ha's face was not pleasant. He looked at Lee So-hee with disdain. In a luxurious room, a voice spoke, be careful. Lately, the branch manager has been pushing for a transfer to the central prosecution. Another person suddenly slammed their glass onto the table in irritation. That person was none other than Kang Chi-ha. He spoke while enjoying his drink, of course. Since that case collapsed once, they won't touch it directly. But a hospital is a sensitive place, so if something explodes the impact will be huge. Also there was a chubby man. He was Hong Ju-dae. Damn it, did not that matter already end? Kang Chi-ha was not worried. Instead, he gave an amused laugh. Still, do not worry too much. Those rookies making noise at the office lately are just cute kids. We just need to be careful. Hearing him say that, Hong Ju-dae felt more at ease. Being shaken by a kid. It really is funny. He laughed lecherously while hugging the girl beside him. If I have to be shaken, I would rather be shaken by a beautiful girl like our Min-hee. Min-hee, sitting next to Hong Ju-dae, leaned in coquettishly. Oh you, he added dotingly, Min-hee, just tell Appa everything you want. Hearing this, she was delighted. Really, you are the best. A while later, the table was covered in messy food and many open beer bottles. The server opened the door and walked in. At this point, everyone was drunk except for Min-hee. She looked up at the server. A moment later, Min-hee stood at the door with her arms crossed and asked, what is it? The server quickly reported, there is a customer who specifically asked for you. Can you handle 2 tables? Min-hee answered curtly. Who is it? The server replied. I do not know, seems like a newcomer. Min-hee narrowed her eyes suspiciously. A while later, she opened the door and walked in. Appa, I have never seen him before, yet he called for my service. Upon entering, Min-hee covered her mouth and giggled shyly, her cheeks flushing red. Oh my, what does this handsome Appa want? The person sitting inside was Kim Seo Jin. He looked at her coldly with crossed arms. Min-hee kept talking. To be asked for by a handsome Appa like you is truly an honor. Seo Jin only glanced at her coldly. Min-hee quickly sat on the table in front of him. But are not you going to order anything to drink? Kim Seo Jin said nothing, only tossing a stack of cash next to her. Min-hee picked up the stack and looked at it intently. What? Want me to order expensive wine for you? Kim Seo Jin ignored her words and went straight to the point. The man you were with in the other room? Who is he? Min-hee seemed to realize something, and her gaze turned devious. Why do you care about the person I was with? Are you a detective, or did his wife hire you? Kim Seo Jin tossed 2 more thick stacks of cash onto the table. Min-hee was outraged by Kim Seo Jin's action. Damn it, you think I'm an easy target just because I pour drinks for a living? You think this place is a joke? Kim Seo Jin gave an amused smile and took out another bundle of cash. Just say so if this is not enough.
Min-hee yelled angrily. Hey.
While they were talking, 2 large burly men suddenly walked in. What is going on here? Min-hee immediately reported to the man in yellow. This guy is a spy. He is digging for customer information. The tattooed man with blonde hair and a fierce face stepped close to him. The man in black behind him slowly cracked his knuckles. Hey, you would better leave while I'm still talking nicely. The man in yellow added, or do you want to make this a big deal? Kim Seo Jin did not show a hint of fear, only a smirk. He replied with crossed arms, choose. The 2 paused, confused. What? Kim Seo Jin spoke as he reached into his pocket for something. Do you want to take the money and obediently sell me information? Or, when they saw his legal credentials, their faces immediately turned pale with fear. Kim Seo Jin smiled even more brightly. Do you want me to shut this place down starting today? A moment later, Min-hee and the 3 burly men were obediently kneeling before him. She quickly confessed, we just call him Boss Hong Ju-dae. I heard he is involved in all sorts of businesses, but I am not sure exactly what he does. Kim Seo Jin asked succinctly, what did they talk about in there? Min-hee answered anxiously, I heard them mention being careful several times. Kim Seo Jin dug deeper. Careful about what? Min-hee tried to remember. Let us see. What was it? Something about going to a certain branch. Seeing her give a vague statement, Kim Seo Jin warned with a dark expression, if you keep playing dumb, you're only making things harder for yourself. She explained in a panic, it is not that, I truly do not remember. Then suddenly Min-hee remembered something. Ah, his driver is in the parking lot. A while later, Kim Seo Jin slowly moved forward. Min-hee's voice still echoed in his mind, he definitely knows better than anyone. Kim Seo Jin looked at the black car parked in the corner. Then he quickly approached the vehicle. In the previous room, the two big guys talked to each other. That guy seems to be alone. Should we teach him a lesson, acting all high and mighty just because he is a prosecutor? Min-hee sat wearily on the table. Shut up. Her face was still tense from what had happened earlier. Didn't you see his eyes just now? Back to Kim Seo Jin. He tapped gently on the glass. The driver immediately became alert upon seeing a stranger. That prosecutor has the eyes of a madman, someone who could do anything. It is best to stay away from types like him. With expressionless eyes, Kim Seo Jin spoke while tapping on the car window. You are Hong Ju-dae's driver, right? The driver did not open the door immediately. He asked fearfully, who are you? Kim Seo Jin took out his credentials. I am with the prosecution. The driver still did not quite understand. Huh, prosecution, why? He gave a polite smile. No need to be tense. Then he suddenly placed his hand on the car body. I just have a few questions. Suddenly his eyes wavered and strange voices rang out. Pothole, look out for the pothole. An image of the car speeding forward appeared. The person cursing was Hong Ju-dae. I told you to watch for potholes, you dog. He was shouting non-stop in the car. Beside Ju-dae was a young woman. How many times has it been? This is why I hate idiots like you. The driver could only give a hollow laugh. I'm sorry, I will be more careful. The young girl beside him giggled. This old man is so funny. Getting cursed at and he is still smiling. He must have no self-respect. The driver continued to smile. Boss, should I take you back to the hotel? Ju-dae suddenly kicked the driver's seat in anger. Why ask when you already know? The young girl beside him laughed louder. Haha, so funny. The driver's face is hilarious. He kept cursing, frustrated for nothing. While he was angry, the phone beside him suddenly vibrated. Ju-dae let out a sigh to regain his composure and answered the phone. Director Jang Yong-min, yeah, I heard the Dongnam branch is noisy lately, but do not worry. I will discuss it with lawyer Kang when he comes down tomorrow. The young girl beside him did not care much, focusing on texting her friends. Suddenly he gave a bizarre smirk. Besides, as you know, what evidence is there that it is an office head hospital? I do not work there, and the money is not transferred to accounts in my name, right? It seemed Kim Seo Jin heard the entire conversation. Back to the present, his hand was still on the car. Kim Seo Jin wearily rubbed his forehead. So it is an illegal medical facility under someone else's name. With a devious face holding a doctor doll above the Dongnam Central Hospital building, an illegal office head hospital is a medical facility established and operated by someone without medical expertise, hiring licensed doctors just as a front. Under current law, except for legal entities, ordinary citizens are not allowed to open hospitals. Then images of papers with accusatory titles appeared. Suspected fraud to profit from medical insurance through national health insurance and insurance companies. The biggest problem with this type of hospital is that they will use any means to recover their capital. The previously exposed hospital scandals are prime examples. Because the medical field is highly specialized, gathering evidence is extremely difficult. Not to mention, they usually shut down and flee as soon as they are investigated. In such situations, Kim Seo Jin bowed his head and thought seriously about the problem. After a moment of thought, he spoke to the driver. Minor. Sugar baby. The driver looked guilty. Kim Seo Jin leaned down and spoke clearly to him. If I go to that hotel, I can get the camera data. That means the driver could also be an accomplice. The man's face turned pale with fear.
What are you talking about? I did not.
Kim Seo Jin said to himself, start from the outer circle first. Disrupt unrelated areas, then slowly tighten the grip on the center. Sooner or later, their necks will be exposed. He let out a weary sigh. This world really is not fair, is it? In the past, the driver had to act as a chair for Ju-dae while he talked with his guests. Boss Hong Ju-dae has a lot of money and is close to the powerful elite here. But what about you? How does Boss Hong Ju-dae treat you? I did not know she was a minor. My driver brought her here. He presented the statement Ju-dae could use to frame the driver. The man was now dazed and terrified. Kim Seo Jin continued, if pushed into a corner, he won't hesitate to make you the scapegoat. I have seen too many cases like that. Are you planning to just let yourself be pushed out to take the bullets? Kim Seo Jin continuously questioned the driver. The man's hands were clenched tight. Soon after, the driver turned and asked, what do you want me to do? He smiled with satisfaction. That girl. Who is she? Scene change. In front of the district prosecutor's office, Lee Myung-soo, with a grim face, suddenly asked, have any hunches? Kim Seo Jin did not quite understand his meaning. Hunches? What do you mean? Myung-soo finally got to the point. I heard the branch manager just summoned the chief prosecutors and gave them a piece of his mind. He said, we have to keep generating heat to escape this situation. As he spoke, he placed both hands on Seo Jin's shoulders. So, want to take on another cold case that you like? He replied decisively. No. Myung-soo rubbed his neck and let out a weary sigh. This kid. Such a firm answer. I only said it because I was annoyed. While they were talking, someone else arrived and asked, "What are you so annoyed about?" Prosecutor Lee. The speaker was none other than lawyer Kang Chi-ha. Myung-soo turned to look at him. Lawyer Kang Chi-ha. Chi-ha stepped forward to greet them both. If you are that frustrated, why have not you quit yet? I thought you would be the first to hang up your robe. Everyone knows what your temperament is like, right? Myung-soo smiled back and replied, "You look well, Attorney Kang. It seems protecting the human rights of criminals suits you." Despite the jab, the man laughed with delight.
Exactly.
I have found my calling. And the money is pretty good too. Chi-ha did not hold back either. He addressed the guest while ignoring Myung-soo. And what about you, still sending 300,000 won home to your parents for living expenses? Myung-soo grit his teeth and glared at him.
You bastard.
As they were talking, Lee Jae-sung suddenly appeared and cut in. What are you two doing out there? Why have not you come in yet? Chi-ha gave a fake smile and brushed past Myung-soo toward Jae-sung. Agu, chief, it has been a long time. Immediately after, the two walked and talked. Jae-sung asked him, "What brings you here?" Chi-ha replied, "I had some business nearby and just stopped by to say hello." Then he glanced back. By the way, that kid standing next to Prosecutor Lee. Is that Kim Seo Jin? Lee Jae-sung replied with a scowl of disgust. Yeah, an annoying brat. But why? Chi-ha turned his head and flashed a sinister smile. Nothing, he just looks greener than I expected. Anyone who hangs out with Myung-soo is bound to. He stopped as he turned back and saw Seo Jin looking at him, also wearing a smile. Kang Chi-ha became suspicious. What is this? Why is he smiling? A moment later, a white car slowly pulled into the parking lot. As Kang Chi-ha was walking inside, he heard voices and immediately paid attention. So damn annoying. It was unclear what he saw, but his face turned pale with fear. Lee Jong-woo had just brought a young girl back to the headquarters. She kept questioning, "What exactly did I do wrong?" Seeing the girl, Kang Chi-ha wondered, why is she here? A while later in the briefing room, Kim Seo Jin stood before everyone. Over the past year, they took orders from a madam named Chae Seong-ah. They sold themselves to soldiers and tourists. Lee, so he listened intently. It seems like a fairly organized operation. Chae Seong-ah used housing to exert covert pressure on the group members. The screen displayed a wealth of information from the investigation. The problem is that all transactions were in cash, so there is no paper trail. The only thing we have is the contact list saved on Chae Seong-ah's phone. A total of 198 numbers, all saved with nicknames instead of names. Myung-soo suddenly realized something. Wait, go back to that part. Then unexpectedly, he pulled up Kang Chi-ha's contact information saved on his own phone. Myung-soo chuckled with delight. I was wondering why that former prosecutor was hanging around here so much. What a pathetic loser. He then stood up. Go ahead and try. I will take care of dealing with the chief prosecutor. Kim Seo Jin bowed. Thank you, sir. At the same time, Myung-soo turned to remind Lee So-hee. But is not Prosecutor Lee So-hee busy with Division 3? Does she really have time to help Prosecutor Kim? Lee So-hee explained to him. Besides me, who else would give orders to Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin? He did not pry further and immediately turned to leave. Alright then, I will put in a word with the chief of Division 3. Let me know if you need anything. Good luck. The room door closed. Lee So-hee turned to look at him. I have a question. Kim Seo Jin listened. She asked, how do you plan to use this case to handle the illegal paper hospital? Kim Seo Jin answered, oh that. He began to explain to her. Like you said last time, digging up a case that was closed 3 years ago is not easy. The higher-ups will make things difficult for you. Kim Seo Jin reached for a can of soda. But what if we accidentally find evidence? Something to separate Chief Hong Ju-dae from the hospital. To make it so he temporarily can't focus on that side. He slowly put the can back down. Lee So-hee was still curious. And then what? His face darkened, and his gaze became much more sinister. Then, I will meet Chairman Jang Young-min and have a gentle chat with him. Let us get started then. The scene shifted to Chae Seong-ah sitting in the interrogation room. She did not show even a hint of fear. Lee So-hee appeared and stood before her. Hello. She sat down slowly and asked the routine questions. Not trembling at all, quite confident. Are not you? Chae Seong-ah replied without looking up. I have looked into the law myself. She gave a contemptuous laugh, resting one arm on the chair. I am a minor, you know. I did not hit or threaten anyone. At most, it will be 2 years. I will just consider it. Studying abroad, Lee So-hee was not surprised by her attitude. I hate to break it to you, but who said it would only be 2 years? She pulled out a red phone and held it up. There are nearly 200 contacts in your phone, including known gangsters. I will prosecute you for collusion with organized crime to exploit your peers. Only then did Chae Seong-ah begin to feel afraid. She stammered, what? What are you talking about? Lee So-hee slowly leaned in closer. Chae Seong-ah was shaking uncontrollably. You relied on gangsters to lure kids your age, and you thought you would only get 2 years. Did you think being a minor would get you a light sentence? Chae Seong-ah kept making excuses. No, they are not real gangsters. Lee, so he sat back and sighed wearily. She took out 2 photos, one of Ju Dae and one of Kang Chi-ha, and placed them on the table. Then, who are these people? She quickly recognized them. Those uncles are not gangsters. They are just some perverted old men, Chae Seong-ah said with a firm face. Standing outside, Myung-soo's jaw dropped in surprise at her answer. Lee, so he continued, do you know what they do for a living? Chae Seong-ah still tried to lie. I am not sure, but I heard one is a lawyer, and that guy dressed like a toad runs a hospital. Myung-soo took his phone and stepped away. The person on the other end picked up.
Yeah, Prosecutor Lee, what is it?
Myung-soo looked up at the sky and said, I thought you only cared about money. But it turns out you are the type of pervert who likes young girls too. I do not want to bother sending a formal summons. So why do not you just drop by? The person on the other end gasped. What? Myung-soo smirked, not forgetting to warn him. Drop the informal speech and come see me while I am still being polite. You bastard. Kang Chi-ha, who was with Ju Dae, was confused by the words, but he began to worry. His face was now pale with fear. Damn it, they are faster than I thought. Why did this useless thing blow up right now? Ju Dae asked anxiously. What is wrong? What happened? Kang Chi-ha did not answer, but questioned him instead. You never texted Chae Seong-ah, right? You are sure you paid entirely in cash? Ju Dae quickly replied of course. The more they spoke, the grimmer Chi-ha's face became. This is not the time to worry about the ghost hospital. If we are not careful, the reporters will catch wind of this and swarm us. Ju Dae started to worry as well. Can you block it? Chi-ha thought seriously about a solution. I have to block it, at all costs. He grit his teeth in tension. It is fine. There are still plenty of loopholes to exploit. But why am I? Somewhere, someone was walking toward them. Kim Seo Jin's shadow appeared. Why do I feel so uneasy? Chi-ha thought to himself. At the office of Chairman Jang Young-min of Dongnam Central Hospital, he was talking to someone. Damn it, why is not Hong Ju Dae picking up? A prosecutor suddenly appeared. Was not this all settled 3 years ago? Jang Young-min anxiously dialed a number. Right, maybe I should talk to the assemblyman first. Suddenly, someone entered the room and spoke to him. You look very busy. Kim Seo Jin stood at the door looking in, with a worried female employee behind him. I waited but you did not come out, so I let myself in. I will take a cup of coffee, please. Seeing him, the chairman felt a surge of fear. He is here. Jang Young-min quickly regained his composure. Please, sit. Secretary Seong, bring some coffee in here. The secretary complied.
Yes, sir.
He stepped closer and whispered to the employee, contact the manager. Tell him not to get involved. Kim Seo Jin was already sitting on the sofa waiting.
No need.
Your manager is currently being interviewed by my team. Jang Young-min froze in place upon hearing the news. Kim Seo Jin continued. This is a ghost hospital, is not it? Jang Young-min stammered. Damn it, they really suspect us. Despite his fear, he still tried to explain. A ghost hospital. I run this hospital under my own name. Young-min's hands shook uncontrollably. Calm down, he encouraged himself. Hong Ju Dae only invested cash and never worked here once. He hired his nephew as the hospital manager. They probably do not even know Hong Ju Dae is involved. I definitely won't get caught, he thought as he sat down opposite Seo Jin. Everything is perfectly fine on this end. Kim Seo Jin replied. Well, I did not actually come here for that today. A group of runaway youths was recently arrested. Jang Young-min did not understand why he was being told this. Sorry, what does that have to do with anything? He added, those kids were involved in prostitution, and Hong Ju Dae's name was in their contact list. Beads of sweat began to roll down Jang Young-min's face as Seo Jin asked, you know very well who Hong Ju Dae is, do not you? His hands began to shake incessantly. Jang Young-min tried to force a smile. I think there is a misunderstanding. I have absolutely no connection to Mr. Hong Ju Dae. Seo Jin's eyes closely observed him as he answered, but then Seo Jin's expression shifted to one of disgust. Seeing Seo Jin's silence, Jang Young-min started to think, what the hell is he looking at? Seo Jin smiled slightly. We have found evidence that Hong Ju Dae had transactions with you, Chairman Jang Young-min. He stammered, EV evidence.
Impossible.
Every transaction was in cash. He is bluffing, Jang Young-min thought, and immediately pointed his finger aggressively. What on earth are you talking about? If you have evidence, show it. Seo Jin calmly stood up. You want to see it? Jang Young-min watched in fear, unsure of what he was about to do. What? He sat still and observed. First, let me show you the most recent thing. When he saw it, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. Seo Jin was pulling something out of a cardboard box.
Let us see.
He slowly pieced the scraps of paper together. Ah, here it is. The ledger for issuing fake medical certificates. Jang Young-min could not believe his eyes.
Why is that here?
Furthermore, this was a case that senior prosecutors had concluded as innocent 3 years ago. Reopening it was no different from ignoring them or treating them like criminals. Kim Seo Jin walked down the hallway, feeling the weight of it. I do not even know what obstacles I will face during this investigation. As he was walking, someone suddenly called his name. Prosecutor Kim. When he turned around, Kim Kwang-yong and the district head were approaching. Chief Prosecutor Kim Kwang-young and the district head too. The two came over to speak with him. Yeah, I heard you're reopening a case that was ruled innocent 3 years ago. Kim Seo Jin politely replied. I got quite lucky this time. The chief placed a hand on Seo Jin's shoulder. We confirmed they were trying to destroy documents. His voice carried a warning. Handle it cleanly this time. With that, he left. Don't worry about what is behind you. The district head is the king of this office. Seo Jin smiled in agreement. Understood. To himself, he thought, if the king has become my pawn, there is no reason to hesitate anymore. Scene changed to interrogation room 2. A voice rang out, juvenile prostitution. What are you talking about? Ju-dae sat with his arms crossed, refusing to admit it. I have never done anything like that. Myung-soo dropped a threat. Your number was saved in the phone. The man remained nonchalant. I do not know. Maybe I just picked up a business card somewhere. Myung-soo showed the evidence. Hey, denial is useless. It is all on the hotel's CCTV. Suddenly, an interrupting voice caught Myung-soo's attention. Oh boy. Myung-soon walked in boldly and asked, are you the person in charge? Myung-soo reminded her, speak properly in an official setting. She teased, it has been a while, but you are still so cold. Myung-soon flashed a sarcastic smile. We used to be so close. You are making me sad. Myung-soo countered coldly. You were the one who betrayed me first, so there is no reason to feel sad. She shrugged, as if accepting it. Fine. Myung-soon got to the point. Based on what I just heard, was my client recorded on the hotel's CCTV? A second later she pressed, Mr. Hong Ju-dae, do you remember going to this hotel? He stroked his chin and made an excuse. Ah. I remember. I saw some poor kids with nowhere to go, so I paid for them to stay at the hotel. Ju-dae looked pensive. But I help a lot of people in need. Myung-soon seized the point. So that kid was just one of many. You do not remember clearly. He confirmed. Exactly. She then acted superior. Did you hear that? Provide solid evidence of prostitution? Stop treating an innocent man like a criminal. Myung-soo was at a loss. Seriously, this is ridiculous. We have a statement from Chae Seong, saying she had a sexual relationship with you. Myung-soon immediately countered. Prosecutor, do you think the word of a runaway kid is reliable? You know how they are. They will drag anyone down with them if they can. She continued her manipulation. Besides, do you know how much Mr. Hong Ju-dae donates every year? Myung-soo only gave a contemptuous laugh. That damn donation money. Under the table, his hand lightly pressed a switch. The monitor outside immediately turned off. Myung-soon noticed. It seems you have turned off the recording. What are you planning? Myung-soo complimented her, quite sharp. I won't secretly record on my phone either, so let us speak frankly. He began to provoke her. How does it feel to buy an apartment in Seocho-dong with donation money? Well, 2 billion won is certainly something to be envious of. She let out a long sigh.
Jealous.
Myung-soon stood up to entice him. Myung-soo, you could have that too. Why not join our side? She crossed her arms and pointed. Your parents are not in good health either. How long do you plan to live like this? Myung-soon moved on to threats. This case can't be resolved just with the district head's power. You know who is behind us. You have gone up against them before. She leaned in close and taunted. If you keep going like this, will anyone ever recognize you? You have done enough, Myung-soo. Myung-soon's voice was a warning. It is time to stop. Suddenly, a call from Kim Seo Jin appeared on his phone. He chuckled mockingly. Sorry to interrupt your long speech, but I have to take this call. Seo Jin informed him. We have obtained the transaction history of the alias accounts. The next words made Ju-dae jump. The bank's CCTV also clearly captured CEO Hong Ju-dae's face. Seo Jin added, and I am also going to see Assemblyman Il-seo. Myung-soo agreed. Good. Bring him in too if you can. Myung-soon began to feel uneasy. Are you crazy? You're planning to drag in Assemblyman Il-seo. Do you want to die? He brushed her hand away and replied. You asked me earlier, did not you? Who would recognize this kind of fighting? Myung-soo flashed a sly smile. Does someone need to recognize it? I just enjoy crushing people like you. Myung-soon challenged him angrily. Just you wait. From now on, I will destroy you properly. The screen was reporting. The Min-guk party candidate for the Songpa district in Seoul has been finalized. The voice echoed through the room. After long-serving incumbent Assemblyman Jo Seon-bong announced he would not run for re-election, the Min-guk party has chosen Woo Jin-wook as the candidate for the Songpa district. Il-seo wore a happy smile. Look who is here. He greeted him first. Long time no see. Prosecutor Kim. Seo Jin followed up calmly. It has been a long time. Il-seop wondered. What brings you here? Seo Jin stated. I thought it would be hard to see you after you move, so I came to say hello. He replied politely. Not at all. We will be seeing each other often. Don't worry, I will call you up to Seoul soon. Hearing that, he let out a sigh. Thank you, but there is a bit of a problem. This startled Il-seop. A problem? A moment later, he answered his phone.
Ah, right.
Attorney, Woo, what is going on? Il-seop cried out in disbelief. What? He asked again. They are planning to arrest me. Il-seop spoke frantically. They dare touch me. Do they want to start a war with our Hanmin party? Seo Jin sighed and thought to himself. Our Hanmin party, huh? Currently, South Korea has 3 major parties. Il Seop had been with the Daehan party for a long time, but after running for the Songpa district, he recently switched to the Hanmin party. Then, Il Seop questioned him angrily. This is election interference by the prosecution. Don't you know what the consequences will be? In his heart, Seo Jin cursed, "You two-faced bat." He raised both hands in surrender. "Assemblyman, please do not misunderstand. I came here alone." This surprised him. "What?" Seo Jin said. "You need to get to Seoul. That way, you can pull me out of here, right?" Hearing that, Il Seop became eager. "Is there a way?" He replied helplessly. "What plan could a rookie like me have? But I think I can buy some time." He repeated, confused, "Buy time." Seo Jin laid out the plan. "We need to get rid of all that evidence." A little later, he called Jeong Woo, making him irritable. "Hey, I am quite expensive, you know. I'm already being cursed at for letting the prosecution snatch the case. Now you want to use me like a cheap errand boy." Seo Jin enticed him gently. "I will buy you beef." Jeong Woo immediately wavered. "Damn it, I am a sucker for that." He continued, "Premium grade A Korean beef." Jeong Woo agreed instantly. "All right, it is a deal." He repeated, a bit skeptical. "Don't forget." Seo Jin got down to business. Il Seop's people are about to move to destroy evidence. The police have been positioned to catch them.
Got it.
He took charge. "I will handle things on this end." In his heart, he was already excited. The real hurting begins now. The scene shifted to a modern house. "Sorry for dropping by unannounced." A man sitting on a chair asked irritably, "What brings you here at this hour?" Governor Lee Se-mun was known as the political boss of Gangwon and a veteran of the Daehan party. Seo Jin bowed. "It is about Assemblyman Il Seop." Il Seop used to be Governor Lee Se-mun's dog. That dog abandoned his master and ran to the Hanmin party, so he surely wanted to crush him. Next, he took out his phone. Assemblyman Il Seop covered up the corruption at Dongnam Central Hospital. He placed it on the table. And right now, he is in the process of destroying evidence. Even if we investigate, he will just pin all the blame on his assistant. Seo Jin provided the outcome. And with the backing of the Hanmin party, only the assistant will end up in prison. He is running in Songpa-jong, which used to be Minguk party territory. As a son of the soil from Dongnam-gun, his approval rating might even exceed 50%. Se-mun spoke up. "What did you say your name was?" He introduced himself, Kim Seo Jin, sir. He continued, "Do you like wine?" A while later, Il Seop's voice rang out. "Damn it, it is finally done." He breathed a sigh of relief. "But thanks to that kid Kim Seo Jin buying time, we have wiped away all traces." What a relief. Il Seop was satisfied. It is not bad having a dog like that around. Suddenly Seo Jin staggered in. "Ah, Prosecutor Kim, good job. Sit down." He asked with concern, "Have you been drinking?" He covered his face and said, "Assemblyman, you are wrong." This startled Il Seop. "What are you talking about?" He did not explain, but turned on the TV. There was hospital corruption in Dongnam-gun, and the person who covered it up ensured it would never be revealed. That person is an assemblyman, someone who should have protected the people's trust. It gives me goosebumps just hearing it. Il Seop's gaze froze. "Wait a minute," Se-mun shouted on TV, "so which damn assemblyman is it?" Il Seop held his head in fear. None other than Il Seop, the candidate for Songpa-jeong.
No.
Right at the center of power, Governor Lee Se-mun had struck. Even the Hanmin party would not self-destruct to protect Il Seop anymore. He pressed, "Prosecutor Kim, what on earth is this?" Seo Jin's voice rang out seriously. "I told you yesterday, did not I? I said that after you go there, it would be hard to see me again." Il Seop still did not understand. "What?" He explained directly there.
Prison.
Two men stepped in to carry it out. "Mr. Il Seop, you are under arrest for bribery." He cried out in shock. "No." Il Seop's face turned pale. "This is absurd. Kim Seo Jin, you bastard." The next morning, the news broke. The case of Assemblyman Il Seop receiving billions of won in bribes and ignoring corruption at Dongnam Central Hospital has shocked the public. A car set off. The prosecution is investigating Chairman Jang Yong-min of Dongnam Central Hospital, Hongju-dae, and the wheels stopped upon arrival. A voice called out to him, "Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin." Following that, a swarm of reporters appeared. "Prosecutor Kim Seo Jin." They bombarded him with questions. "We heard this is a re-investigation of the hospital corruption case. Do you plan to investigate the prosecutors and police who handled the case 3 years ago? Is there a special reason you decided to restart a 3-year-old case?" They were buzzing.
Prosecutor, give us a comment.
Seo Jin spoke solemnly. "I promise you this." He was extremely clear-cut, stating there would be no covering up for those within the prosecution, but also that no charges would be made without careful consideration. Seo Jin declared boldly, "We will do everything strictly according to the law." Inside a room, someone was watching. "Turn it back. Record this. This kid really has a flair for performance." He praised him endlessly. One does not become a star just by accident. Everyone involved in the corruption at Dongnam Central Hospital was summoned for questioning. With all the evidence fully collected, there would be no superficial investigation this time. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he ran into Seo-hee. "Are you done for the day?" Seo Jin replied, "I think 2 more rounds of questioning with Woo Myung-soon should do it." She handed him something. "Here, hangover soup." Seo-hee pressed, "I heard you drank yesterday. Are you okay?" He took it gratefully.
Thanks.
That guy really can drink. Seo Jin opened it and felt a bit helpless. Instant beef bone soup, she replied nonchalantly. It is the perfect way to cure a hangover. Suddenly, both of their phones received a message. Guanyong sent a request. Come to the branch chief's office now. Scene changed to room 401, the branch chief's office. He sat at the head of the table and announced, I am sure you have all heard the rumors. I have been appointed as the chief prosecutor of the Eastern District. So, I have been thinking. Tong Guk asked, do you two want to come with me? Heo Seong Taek, chief of criminal division 3, teased with a smile. Looking at your faces, you probably did not expect me to be so direct. Still so young. Guanyong chimed in with a laugh. You two will have much better growth opportunities there than being stuck in the provinces. Both of you have family in Seoul, right? If you go up there, you can be closer to them. Seo Jin interrupted. I am sorry, but he made his request. I would like to stay in Gangwon-do for a while longer. Guanyong nodded. Gangwon is nice, but a second later, his jaw dropped in surprise. What? You are turning down a position that 2,000 prosecutors across the country are dying for. Seo Jin made an excuse sheepishly. I want to continue gaining practical experience here first. Most prosecutors would never refuse such an opportunity, but his goal was not just a one-way ticket to Seoul. If he went there without real power, he would still be in the palm of Chief Prosecutor Kim Young-jun's hand. So, he planned to build his strength here quietly first. Guanyong asked next, what about you, Prosecutor Lee So-hee? She replied, I also want to stay in Dongnam. Seong Taek said somewhat sarcastically. 2 tickets to Seoul that money can't buy were just torn up right in front of us. The branch chief smiled with satisfaction. If you both feel that way, I can't force you. But please, think it over carefully. Later, voices of scolding erupted. Unbelievable. They are out of their minds. Aren't they tired of that ocean yet? The three discussed it animatedly. Or maybe they are chasing some romantic dream of rising from hardship to the top. Probably. They are still young, after all. The branch chief countered those two. Did not you say something felt off after the last personnel reshuffle? He noted, thinking back, So-hee's transfer to the Chuncheon headquarters was almost a certainty. They were completely baffled. And yet the order suddenly changed, and she stayed here. Kim Seo Jin is the same. Even though he could have escaped using his uncle's connections, he said he wanted to stay. Once could be a coincidence, but refusing twice. Something is not right. Scene change. Beef is being grilled. Jong-woo was frustrated. That kid swore he would treat us to first-rate Korean beef. Seo Jin denied it. Pork belly is the king of meats. That is why they say never trust black-haired animals. He answered his phone. What is up? So he announced. It looks like we are moving soon. He was surprised. A sudden transfer order. A moment later, someone arrived. Seo Jin's voice called out. Over here. Jong-woo gave a warm welcome. We meet again. Do you remember me? I am Lee Jong-woo. She replied coldly, I am So-hee. He winked flirtatiously. Looking from afar, I thought the sun was walking toward us. Your beauty is just radiant. In contrast, So-hee did not care at all. Can I eat this? Seo Jin replied. It is all grilled. As she ate, she said, it looks like I will be moving to the Gangwon District Prosecutor's office. Apparently they found it strange that we did not go to Seoul, so they are testing our reaction. He understood well. Insisting on staying in Dongnam was indeed suspicious. They probably thought someone was intentionally obstructing them. It felt as if they were waiting for some ugly conspiratorial force to appear during the move to headquarters. But on his end, it was simple. It was 100% his own will. Seo Jin was slightly wary. Anyway, the main headquarters. He wondered happily to himself. It is much better, right? I originally planned to stay in Dongnam a bit longer, but if it was the Gangwon headquarters, things were different. He could grow more without being influenced by Kim Young-jun, so he seemed to have something on her mind. I am jealous. Later, she went outside to answer the phone. I won't go. I am not going. But this time, it is not my decision. So tell the assemblyman for me either keep me here or send me to the ends of the earth. Her mother asked worriedly, will you be okay? She answered confidently, yes. Back inside, Seo Jin asked curiously, was that your mom? So he replied vaguely, just a check-in call. She sank back into her thoughts. Seo Jin noticed every little detail. He started to speak. You know who my uncle is, right? So he followed up. Prosecutor General Kim Young-jun. Seo Jin said bitterly, yeah, but he does not like me much. He probably hates that I'm doing better than his son. So no matter how I get to Seoul, he will find a way to crush me. He then speculated, I do not know the details, but you are the same, are not you, the reason you stayed in Dongnam? So he confirmed. Something like that. The two of them talked for a long time. But do not worry this time. We are moving to headquarters. What? Playing fortune teller again. This adjustment is political. The general election is coming up. Even though we caught Il-seop of the Hanman party, the Hanman side won't be in a rush to retaliate. And it is not Seoul, just the Gangwon headquarters, so they won't push it any further. Myung-soo announced with a hearty laugh. Kim Seo Jin, pack your things. You're being transferred to the Gangwon District Prosecutor's office. He said happily, I am going too, and so is Prosecutor Lee So-hee. The next day a voice rang out. Hyung, you're moving near the Gangwon headquarters, right? Do you need my help? Seo Jin refused bluntly. It is fine. I have got a moving service. I just have to do some small things. The other person whined. Come on, let me help. It has been a while since I have been to the coast. He did not agree.
No need.
It is more comfortable doing it alone. Seo Jin discovered something. What is this scribbled on the wall? Appears calm but is actually impulsive. Use this. Impatient. Hates losing to others. I did not write this. That meant the real Kim Seo Jin of the past wrote it. What else did he write? Suddenly, a familiar feeling washed over him. Seo Jin saw a shadow of himself. Back then, he was writing and grumbling, planning to swallow everything my father built. Seo Jin denied it flatly. I won't allow it. He plotted. First, I will stop you from taking over the company. Then I will take everything you have achieved. And to make Kim Young-jun choose me as his successor, I have to take this guy down first. A moment later his consciousness returned to the present. The other person's voice rang out. Are you okay? Why have you been so quiet? Seo Jin sighed. Oh, sorry. I was just overthinking something. I will call you back. Okay, call me anytime you need anything. After hanging up, he asked himself, what on earth is Kim Seo Jin planning? After that, a row of books fell from the shelf. Seo Jin focused on studying them. Let us review this from the beginning. He noticed a name appearing there. It seemed related to company shares. Kim Young-jun was bound by a blind trust, and stocks held by immediate family could not exceed 30 million won. Then there was a high chance he was using accounts under someone else's name. As expected, the number of shares matched what was written on the wall, meaning he used the name Han Ju-cheol. Han Ju-cheol. He would have to investigate him later. Besides that, Kim Seo Jin planned to take down Kim Yoon-hwan. Prosecutor General Kim Young-jun would retire in a few years, but he would not want to give up power, so he would definitely enter politics. To survive in a political world full of monsters, he needed power, and he would borrow that power from the prosecution. To do that, he had to leave a successor in the field. Bloodline was still the most reliable thing. If Kim Yoon-hwan disappeared, he would give wings to his only relative, Kim Seo Jin. Then I will ride those wings and destroy Kim Young-jun. Seo Jin crossed his arms and mocked himself. Kim Seo Jin, I was curious about what kind of person you were, and now I'm starting to like it. Scene changed to the Gangwon District Prosecutor's office. Did you really handle all these cases yourself? Jo Yong-jun, the Gangwon Chief Prosecutor, asked. Did the Dongnam office dump everything on you just because of Kim Young-jun? Seo Jin denied it directly.
No.
The man waved him away. All right, then do your best. Outside he had already anticipated this. As expected, the man did not trust him. Moving to headquarters meant the position he built in Dongnam was ignored. A failure who was sent to Dongnam for poor performance would be seen as someone who got in through connections. The results were so good that no one believed them, so for a while, bullying was inevitable, and he would be viewed as a nepotism baby. Exactly as he thought. People greeted him warmly. Want some coffee? The trip must have been tiring. You are even more handsome in person. What was with this atmosphere? Ji Se-hyun, head of Criminal Division 2, smiled broadly. I heard from Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo. He said you are very talented. He praised your case-handling skills a lot. Seo Jin remembered yesterday. Prosecutor Lee Myung-soo, that guy who just a few days ago said he could not help. Hey, I only became a department head at this age. I have my own problems. He wondered how much the man had praised him behind his back. Everyone was full of admiration. Your position is for independent investigations, right? Don't worry about boundaries. Just work like you did in Dongnam. Seo Jin accepted. I will do my best. Suddenly, a notebook was presented. Here, take this. He asked curiously, what is it? She informed him, the list of cold cases in Gangwon. With that, she encouraged him, good luck. Later, she showed Seo Jin his workspace. You will be working here from now on. Let me know if you need anything. Let us get started on the backlogged cases. He replied helplessly, thanks for the guidance. Seo Jin thought as he walked. He did not understand how he became the prosecutor in charge of cold cases. He could not use his mind-reading ability at will, so, he encouraged himself, well, I still have to do it. Despite the burden on his shoulders, he looked forward to a new start. By the way, the investigator had not arrived yet. Suddenly, Seo Jin saw something that left him stunned. He cried out in disbelief, Investigator Lee Dong-young. He was surprised. How do you know my name? I guess you have heard. Seo Jin felt a bit restless. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Seo Jin. In his heart, he wondered, why is someone who should be in Seoul here? Investigator Lee Dong-young, when I was Seo Jun-kyung, he was the one who went through everything with me, like a brother to someone without a family like me. He remembered those good times. When you get married, I will name your kid. He had no one else left to meet. But, why was the person who should be in Seoul here? Dong-young said, I was exiled down here. Seo Jin asked in disbelief. Even an investigator can be exiled. She explained, you know about the prosecutor who hid an employee at the central prosecutor's office, right? His gaze dropped slightly. Yes, of course I know. Because that person was him. A dirty conspiracy with no clear evidence under the shameful label of a rapist prosecutor. He was forced to disappear from the roof of an apartment building. His hand tightened around a can of soda in resentment. She added more of the backstory. Investigator Lee Dong-young insisted until the end that the prosecutor was not the type to commit such a crime. He also begged for an investigation, saying that the prosecutor would absolutely never commit suicide. This shocked Seo Jin. But no one listened. Eventually, everyone ignored him, so he investigated on his own, and the result was being exiled here. He looked at Dong Young sitting there deep in thought. In his heart, Seo Jin blamed himself. The living must go on living. Why did you get involved and end up all the way here? What about your daughter Sung Ah, who is studying for exams? You should have thought of her first. A second later, a can of soda was placed on Dong Young's table. Seo Jin offered, have some. He was surprised. Oh, thank you. With that he turned to leave. I have an appointment, so I will go first. Dong Young nodded understandingly. Take care. A second later, he grit his teeth in resentment. Dong Young's voice repeated icily. Kim Seo Jin, Kim Young-jun's nephew. Kim Young-jun was one of the key figures Seo Jun-kyung had faced while he was alive. After Seo Jun-kyung disappeared, Kim Young-jun was definitely involved behind the scenes. The bottle of water reminded him of the past. Drink this, then let us talk. Dong Young let out a long sigh. He threw the bottle into the trash. What guts, daring to imitate someone else. Morning at the prosecution building. In the room, Seo-hyun handed over a file and asked, can you take a trial case? Seo Jin agreed immediately.
Sure.
The older man was shocked. You did not even ask what case it is. He explained, if my hands are free, I should help. It is not common for prosecutors to investigate and go to court directly, but it is not unusual in Gangwon. Few people, many cases. Seo-hyun laughed and praised him. Truly the talent prosecutor Lee Myung-soo praised. He slammed his cup down on the table. Seo-hyun provided the info. This is a fall from heights case. The details were as follows. A male student who had just graduated from high school fell from an apartment. Around 2:30 a.m., a patrolling security guard discovered and reported it. A suicide note was found on the victim's body, but it was a printout, not handwritten. Life is too hard, so I am stopping here. Mom, Dad, I am going first. There were many knife scratches on the victim's hands. Seo-hyun explained. The victim's parents said he left the house after receiving a call from a friend at midnight. However, the police quickly arrested the friend who called as the suspect. Some evidence was found. Bloody footprints matching the suspect's shoe size were found throughout the apartment. The suspect's jacket was found in a nearby collection bin 500 meters away, with the victim's blood on it. Seo Jin immediately caught the key point. If there are footprints, where are the shoes? Seo-hyun shook his head. No shoes. They disappeared without a trace, as if they were disposed of. He read the testimony carefully. I called him. We planned to meet in the evening and go to an internet cafe. But he did not show up, so I waited for about an hour and went home. I lost the blood-stained jacket a few days ago after drinking. That was the defendant's statement. Consistent with the testimony, the CCTV showed him waiting in front of the internet cafe. In that video, he was wearing a different jacket, and many missed calls showed he was repeatedly calling the victim. Seo-hyun leaned back and analyzed. If the defendant is truly innocent, then this is a very troublesome case. It could lead to him being wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. Seo Jin's hand lightly closed the file. Can you handle it anyway? Handing it to him meant they wanted to test his ability. He laid out a condition. Excuse me, may I request to reopen the investigation? He would have to prove himself then. The older man smiled warmly. I already said, do as you please, just like you did in Dongnam. A while later, Seo Jin pressed. Did you receive the file? Dong Young quickly replied. Ah, yes. He laid out the plan. I intend to use the police records to check the scene first. This surprised him. The scene. A busy prosecutor is going to the scene himself. Aren't you going home? Seo Jin replied. Yes. Otherwise, we might catch the wrong person. Dong Young again saw the old friend in him, so he had to check again. Seo Jin turned his head and asked, is there something you are curious about? He shook his head in denial.
No.
For a moment, his image overlapped with Prosecutor Seo. What an absurd hallucination. After that, Seo Jin's car sped down the road. Dong Young swallowed hard in disbelief. No way. Can two people's habits be this similar? Handing out 2 pieces of xylitol gum before starting. The habit of tapping the steering wheel to a unique rhythm when stopped. When a car cut them off, he muttered, that bastard. Dong Young began to doubt reality. Thinking back, even the vibe was the same. It was as if Seo Jun-kyung was still alive and sitting right next to him. He rubbed his forehead and denied it. No way. It must just be a coincidence of Prosecutor Seo's habits. Dong Young sighed. Damn it, I am going crazy. Scene changed to the building where the case occurred. He followed along, dazed and unsure of what to do. Dong Young pressed. Prosecutor, what have you been doing? Seo Jin was startled and denied it. Oh, nothing. Just a habit of mine. Dong Young's eyes became searching. He was different, very different. Prosecutor Seo would never play detective like this. He thought to himself, it is not me. That guy is the weird one. Comparing him to Prosecutor Seo made him feel ashamed. Seo Jin was secretly cursing. Damn it, am I acting too suspicious? It had been months since the incident. Any remaining traces were likely collected by police or cleaned by the manager. So the only thing he could use was to rewind his memory. Please, show me something before I am considered a madman. Suddenly Seo Jin noticed something. He looked at a stain on the railing. Damn it, bird droppings everywhere. Seo Jin was about to touch it. Don't tell me there is something here too. Dong Young suddenly shouted. Prosecutor. He turned around, startled and guilty. Seo Jin leaned back and denied it. No, I did not touch it. Suddenly, a familiar feeling appeared.
I'm just kidding.
Why did you react so strongly?